T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and move. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead, so when the nights get colder, you're needing that shoulder. The Ape's got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and move.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Oh, man, I tell you what. First off, I guess the title for the day, happy birthday to Adam Aron tomorrow. It's not his birthday today, so don't go out there wishing him happy birthday yet. You gotta wait till tomorrow to do it, because it's not, you're gonna be early. But his birthday is tomorrow, it's the 30th. And, I'll tell you what, I saw Dumb Money last night, and, great movie. Very inspirational. There so many wide range of emotions as I was watching the thing, and I'll tell you what, if there is one thing that I took away from that movie, is that the buy button doesn't mean that it's over. It doesn't mean that. When the buy button gets taken away, it means that it's just begun. And I kind of took away from the thing was communications between me and you guys. I've set up many different lines of communication. Because I knew how much those communication lines were being broken as everything was unfolding with GME in 2021. Sometimes YouTube goes down, Discord goes down, Twitter goes down. There's so many different avenues on which they can attack to disrupt our communications. Reddit might go down, who knows, right? And I've set up so many different ones. So if you go to the description box of this channel and you look, you'll see the order by which I will go through and systematically attempt to be able to try to communicate with you guys, because that was one of the things that they did, is they took away Roaring Kitty's or DFV's ability to be able to talk to people. So my backup plan is to go straight to Twitch, after YouTube, then Discord, and then Twitter. And a space call. So that's the order that I'll attempt to try to go through. And the only reason it's that particular order is because I think Twitch is probably one of the least utilized methods by which we communicate normally. So I don't think they'll shut that down. So that's why I'm going to Twitch second, and then Discord, or first, I guess second being after YouTube. After that would be Discord, just because I can't imagine that they would shut down Discord, but who knows, maybe they do. And then Twitter is a final possibility. So just remember that's all in the description. There's tons of stuff in the description box in here that's great, helpful, useful information for you guys. Real Rugged says filings, Casey. If there's new filings here, let me check and see. Hold on a second. Looks like we do have some new filings. We have other definitive proxy statements, additional definitive proxy soliciting materials and rule, and then also an annual report to security holders, all filed this morning. Thank you for that, Real Rugged. I have not had an opportunity to go through any of these yet, as this is the first I'm learning of it. So I'll have to take my time going through some of those before I'll comment on those. Yeah. Frank says, Casey, I have my cage pick to send to you. What's the best way to get it to you? Frank, look at the title for the day today, man. You're on there. I could fit. I managed to be able to fit you and hello Joel on the thing there. but I'll tell you what. I'll still take the picture. You can send it to me through Twitter. You can send it through Discord. Your choice. However you want to do it. Brian says, what about Gangnam Style? That was always something that had been mentioned as a potential possibility. But if they shut down YouTube entirely, you wouldn't be able to get to even Gangnam Style. But people had talked about a long, long time ago going to Gangnam Style and having conversations under that video in the comment section under the official video for that. So if you know what it is, you know what it is. But yeah, congratulations to Frank Lehman and Hello Joel on the movie trivia winning for this week. You guys did a great job. Sounds like Frank went above and beyond. No. Well, I mean, you don't have to post it on Twitter. I was just saying, Frank, you could send it to me on Twitter in a DM. Yeah. Make sure you attach my name to it if you're just going to post it, though. Danny's like, tag me too. Oh man. All right, let's see here. I kind of want to take a look at these. Hold on a second. I want to look at these real quick here. See if there's like a quick, dirty version of what we got going on here. Let's see. Looks like November 8th is going to be the stockholder meeting. This is the document I'm currently looking at is... I'm not sure where the changes are on this one yet here. Hold on. Let me keep looking here. This is all going to be stuff that I'm going to have to probably do offline. There's no way I can read it and talk at the same time. That's just the proxy materials. And report to security holders. Mine safety disclosures? What the heck is mine safety disclosures? What the heck? That's odd. Looking through it. Yeah, this is going to be a long read. 176 pages only. Oh man, they have a very detailed breakdown on movie theaters and how many screens are in each movie theater. What? That's by state though. So for example, the state that I live in, Texas, there is 43 movie theaters with 621 screens in the state. We are the biggest state. Nope. Yeah. We are the biggest state, of course, with, nope, I take it back. California. Damn it. California beat us out. We're second biggest. Third biggest is going to, this is kind of an odd one. I wouldn't have expected this one. Well, I guess maybe I kind of would a little bit. Florida is actually third, for those of you who are in Florida. You're not far behind Texas. We have 621 screens here in Texas. In Florida, you guys got 612. Not bad. Pretty good showing for you guys. And then very close runner-up over here. It looks like we've got Illinois with 578 screens. Who cares, right? Yeah, I'm sure you guys don't really care too much about that. This is going to take a long time for me to read through this stuff. Looks like there is a lot of data in here. Yep, there's going to be something I'm going to read later. All right, cool. Moving on, because it is numbers time. Alrighty. Let me clean my glasses off, and then I'll take you guys over to the other screen, and we'll take a look at the numbers. I saw somebody had asked just before I was getting ready to do the intro. They're like, "Who's singing this song?" This morning's song was the Yardbirds. The name of the song was "Heart Full of Soul," and let me just check it out here because I actually don't know who the band members were exactly. It looked like Funky Pizza Kitchen must have been putting some information in there. I think he was talking a little bit about it. There might have been quite a few. Over time, there's quite a few here. Keith Relf, Jimmy Page, Jeff Beck, Paul Samwell Smith, Chris Dreja, Jim McCarty, Eric Clapton, Mike Scavone, Topham. I mean, they've had so many names in here, big names, actually go through this group. It's kind of crazy. There's like a list of 24 different names that have gone through this band before. So there's quite a few people. Yeah, PV Thor says Yardbirds were pre-Zeppelin. A lot of you guys were, I think, what did Funky Pizza say? He said, I'm scrolling back up here. Where was it? And I'll give you a point for that. I'll start you off with a point. He said, pre-Zeppelin, Page, Beck, and Clapton played under the Yardbirds. So what I wanted to know was when was the fuzz pedal first created? It was like 1960 something or other. I don't remember the year, 64 maybe or something like that. I don't remember exactly. But anyways, so I wanted to figure out if there was a fuzz song from the 60s that I could play that maybe might be something that Adam Aron might have a fond recollection of. So keeping in line with the Fuzz Friday. Happy Fuzz Friday, by the way. Keeping in line with that, I figured, let's see if we can't find something that Adam Aron might like from his past, since it is his birthday this weekend. And I know he's not going to just tell me what his favorite song is. Otherwise, I would have just played that if that was going to be possible. But I don't think he's going to answer those questions. Yeah. So hold on a second here. Cleaning the glasses. But that's who we had this morning. Glasses are on. Holy crap. Funky Pizza said he died of electrocution while playing guitar. Jeez, it's terrible. Roseanne says his favorite song is Moon River. All right, let's take a look at these numbers, guys. Taking you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to have a secondary device that can be attached to receiving those codes, you might want to sign up for that. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device, and you'll have a backup at least to rely on. Starting the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. We're going into Friday with myself and Apex trailing behind TB and Eric, who got bonus points earlier this week. for getting price predictions within a 10-cent range and being their price predictions being at least 10 cents different than anybody else's. Yesterday, those Apex, Eric, and TB all went with the same price predictions, and I decided to go just a little bit more bullish than they did, so I could try and suck up a bonus point. I went 684 to 984. Eric went 644 to 944, and so did TB. And Apex went 640 to 940. So we were all, there was less than a. The biggest spread between us was a 44-cent spread. But those three guys had a 4-cent spread. So we ended up closing 779. Those three guys were closer to my price prediction, but they don't get any bonus points because they, while being very accurate on their price predictions, they were how far? Actually, I didn't look to see how far off they were. Let's see here. They were off by, I guess Apex was probably the closest, and he was off by 11 cents. So none of them were really eligible for extra bonus point anyways. But, yeah, they were all very much more accurate than I was. We didn't get nearly as much bullishness as I was anticipating or hoping for. I think hoping is probably the right word, but we all do get a point. So it looks like, there is still a chance that Apex and I can pull this out. It has happened before. I've made a comeback from behind and beat everybody for the week on the last day's prediction by getting it right on. So it has happened. There is still a chance. And actually, I've got a TV put in his price prediction already this morning. I'm going to copy it down here because I forgot to look at it earlier. He said, I'm just going to copy and paste it because I don't want to see it right now. I don't want it to directly impact my thought process this morning, so I just copied it down. All right, moving on. So, short exempt volume from yesterday. Our volume was a little bit higher, so I would expect that to be a little bit higher as well. Short exempt volume ended up being 307,000.6, 307.6. Not bad. Those are good numbers. Then we were up 2.91%, and if I'm not mistaken, I think our utilization was up a little bit as well. Let's take a look at that here. 59.73 is utilization. Heading on up. Max Payne. Yesterday we went down 50 cents to $7.50 from $8 that we were at where we started the week and maintained until Thursday. Do I think Max Payne is going to increase back up to $8 today? Yes, I do. I think it will. Let's see. I was wrong. It's still $7.50. Max Payne still $7.50, and let's take a look here. What do we got? Off exchange and EDGX combined by the end of a day normally would be around 64%. We had 58.2% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.78. The combined total on that was 67.98%, or about 3.98% higher than what we normally see. Meaning a lot of price discovery, not a lot, but some extra price discovery that we could have had was actually not realized as those shares were going through off exchanges, I should say. CHX volume for the day yesterday in total was 4,978 shares. Not a whole lot, which is good. I know it's weird because sometimes I say it's good to see a high number and sometimes it's good to see a low number. Right now, I want to see low as long as possible. CHX volume for GME was at 10,203 shares. The reason I say that I want to see low numbers right now is because that means that the failure to delivers are stacking and they're not delivering as many shares as they probably need to, or they're definitely not. Taking a look at total ownership by institutions. 154.102 million is what was reported yesterday. Today it is sitting at 154.364. So we're seeing a reported amount of ownership increasing. Let me change my notes real quick to reflect that. All right. Taking a look. What's next? Options. Highest amount of open interest on the call side yesterday was at a $9 strike with 15.6 thousand contracts. Today, highest amount of open interest is at a $9 strike, but there's only 15.3 thousand contracts. That means some calls closed out their positions. There's a very narrow margin between an $8 strike, a $9 strike, and an $11 strike on call options. They're all very, very, very close numbers. Off by no more than 373, less than 300 contracts. On the put side of things, the highest amount of volume yesterday was at a $7.50 strike with 10.8 thousand contracts. That is now an $8 strike with 10.8 thousand contract, or it was 10.8 thousand contracts at 7.5. It's now 10.2 thousand contracts at 8, which means we've had some closing. Some of the volume that we had yesterday was closing of put positions that were in that $8 strike price range. So whether or not if we see some more bullish momentum today in price movement, we may see some more of that bullish closing of puts. It's a little bearish to see calls closing, but it is Friday, so there's also I think I saw it mentioned somewhere that today is like one of the largest quad witching days in history for the derivatives. So we'll see what ends up. We'll see if that ends up causing anything crazy to happen in the markets. And then let's see what's next. I'm going to take you to the other screen, and we'll take a look at some of the rest of the data here after I move some screens around. Alrighty, short share interest of the free float sitting at 11.18% this morning. Utilization at 59.73. That is an increase day over day. You can see that we've had an overall trend down on this chart here. I don't know. I think there's a way to draw on this chart here, but I haven't really experimented around too much with it, so I'm going to leave it be for right now, but maybe I'll try working on that this weekend. But overall, our utilization has been trending down, and we have not broken that trend as of yet. But we are starting to have a utilization pickup here, where we went from 56.29 yesterday to 59.73% today. On loan amount today, increasing. That's been up and down for the last few trading days now. We went from 26.36 million shares to 7.25 million shares, which is approximately 890,000 shares. Let me just do the math real quick. Yeah, 890,000 shares having been borrowed. That's the exact amount that was returned the other day. I guess I could have probably just looked at this and seen that it was 27.34 previously. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, whatever. Yeah, 890,000 shares having been borrowed. That's obviously should raise the estimated short share interest of the free float. It did. We went from 11.01 to 11.18. That means that Ortex is estimating that of that 890,000 shares in new loans, that 336,000 of that was in new short interest. Whenever we have new loans being taken on, that usually, depending on the quantity of new loans being taken on, that usually will lower the on-loan average age per day. In this particular case, I would say it should probably be either flatlined or lowering, one of the two. It looks like it did lower a little bit. It went from 8.22 days to 7.96. Security lending volume day over day did decrease. It went from 8.22 to 7.96. Or I'm sorry, 5.71 rather. 8.22 to 5.71. 22. MMRI. Yesterday when we were closing out the day, the last time I looked at it was 303.07. It's now 301.7 this morning. So it's dropping a little bit. I think we reached a high of around like... Gosh, I think it was around 307 or something like that yesterday. Oops. VIX. VIX down 2.14%, and the futures showing an open around 1698, which is going to be less than the 17 that it's at right now. So VIX is showing down. Market is showing, most of the markets are showing up anywhere from 0.44 to 0.58% up, which sounds, yeah, that sounds about right. That's about right for where they should be. Orders by Fidelity customers yesterday, both AMC and GME were on this list. GME with that new the news announcement of Ryan Cohen becoming the CEO. Getting a lot of retail buying that kicked in, and they had 79.03% buys to 20.97% sell ratio. I'm thinking about maybe becoming a GME holder as well. Might be fun to kind of buy some of those. AMC is... AMC 68.61% buys to 31.39% sales. Looking good there as well. Looking good. SSR trigger price for the day is at 701. Shares available to borrow at 1.1 million shares. I know that was up to 3 million shares earlier. So in total for the day we were seeing approximately 1.8 million shares, 1.9 million shares rather, having been borrowed so far this morning. Yesterday we saw about 1.6, so that's already higher. Shares have already been borrowed out of the ETFs as well. Fees seen at 2.1%. 124.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 5.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 37,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 15.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. Looks like they opened up the contracts for 11/10 expiration dates, as they're all showing zeros right now. Oops. Big bank movers in the pre-market. Anything plus or minus 2.75% or more for a change in the pre-market, we'll get a readout that I'll announce to you guys, but I doubt there's going to be anything in that range. And there is not. Ethereum Classic is up 0.01 and trending down. The US dollar is down 0.38 and trending up. I'm sorry, it hasn't. Hold on a second. Oh, it has traded. Never mind. It's trading. Yeah, trending up. Let's see here. Oil has not traded yet this morning. SPY is up 0.34 and had a jump up this morning on market open and pre-market, and is currently trending down from that jump up. Tesla's up 1.21% in the morning. Same exact thing with that initial jump up in the pre-market, and then it's currently in a downtrend. Amazon up 0.83, same thing with that one. Cinemark is up 1.15 in the pre-market after having traded 14 shares and is showing an uptrend off that 14 shares traded so far. Doge is up 0.21, and it's trending down with also what appears to be, perhaps some consolidation at this level. Bitcoin is up, down 0.11, 0.12, 0.11, 0.12, and is also in a slight downtrend with what appears to be longer term some consolidation. And GME is up 0.48 and consolidating. HYMC has not traded, neither is NCMI. Hood is up in the pre-market 1.76 and trending up. AMC is up 0.77 and trending up as well. Currently, it looks a little bit more like consolidation, and we're getting our rabbit pellets in, which means we're not going to get any trades. Serious trades going through until our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Order book is looking like there's not a whole lot of liquidity at this time. Orders are very shallow. Yesterday we had, let's see here, $3.8 million more outflow than inflow. 3,850 shares traded so far this morning. On a 4-hour chart, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.47, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.67, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.02, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, we're having a divergence of the vortex indicator with currently more buying pressure than selling pressure happening right now, and RSI at 51.13, which is average. Taking a look at 1-hour Ichimoto on this. Here's our climb that we needed to see that's going to break us above perhaps the cloud for the day today. The cloud breaks at $8. Actually, at $7.98 is more precisely the number. Anything above $8 today is going to be a good thing for us. Remaining above $8 should provide us with a buy signal for short-term investors who might be looking to try and swing trade this. Lagging line is now currently above price line, and conversion has crossed base with yesterday's numbers. This is all very, very good for us, and hopefully if we can see something higher than $8, we'll get that bonus push that we need here, which should, in turn, set us up for the 4-hour chart to finally break through this red cloud that we've got forming here. The price point for that is going to be $8.18. So it's not like we need a huge push out of any price movement on a 1-hour chart to get to that point to where 1-hour and 4-hour chart are going to be in agreement that this is a big buy. Lagging line did cross price line. Conversion still below base, but getting price back up to about 820 should be the magic number that we'll need to see for today. Do note that on the 4-hour chart that 850 is going to be what we're going to need to see before Monday. Before Monday's trading in order to have continuation of price movement upwards. So 850 is going to be a kind of a magic number. That makes me want to look. I don't normally do this, but it makes me want to look at Max Payne for next week just to see it's $8. And I guess with that, that's all I've got for you guys. I'll take you guys back to the main screen. And give me 1 second here. All right, Frank Lynn's. Hold on a second here. Frank, I'm not following you. I'm sorry, man. I am now, though. Hold on. Frank's. This is so freaking priceless. Frank, I love you, man. Full FOMO. And the fact that you posted. Hold on a second. I'm retweeting this. I feel like I need to remove Hello Joel from the list here. Hold on. Let's see. Quote. Apes be apes be no, hold on a second here. I don't. There it is. I couldn't think what to write, and I put it. All right, I'll show you guys. Hold on a second. Here we go. I'm going back to the back of the big tramp so I can hear censored content and Rex. Gentlemen, good morning to you. Rex and censored content. Good morning. Thank you. What do you guys think?
That's pretty good.
Everything's under control. Situation normal.
I want to change my profile picture to that now. I love it. That's great. It's awesome, man.
That should be our team mascot. That's hilarious.
I'm so glad I didn't have coffee in my mouth when I was when I opened up my Twitter account to see that. I would probably spit all over my screens.
I'm glad you're here to tell us these things.
Oh man. I don't know why I like this so much, but I just do. That is classic. I love the fact. I guess I love the fact that, like, I mean, Frank. I mean, it kind of tells us you probably. I mean, if you don't have, I don't know if you have kids or not currently, but if you don't, and you went out and you literally found crayons somewhere to shove in your mouth, and the fact that you went to that much work, and then you've got bananas, dude. You need to eat those bananas today, man. Those things get any much browner, and those things won't be. They'll either be banana bread or trash, one or the other, or milkshakes. Milkshakes are good to make with old bananas too. But jeez, that's hilarious. Oh wait, he's squatting. I just now realized he's squatting. I almost didn't notice if he's squatting. He's squatting too. It's priceless. I have two daughters, 10 and 12.
So does this mean he beats? Does this mean he beats Preacher for the week on trivia?
Hello,
points?
Hello, Joel was the other person who was winning, and I did say whoever won, whoever provided me with it was either going to be a dance off or provided me with them being in a cage. That is good enough for me. What do you think, Frank? Am I going to get rid of Hello Joel, or do you want to share it with them? It's up to you. I'm going to leave it in your capable hands, and you can take all the glory, or you can share it. It's entirely up to you. And I know that's such a terrible thing to do to you, but you deserve the win on this one. You know what? No, I'm just going to make the command decision. You win. I'm not going to do that to you. I'm just deciding right now.
That's the greatest photo I've ever seen.
Oh man, Frank the Tank. That's a true Frank the Tank right there. We got about 9 more minutes before our pokey stick of volume kicks in. For those of you guys who have seen the movie Dumb Money already, you'll know when I say, man, it was so like as I was watching that movie and seeing the different people who were involved in this, I get to know every single one of you guys, and I felt like I'm sitting there thinking this whole time as I'm watching that movie is you guys are those people, and I'm sitting there going like, oh, this is like it's so relevant to what it is that we're going through. All the emotions, everything, and it was fun to watch. It was fun to watch. It was a good movie. I actually have 9 questions that I have listed out here for Monday, and they are going to be on Dumb Money. So if you so feel inclined to do so, watch the movie this weekend, preferably today or tomorrow, as hopefully those monies will make it onto our Q3 reporting. Andrew says, I'm the GameStop store retail guy. Dude, I love that guy. That guy was funny as hell. The dancing. That was funny. But I think I have some good questions here. Of the 9 questions, I'm actually going to come up. I have an idea for the 10th question, which isn't going to actually be the 10th question, but I think I've got some pretty good questions. I think they should be. If you've seen the movie, I feel like most of them are ones that you'll probably get. But if you haven't seen the movie, you're going to struggle. I felt bad for the nurse. The nurse was the only one who had not made money and it said that she was down money. So I kind of felt a little bit bad for the nurse. But you know what though, we're still holding for her. Roseanne says, haven't seen it yet. Major theme of the movie. Just telling the Roaring Kitty story. If you don't, I mean, if there was one individual that you could probably say was the start of the community of investors who started investing into GameStop, he would probably be the person you would attribute that to. And so it's kind of it's pretty much the story. It's the whole GameStop story in general, but it more focuses on his side of the story. Tom says, good morning to you. For some reason, I am blocked from Discord. Could you please check the settings on your end? What? That's weird. That's really strange, Tom. I haven't done anything from my end, I can guarantee you, but I'll look and see. That is odd. Let me do it on my break. Well, I'll do it right now. The reason I said let me do it on my break is because where is it? Huh. This says I have no ban list. Well, I know that's not true. Time to take a look at the audit log. I may have to do this on my downtime, Tom. So right now I'm gonna the first thing I did is I went to the ban list, and it says that I have nobody banned, which I know that can't be the case because I know I actually have banned people. So now I'm going to the audit log to check it out, but it could be, since the ban list is showing up as nothing right now, there could be a problem with Discord. And I'm actually pulling up my audit log right now, and it's just giving me a circle wheel of death right now. So if I had to guess, there might be a little bit of a problem with Discord maybe right now. It's probably not. It probably has nothing to do with... if I had to guess, it probably has nothing to do with you specifically. Although there's 3 of us in the back of the big tramp right now. I don't know. It's really odd. Last night I posted 2 different pictures for everybody to see. I posted somebody. I think we were talking about me posting. Man, I don't want to get. I gotta save that somehow. I posted a picture of me and my wife with our feet up, getting ready to go see. When we were getting ready for the movie to start. This was some preview that was playing beforehand, but it had stock quotes in the background. I was like, oh, that's kind of appropriate. Yep, that's right. That's my feet in the Converse and my wife's feet on the right. I'm just kidding. I'm in the flip-flop. She's in the Converse. She's a big Converse fan, lover. Don't you dare zoom in on those. Yeah, my wife just yelled in the background. She said, don't do it. Mac and Pete says, nice feet, Casey. Yeah, don't do it, man. Don't zoom in on those bad boys. You know, Roseanne's saying, I just wanted to make sure the movie pissed off Kenny and company, and I felt like there was less time spent on Ken Griffin than should have been spent on him. However, I understand why. I think it was more concentrated and focused on the idea of what Robin Hood did than it was on Citadel and their connection to everything. So, which, you know, whatever. But the interesting thing is I wouldn't say that there was, if I was Ken Griffin, I'm trying to place myself in his shoes. If I was Ken Griffin, I wouldn't really feel like there was anything necessarily too outrageous in there that was. There's one part, maybe one part in there that where he may have felt slighted by it, but for the most part, I mean, I think I even saw him in an interview where he was like, "I'm only in the movie for like 40-something seconds in total," or I don't know, something like that. But his part was kind of downplayed a little bit. Jay's saying I got my bike ride in last night. I sure did. You don't know how bad I didn't want to do it last night, but I want you to go and take a look at something for me, Jay. I accidentally redid the same bike ride because I'm starting to run out of scenic rides. I accidentally did the same bike ride that I did for the very first ride that I started with 7 rides ago. 8 rides ago. 7 rides ago. I don't know, something like that. Go back and look how I did in contrast from my previous bike, from my very first bike ride compared to where I'm at now in just in 8 rides, how much I've improved. I feel like it's pretty good when you consider like a couple different factors that I normally look at is heart rate in contrast. Like if you have improvements and your heart rate can lower, like if you can improve your speed and keep your heart rate lower, those are like huge leaps and bounds. Because it's one thing if you can maintain the same heart rate and get a faster time, that's cool. But the real challenge is to lower the heart rate and get a better time. Those are the real big improvements. That's when you know you're really you're seeing success.
Don't get cocky.
I felt good. I know, man. Censored content's treating me like my wife's like, you should be getting better. I know.
You could be a little nicer, though.
I know there's going to be improvements. It's it was fun to see. I'm happy about it. Pokestick of volume coming in at 28,000 shares this morning, giving us a total of about 32,000 shares. This is very close to about what we had yesterday in volume. And I suggested to you guys that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million. We ended up having, for a total yesterday, we had 15 million shares traded, which is right smack dab in between that 5 to 25. Very good chance that we'll see similar volume today again. So no volume change prediction. It's going to be 5 to 25 million again for me.
I like the sound of that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's Harrison Ford right there. I got that one. You need to do it. It's not my fault, Harrison Ford. That actually.
I got a bad feeling about this.
You got to do the Harrison Ford. It's not my fault. That's probably like one of my more favorite lines of his. Yeah, Tom, I think. Yeah, see, I think there's something wrong with Discord right now, because I'm not getting information either sent to me. So it's not you, it's me. It's not you, it's Discord. Manjit, good morning. Bizarro, I think you'll enjoy it. Buzzin' Buzzman says, that's crazy. My miss always wears Converse and I wear flip-flops everywhere. Yeah, that's pretty much me and my wife. She, on occasion, will wear flip-flops too. She also has, I'm trying to remember what those are called. I want to call them hush puppies, but that's not what they are. They're some, Bobs. I think they're Bobs. She wears Bobs also. You know what, Roseanne? I'm pretty sure there's going to be a Dumb Money too. Did any of you guys have an opportunity to take a listen to the space call last night with the author, Ben? I was actually able, in between my appointment. Oh, by the way, guys, this is a good thing for me. Went to my dermatologist appointment and nothing, no biopsies even. This is probably a record for me. Every single time I go in, I almost always have at least one biopsied, and usually it results in needing further surgery. But this is probably the first time in since I've been like 14 years old that I've ever gone in and haven't had a biopsy on something. So I was really happy about that. That was kind of nice. It's never fun getting biopsies. Those little effers really kind of are a nice little sting. So I was happy about that. Yeah, I was happy about that. I think I got a little bit of a chance between the appointment, doctor's appointment, and the movie to listen to some of the space call, and it wasn't very long. It was only for maybe like 15 minutes tops, and I think I only heard like 2 questions. But I have a feeling he'll probably write another book on Dumb Money too, if when there's an opportunity. Trey Mullen says it's gonna be next one's gonna be about me, called Stupid Money. Probably not. But thank you though, Dre. Ben Mesrich was on CNBC this morning and mentioned AMC. Nice. Tendies Plus Plus says, dumber money. Dumber money. I love it. That's exactly what it should be called, Dumber Money. I was actually thinking this morning, if I was going to do a book, what would I, and I'm not, I have no intention to do a book, but If I were to do a book, what would I title? And I think the title would probably be "To Ride in the Back of the Big Tramp." It ain't easy being squeezy. That would definitely be the title that I would want to see. Bizarro World says I was being harassed on Discord, so I deleted it. It just blocked the people that are harassing you, man. I get it though. I've been there. I have. There's been a couple different times where on Twitter, I felt like it was just getting so toxic that I wanted to just delete the whole app and just never go back again. And then I usually gave it a couple weeks or so, and then I'd go. I would just take time off away from it, and then go back, and then it was usually better. I felt better, anyways. But yeah, I get it, man. Chef Casey, squeeze cake. Yeah, hopefully that's a good question, Anna. Bizarro, I hope that wasn't being harassed on my Discord. If it was, let me know, because anytime, if you guys are ever on my Discord and you feel like you're there, there's actually a general rule in there that nobody's supposed to be contacting you in DMs for solicitations whatsoever. If anybody ever gets solicited to in my Discord, immediately let me know, and I will resolve that lickety split. I won't make that not be the case anymore. Because we were having problems with people getting solicited and in private DMs for a long time, and I let it go on for quite a while. But I rarely ever get anybody who sends me complaints about some of the things that are happening. So if you see something, say something. Like don't not say anything just because you feel out of place, or maybe you just don't want to say. Just say something. Let somebody know. Don't let people abuse you. Tendies plus plus says Yucca, you heard he's sleeping still. It's like I want to say it's like 5 o'clock his time right now. He sleeps. He likes his beauty sleep. He doesn't even get up until probably like if I had to guess 9:40 my time. Pirateborn saying censored content solicited him for nudes. Censored content, did you...
I can arrange that. You're a good kid.
Pirate, you're not even here to defend yourself. Yucca's mustache rides are not as advertised. Wait. I feel like I can't even remember. Does he have a mustache? I feel like I can't even remember if he has a mustache. We'll have to mustache him a question later. Oh no. Nobzilla says I had to leave Casey's Discord because Yucca kept sending naked pics of Arthur. Arthur's like, hey. He wasn't supposed to send those out. We have some economic reports that are supposed to come through today, guys. We have personal income, personal spending. PCE is coming out today. Let's see, what else do we have? Chicago Business Barometer, consumer sentiment final. Yesterday, we were supposed to get the initial jobless claims, the GDP revision, pending home sales. Those were all supposed to come in. Let me see. Let me pull the data here. Okay, here were the here's what we had. Initial jobless claims were 202,000 last reporting. They were expecting it to rise to 214,000, but it only rose to 204,000. So not only 2,000 more. GDP revision 2.1 was the previous. They expected it to go up to 2.2, but it was right at 2.1. And then pending home sales is not showing me a reported amount. They were expecting a decrease from 0.9% to negative 1%. I do not see a reporting yet here for pending home sales from yesterday, which was supposed to be reported at 10 a.m.
Don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. Trust me.
Let's see here. I still love Franklin. Oh, dang, Frank. Everybody's loving the picture, man. Everybody loved your picture, Frank. Ben saying, I hear bacon again. Last time it wasn't bacon, it was sausages. I'll bet it's bacon this time. Is it bacon, hon? Sausage. Oh, it's sausage. She still hasn't cooked the bacon yet.
I have to cook the bacon when girls eat breakfast.
Wait, say that again?
You need to cook the bacon when the girls will eat breakfast.
How do you know they won't eat it today?
They don't like eating before school.
Oh, so only on the weekends?
Probably.
Okay. Bacon only on the weekends, so you'll never hear bacon cooking, apparently. My only question to you guys is does it sound good, though? The sound of does it sound pleasant? Or is it an annoying crackling sound? Which is it? I could probably change the sensitivity of the mic if it's too terrible. Oh, yes, it is? Okay, cool. Good, suffer. Wow, Andrew, that's crazy. 50th straight day of rain in New York. That's insane, man. We pass some of that rain down our direction. We need it. Yeah, I'll have to take the microphone all the way over to to the right up to the pan, and just hold it right up there, and you guys can hear it in all its glory. Yeah, the market is looking a little bit green today, isn't it? Let's see, we've got futures showing up anywhere up from 0.38 to 0.56. It is definitely looking green this morning. Corey, good morning to you, sir. Yes, bacon does rock. You know what, Andrew? I used to live in Eugene, Oregon, and I want to say, like, 10 months out of the year, it rains constantly. Like, and sometimes, and usually it's just a misting, or It's hardly any even you can tell the tourists from the non-tourists based on who's carrying an umbrella, because usually it's not even worthy of having an umbrella. But if somebody is carrying an umbrella around, then you know they're probably not from there. But 10 months out of the year, rain just constantly. I mean, there's a reason why it's so green there. And of course, I went to Eugene, Oregon in July of 1996 to see if it was someplace I wanted to move to. And that's one of the 2 months that it never rains. I went there. I was visiting the U of O campus, and everybody was out on the campus grounds throwing, frisbees around, and it just looked like the most coolest place ever to live. Everybody was outside in parks everywhere we went. I'm just sitting there thinking, like, this is the place to be. You want to move to some place like this. so I moved up to Eugene, Oregon, and then shortly thereafter, and August goes, June, I guess probably June, July, August are probably the least rainiest months. So I probably got like a month or so of no rain, which ironically, that song "No Rain" came from a group. Blind Melon came from the U of O campus, and then the very next month, for the next almost year, straight rain. And so I quickly realized, like, why people were out in droves in parks and stuff when it was nice out. Why are you yelling my mom's name, Rugged? What's the deal? She's not in here. Is she? I don't see her. Oh yeah, Shannon. So I actually saw Blind Melon in San Diego, and I think what might have been one of his last concerts before he passed away. Yeah, kind of a shame. Oh, you said it was misty a lot. Yeah. Yep. Wasted talent, unfortunately. Alrighty, guys. I normally don't go to break here for another. I guess I can wait another 12 minutes. If we see Hello Joel show up this morning, we'll have to let him know. He's not here yet. But if he shows up, we'll have to let him know he was listed as a movie trivia winner until Frank posted his picture. Frank says he can still win, just needs a better picture. Yeah, I guess maybe. Oh, Pirateborn. Let me help you out with that. Hold on 1 second. Can I make this bigger? Oh, yes, I can. I can make this much, much bigger. I had no idea. Let's do it. I had no idea I could make it that much bigger. There we go. In high definition. It's priceless. I love it. I think it's absolutely great. Yeah, that's great. That's good stuff. I would have thought this at first. I was originally thinking that this was maybe at a baseball field, but you did this right on the side of a freeway or something because you got this. It looks like a road hazard sign here. Because I would have expected this to be like chain link for like a baseball field, but Frank. He was stepping in it, Petro. It was outside your kid's school when you picked him up. Gotcha. Yeah, so originally, Pirate, I had congrats to Frank Lehman and Hello Joel trivia winner, and then Frank came in this morning with his picture, and I was like, I just made a command decision. I was like, no, this is definitely for the win. That was pretty classic. We do have, for those of you guys who are just joining up this morning, we do have 3 different filings this morning. We have a Def 14A, other definitive proxy statements. We have additional definitive proxy soliciting materials and rule material, and then an annual report to security holders filed this morning. I have not gone through any of these and read any of them because I just found out about them just earlier. I think the filing may have just occurred this morning before it had to be, but just before I started the live stream, or right as, I'm not sure which. But I will take this will be reading material for the weekend, as some of these are extensive. I'm not sure. The one I'm kind of curious about the most, I think, right now. Well, as I'm sure there's the annual report to security holders is probably a great read. I'm really kind of curious a little bit about the what the additions were, or the other proxy materials that were listed. I'm looking to see here. I'm not sure what they changed. I thought they were supposed to include, maybe I just missed it. I thought they were supposed to include in the very top what they changed. No fee required. Definitive proxy statement. It could be that they may have just, because I know I saw that one of the filings was the additional definitive proxy soliciting materials in Rule 14A material, 14A12 material. It may have just been that they added on to the very end of it, possibly. Yeah, it could be it. Andrew says, how is the Venetian? So I got the Venetian. I liked it. My wife, let me see what she got.
I got the peanut butter Coke float.
She got the peanut butter Coke float, which,
Had whiskey.
what was that?
They both had
whiskey. I had a sip of I had a sip of mine first because I kind of had a feeling mine would be terrible after drinking some of hers. So I had mine first. It was good, and then I had a sip of hers, and it was good, but not exactly what I would have wanted for a drink. And so we stuck with our choices because we weren't sure who would like what. But I liked the Venetian. It was good. Somebody was asking me this morning what all was in that, and I couldn't remember. I had to go and look it up. It is in the Venetian. It's Knob Creek whiskey. This is something I have no idea what this is. Disaronno? I have no idea. I had to ask the guy. What is it, hon?
A lot of cranberry.
Oh, and a lot of cranberry juice. Yeah. I don't know what Disaronno is. I was going to go look it up and I forgot about it, but that's, I don't know. Maybe you guys can just tell me. But I liked it. That was the Venetian. I thought it was a really good drink. Johnson, the movie was really good. Wide range of emotions for me. Just I feel like we're living it, and so it felt very real. I as I said earlier, one of my key takeaways from the entire thing is the buy button being taken away does not mean that it's over. It means that it's just the maximum amount of pain is currently occurring when that happens, and will not scare me one bit. It also taught, the other key takeaway is that we're going to lose some of our key lines of communication, as they will more than likely shut those down or attempt to try to shut those down so that we're unable to communicate as they take away the buy button. And for the last 2 years, I've been trying to tell you guys, don't be afraid of a buy button disappearing. It does not mean that it's over. It means that we're winning more than we have ever won at any other point in time. And it means that they're the most desperate for getting shares as possible. Don't allow anybody to convince you that the buy button being taken away is meaning that it's a sign that it's over. It's an almond liquor? It wasn't amaretto, though. It was Disaronno. Is that what that means? Hold on a second here. You're confusing me. It's simple and sophisticated cocktail made by only 2 ingredients for superb aromatic complexity. Okay, amaretto. It is a type of amaretto, an amber-colored liquor with a characteristic almond taste. That's weird. I really didn't feel like there was an almond taste to it, but maybe there was. I didn't feel like it, though. Bob says Casey will be chatting on Grindr as a last resort. What is that, Bob? Tom says, Casey, they took away my access into Discord. It has begun. Hello?
So where do we send these pictures to, Casey?
You could send them here on Discord in a DM. You could post them on Discord. You could send them to me on Twitter, wherever you choose. Depends on how public you want it to be. Actually, once you put it out there, it's out there. So make sure you really want it to be what it is you want it to be, because.
Oh, I took time on this one.
Okay.
This is going to be worth it. I promise.
Okay.
I'll sit right on the Discord.
Well, you're not even on the list for movie trivia winning. You're like, I'm just gonna submit my own picture. I don't care.
Hey, if I can come from behind and win, man, I'm gonna do it.
That's what he said. Oh man. Andrew Morgan says, conspiracy question, were there any clues in the movie prepping retail on how to hodl to prepare for the next squeeze? Again, like I said, that buy button being taken away means we're absolutely destroying them. If they are willing to make settlements with the DTCC in order to reduce the amount of collateral needed in order to not get destroyed, and the deal is to take away the buy button, and then they don't get in trouble for it, then you can bet your bottom dollar it'll happen again. And that should tell you that we are absolutely just destroying them. The hurt is massive. Which, by the way, we've seen the buy button get taken away probably twice in the last month already. On various different platforms as well, not just one. We've seen many different brokers who were set to us set to sell only, closed position only. All right. Overstock type deal. I remember that. I vaguely remember that portion of that being talked about in the movie, but you'd have to refresh my memory. All right, guys. We're currently at $7.85, up 0.77% for the morning so far. I'm gonna take a break here, as Jay so remind Jay. Go look at the differences between the workouts, man. Let me know what you think. Give me that positive affirmation that I need to keep on going. Let me list up the message on the screen here. All right, I will see you guys back at 8:15. Guys in the back of the big tramp, I'll see you in a bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, guys, I'm back, and I don't think I've done my price predictions for the day yet, so I'm gonna go ahead and get those out right now, out of the way here. So I'm gonna go. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go with like an 814 close, which I know is the price that we've been seeing for quite a while. It was the price that AMC sold shares at on an average price, and it's been a level of support and resistance that we've had for quite a while. Let me just check before I commit to that number. Let me just check something really quick here, because I do know that we have breaking past this level of resistance that we've seen here from the past, which I do believe will happen today. Before the end of the day would have to be around 793, and I have a feeling we'll be breaking past this pretty easily. And so if that's going to be the case, the question is where do we top out at? So let me just plug this in real quick into an Excel spreadsheet and kind of get an idea for perhaps how much of a change in price that's going to be, just to see if that's even doable. That's not what I wanted. Okay, let's see here. 787 to 814 would be a 3.4% increase in price. I'm kind of leaning, because I wanted to lean a little bit higher than that. 830 would be a 5.5% increase in price. And that's a little bit more along the lines of what I want to kind of lean towards. Is 830 that's kind of been a level of resistance from the past. I could see a bounce off of 843 and then coming back down and closing out the day around 830. That would be a really big jump for the day-to-day, but you can see we had something very similar to this happening on the 25th of this month, which was Monday this week, where we had that big jump up from, I guess in the day, the range. And you can see the Bollinger Bands are quite wide here on the daily. The 25th range was, the low was 746 and the high was 850. So it's definitely doable. We've seen it. We closed up 6.82% that day, where the open was 769 and the close was 814. So the idea that we could potentially hit an 830 price by the end of the day is probably realistic. because it's only I'm showing only a 5.5% increase in price from where we're at for the day to day. So I'm gonna drop my price prediction down 4 cents from what it was yesterday, and go with a 680 to 980 price prediction for the day to day. This is so I can I'm trying to win out the week here. Let me think about this for just a second. Actually, I'm going to lower it just a little bit more. The only reason is because I want to try and get that extra bonus point to win out the week here for the week with the prices closest price. So I'm gonna actually just do 824. I'm gonna go 674 to 974. Because I think 10 cents on either side of that should be good. I can capture the close of 814 and the 830 in that kind of a. I think I can capture 74. 24. Yeah, I can capture both sides of that by doing that for price prediction. Doug's going 766 to 1066. Doug's got a big prediction today. Stockways says, when will we know for sure the U.S. government will go into shutdown? Monday. Because if I'm not mistaken, they could potentially work something out over the weekend. If I'm not mistaken. Crowbus says Saturday at midnight. Yeah, that's probably about right. I mean, you can make an assumption that the U.S. stock market will crash, but I don't know that that's necessarily the case. To be honest with you, some of the move that we saw this over the last yesterday and probably today would to be price in any kind of negative momentum that might occur in advance, right? So kind of purposely pumping the market for like 2 days to kind of padding a little bit of a downswing. I said padding to pad. Padding like John Madden. Wait a minute. Wasn't Powell supposed to speak yesterday? He was. Powell was supposed to speak yesterday. Did anybody catch that? I didn't. I completely forgot to check that out last night. Roaster Guy says, Casey, do you think we already have seen it, Roaster Guy. We already did see the big buying pressure that we were supposed to see. We've definitely had some big buying going on already. I think a lot more of the big buying pressure is still to come, though. Albert said he sent him an email saying, screw your soft landing. Alrighty, guys. We're getting a little bit of a push down here right before market open for the day today. It's kind of a little bit on the early side. Typically speaking, they don't start this aggressive push this early. But I will see you guys on the other side of market open. Happy Fuzz Friday.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Sitting hard and lonely, deep in dark despair, thinking one thought only, where is she? Tell me where. And if she says to you, she don't love me, just give her my message, tell her of my plea, and I know, well, if she had me back again, well, I would never make her sad. I got a heart full of soul. And I know if she had me back again, well, I would never make her sad. I got a heart full of soul. ever make us sad are gonna fall for sure. When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shows who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and move. Oh, there will be chills gonna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the nights get colder, you're needing that shoulder. The Ape's got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and move.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning. So the title for the day today is Happy Birthday, Adam Aron, tomorrow. So don't wish him a happy birthday today yet on Twitter. Wait a little while first, and then wish him a happy birthday tomorrow. But congrats to Frank Lehman for winning the movie trivia. If Hello Joel's here, you had your name up in there, and then Frank Lehman came in this morning. And you remember how we said it was either going to be a dance off or them behind a cage, in a cage. Well, there we go. Frank pulled through. He's got himself his bananas. He's got his crayons, and he's got himself behind a cage. Frank Lehman for the win. Thank you, sir, for the most excellent of pictures. Definitely made my morning this morning. Thank you so much. so I removed Hello Joel's name from the title for the day. I made the command decision and said, no, screw it. He wins. So absolutely loved it. That is great. I went and saw Dumb Money last night, guys, with my wife. Posted up a picture for you guys so you could see it. And see our feet hanging out there as we were getting ready to watch it. And I was laughing a little bit right after I got done with the intro this morning, where I was talking about flinging poo and eating crayons. And I remember specifically there was a part, and this is obviously not to be a spoiler, but there's parts in there where there are people that were screaming, "Where's my pussy?" Of course, talking about not the, you know, they were talking about Roaring Kitty. They wanted to see Roaring Kitty, and not YouTube, but Wall Street Bets had been shut down, or they had suspended the account for various reasons to keep people from communicating. And I just thought, I thought it was really funny that people were literally like chanting, "Where's my pussy?" And it made me really laugh because I was like, y'all are going to be, if they shut me down in the YouTube channel, if they shut this YouTube channel down, y'all are going to be going, "Where's my big tramp?" We've gone from pussy to big tramp somehow. But it has melded over time. The community has definitely warped into something completely different, but still the same thing. However that happens, who knows? But whatever. It is what it is. Where's the tramp? I thought that was really funny. Great movie, though. Go see it. It's today, tomorrow, I think maybe the last days that we can get movie ticket sales onto the Q3 report. So, yeah, go see it. Yes, Billy, my appointment went very well. I think since I think I told you guys I was 15 or 16 when I first had my first moles removed. I might have been 14 because I know it was my freshman year, and I think I was 14 my freshman year. I'm not sure, and I don't usually turn my birthday's in July, so usually I was always like I was 17 when I graduated, so I'm pretty sure it might have been actually 14 now that I had my first surgeries done. This was the first visit that I think I have ever had where the doctor said, "I'm not going to remove anything." Very first time. I don't think it's ever happened to me since 14 to 47 years old. This is the first time they didn't cut me up, which is nice. It's relieving to know that I'm not going to get cut up. So it's nice. I got to go to the movie, enjoy the movie without having some kind of like annoying little shave mole on my back somewhere or something like that. That's usually where they usually are, by the way. So it's just it was nice. It was a difference. Health is good, yes. And this is what happens when you spend 2 years sitting in your living room live streaming for 8 hours a day and you don't get any sunlight. Skin cancer no longer becomes an issue. I found the cure. Guys. It's 2 years in your living room. That's what it is. That's for sure. Definitely the cure. Cliff says you don't have anything they want. But yeah, so it was a good appointment. Great movie. I tried a Venetian alcoholic drink, which is Knob Creek whiskey, Disaronno, and cranberry juice. My wife tried a peanut butter Coke, peanut butter something or other float, which I had a taste of it. It was good tasting, but I preferred the cranberry juice one. Casey Almighty. No, man, just got lucky. That's all it is. Let's see here. William Price says more like they shut down the stream. Someone send a wellness check to the Big Tramp. If this ever does happen, whether they shut down the live stream, I want you guys to know that there's multiple ways for us to still be able to communicate that I've set up in advance. So I don't want, because I kind of had. There's plenty of things I've been planning for to happen, but one of the things that I do expect to have happen is this live stream to be shut down. So if you go to the description of this channel and you look, there's a backup plan for when YouTube fails. My first backup plan is to go to Twitch, only mainly because I feel like that's probably the least utilized form of communication, probably the least blocked method by which they will block us. So I have Twitch is the first place I'll be moving to, if that's the case, and the account name's already listed on the description. After that, if that doesn't work, I'll move to Discord. So if you're not signed up on, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna change the order because not everybody's a part of Discord, and that would kind of really mess some people up. I think if I went straight to Discord, so I'll use Discord as my last choice, and then we'll put number 2 down as being a Twitter space call. And then the last choice will be Discord. So I just switched it up. I'll save it right now. So it's all on there. and that way, if you guys, and then last ditch effort. Many people have said, like on YouTube, you can always go to Gangman style video. This is something that was talked about a long time ago. Go to Gangman style video and talk in the chat of that video. So there's always a way. We'll find a way. But that's definitely one of the key takeaways that I had from the movie was number one, having the buy button removed does not mean this is over. It means we've won. That's what it means. If you see buy buttons getting removed, don't make assumptions that means that we've lost and that it's over. That means that they are hurting the most when you see those buy buttons being taken away. And keep that in mind, because there was a point in that movie where everybody started seeing the buy buttons getting taken away, and they first removed the communications, then they took the buy button away. And that's when everybody started panicking and selling a little bit. And that's, I don't want you guys to feel that. Don't feel that the buy button being taken away is the end, because it's not. That's when they are in most desperation for shares and they need you to sell the most. That means that the harder it is for them to find shares during a period of a buy button being taken away, means that they're more desperate and are willing to pay the most amount of money, and where we'll see the most price improvement over time. So just know that. Know that we've seen this happen before, and that it means that we're winning. It's undeniable proof that you are on the right track. And you'll know it already, but it will be even further proof. And then to add to that, we'll find ways around the communication blocks. We will find ways. I know we will. Smoke signals. Bizarro World says, if we have to, we'll resort to smoke signals, damn it. Let's do it. Smoke signals it is. Walker says the comments there from 2 years ago are the best. Albert says, Casey, I have just one word for you. Just one word, Rumble. I mean, I don't know anything about Rumble whatsoever. I've never participated in Rumble. And, like, you should see, like, I literally have people who are coming at me and, like, making fun of me for not knowing how to use Twitter correctly. So the chances of me trying to move on to something different when I can't even get stupid stuff like Twitter down. Like last night, for the very first time, I saw a pink space call, and I had to ask somebody. I was like, "What the hell is a pink space call?" And they're like, "Oh, well, that's when it's a live stream." And I was like, "Oh, okay. I didn't know what that was." Apparently, you can. I don't know. I don't even know how to do this, but apparently, you can live stream. I could take this live stream and put it into a space call onto Twitter somehow. I have no idea how to do it, but apparently you can. And then Stockways is saying, is your Discord open? I'm not sure what you mean by open. I think you have to have an invite. But once I send you an invite, it would be considered open. I'm kind of considering perhaps maybe only allowing moderators on Discord to allow invites. Just because I kind of want to try and keep it down a little bit on who's invited, because we had some problems in the past. Pro Jeweler says, Casey should do a test run. We've done a couple different test runs before using Twitch, and they were successful with a few run-ins along the way, but they were successful test runs. I can do a test run this weekend on Twitch again to verify if everything's looking okay. For sure, but absolutely. I think that's not a bad idea. I think it's actually a really good idea. Remember, guys, the specific numbers today that would indicate a strong buy signal based off of a 1 hour and a 4 hour chart. The 1 hour chart was an $8. Anything above $8 and maintaining above 8 would turn into a strong buy signal, especially if it held for at least an hour. And then on a 4-hour chart, it's in agreement with the 1-hour chart, and that would be $8.20. If we can maintain something above $8.20, that should be a pretty strong buy signal as well. Currently, we're at $8.14, up 4.36% for the day today. We're retesting $8.14, which is the exact price at which AMC sold 40 million shares on average. That was the average price that they sold them for. Remember, guys, I hate to be the voice of reason here because it's always fun to just be so pumped up and everything. But remember, the 3 golden rules in regards to this play. Rule number 1 is probably the most important in your entire life in stock trading. This should always be a great golden rule. Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Time should be on your side when making trades in the marketplace always. Don't allow time to not be on your side. If you make irrational decisions, then you make irrational purchases. So always keep that in mind. Time needs to be on your side. Mac and B says Casey feet pick catalyst. I did post up a picture of my feet last night in the Discord. Let's see here. I'll pull it back up for you guys in case you wanted to see. Somebody had mentioned getting a picture of my feet. Rex posted up a picture here a little bit ago. I got to go back to the back of the Big Tramp. Hold on a second. Let me go back to the back of the Big Tramp so I can talk to these guys as I'm gonna show you guys this picture. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, apes and apettes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's take one last look at Frank Lehman and his beautiful picture that he submitted to win the week out in movie trivia. Apes behind a cage. We shall call this dumber money. This picture shall be titled "Dumber Money." Love it. And
the expression on his face, the eyes particularly, man, it's
like
priceless.
it's like he's an actor already, right?
Exactly, man.
Then we've got Rex in here, who decided, even though he wasn't a part of needing to submit a caged ape, decided that he was going to go ahead and throw himself in on the mix. He's got himself on sale for $1. $1 for a Rex. Dude, he looks like he's straight out of the movie. Rex, is he in here? Hold on a second. Is he in here right now? He's not in here right now.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, he is.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, buddy?
Dude, are you a DFV's brother? Are you DFV himself?
No comment.
Yeah, the price tag. He gets extra points for the price tag. That was a nice detail.
Roaring Kitty. If you don't get the kitty reference, there's definitely kitties in the cage with him. That's well done, sir. Well done.
Let me just say they were not happy I was there.
Really? They were pissed off? Were they a little angry? They are checking you out. Rex has all got the pussies checking him out there.
What the camera didn't catch is they were batting me. They were pissed, man. They were hissing, batting at me.
Really?
They were getting riled up.
Damn.
Oh yeah, they did not like me in their cage.
Boundaries, man. There's boundaries, and you violated them.
Yeah.
Do you stink? Because I don't know what.
I had to move the litter box.
You should have taken in some tuna or something with you, because something.
Real nice smelling. Mm-hmm.
Nana Abe says she'll pay $2 for you.
Getting more. Let's go.
FGCV says, wasn't Matthew Broderick in that Space Ape movie from the early '90s? Yes, we actually talked about that. I can't remember the name again, but I had brought it up not too long ago. You're right, he was in that. That film was very. I don't know what the word is to use here. It was very impactful for me to see when I was younger because I didn't like the idea of. The idea that our military was testing radioactivity on apes to see how it was going to impact them, so they would know what it would do to pilots and whatnot. And it just, I don't know, it just kind of bothered me a lot. I was just like, damn, this really messed up. But yeah. Henry Bay's now got a 201. He's bidding 201 for Rex. I hear 201 for Rex.
That's for a purchase. Do we have a 15-minute rental price? I'll rent him for about 15 minutes.
Wait, here we go. I have 201 for a Rex.
Yep.
I got a Pro Jeweler. Oh no! I got a Nana Ape for 25 for a Rex. Wow. Woo. Yeah. She's the big baller in here. Ron says, can he mow the yard? Nobody has tons of grass.
Nice, that's a good one.
He does come with grass, yes. Or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh yeah, he'll mow your yard all right. Just a mile long.
Oh shit.
Well, you got to watch this thing. Everything's not what it appears. I mean, it's my word on the street is he hasn't had any of his shots and he's never been fixed. So this thing could turn into a money pit.
It's a good thing you said that because Joe just asked, is he fixed? And so that's apparently been answered. So now we know. Sammy Boy's dropping the bids from 25 down to 69 cents. I don't think we can go that direction.
Did I get shorted?
You got shorted.
Did I get shorted?
Yep, you got shorted. Either that Sammy Boy's listening way behind on the he's not watching the live feed and he's behind. V for Vanetta says, I heard Rex leaves the seat up on the litter box. Is this true, Rex? Are you a seat down kind of guy or a seat up?
I'm not allowed to use the toilet inside anymore.
Oh.
He has down litter box.
He's housebroken.
Yeah, he scratches at the door.
He sure does.
2, 3 bananas, and a picture of Casey's hobbit feet. Oh, wait. I didn't show my hobbit feet. Hold on a second here. I was supposed to do that. Hold on. I got distracted by the Rex. Let's see here. My hobbit feet. Don't you dare zoom in on these. Oh, hold on a second here. Can you guys hear the trash trucks outside?
No.
Okay. I was just kind of curious if that was showing up. This is a picture of me and my wife as we're watching the previews starting up for AMC, and then of course my wife's feet in the flip flops and mine in the Converse. Just teasing. What
is this OnlyFans now?
Yeah, apparently. My feet are selling money. But yeah, good times. Great movie. I really enjoyed it. I kind of wish that they had gone a bit more into some of the technicals, but that's just because you guys know I'm like a super nerd, and the more I started thinking about it as we were walking out of the movie, as I was like trying to wipe away some of the moisture around my eyes, I I was sitting there thinking to myself like,
the moisture from where?
It was just dampness, just kind of like humidity kind of thing. And so I was just sitting there thinking to myself, I'm actually really glad that they didn't do that because it'll make it way easier for people to relate to the way that it is, right. And adding in a bunch of mumbo jumbo that probably a lot of people just wouldn't understand. So
that was what I was going to ask you, Casey. You're always pretty fair with your critiques of the movies, and I was going to say, if you weren't invested in AMC, if you were just a run-of-the-mill garden variety movie attendee, would you have enjoyed it?
I think so. Yeah,
that's the most important thing. That's the most important thing. It should come as no surprise that we all think it's great, but that's not what puts butts in the seats.
I use my wife as a litmus test for something like that, because I'm not telling you from my perspective. I'm telling you what she said. She went into it thinking like, I want to just see the little guy win. Not everybody won in that movie, by the way. There were a lot of people that lost, and we walked out of that movie, and she was like, that was a really good movie. It was she liked it, and so I'm saying from her perspective, she enjoyed the movie. So if she enjoyed it, I think that a lot of other people will enjoy it as well.
That's encouraging.
And I came up with 9 questions for Monday. So if you haven't seen the Dumb Money movie yet, you're not going to know some of these answers to some of these questions. I mean, some of them are to the point. There might be 1 or 2 questions in there you can probably guess the answers to, but the rest of them you probably need to go see the movie in order to get the answers. It is 9 o'clock, guys. Wait, Feinstein died? Wow, that's crazy.
Apparently, Feinstein finally cashed in her chips.
That's crazy, man. They should have. I mean, she should have left her seat a long time ago. Well, all right. Somebody said something about the sheriff. Is the sheriff taking? I don't know anything about what's happening over there in California, but very interesting.
He's talking about Shifty Shift.
Shifty Shift.
Adam Shift.
Adam Shift. That's right. Shifty Shift.
Oh, Shift is taking her spot?
Well,
no.
That's what he's alluding to.
Ugh. No.
You like that?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Turn you on, make you real thick.
No.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Another shining example of honesty and fair dealings.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Yeah. Enough of that. Yep. We're breaking rules here.
Yeah. Moving on.
Let's get back to Apes in a Cage.
Let's do it. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here, and I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Where's my big tramp? I don't know if that's going to have the same ring as Where's My Pussy, but, whatever. If you saw the movie, you saw the movie. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not just saying bad words. It's referring to Rory Kitty. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set up an account or your 2-factor authentication, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device, not a bad idea to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary and you're going to need that secondary device. Let's see here. I got one more screen to move over. All right, starting the top left-hand side. I got to change. Eric put in a price prediction here he sent to me, and I haven't put it in yet. Give me 1 second while I plug his numbers in. All right. Sweet. 2 people have the same price prediction for the day today. That's 2 days in a row we've had 2 apes who've predicted the same exact prices. And I forgot to put in Tony's 654 to 954. Holy crap. What the hell's up with these guys? Okay, I'll tell you why I said holy crap. Yesterday we had 2 of these guys predicting the same exact price predictions. It was Eric and TB. Today it's Eric and Apex that have the same price predictions, and I'm still higher than the rest of the group. So I would be in contention for an extra bonus point if I'm within 10 cents of the price predictions. The rest of the guys would not be. So Eric has 651 to 951. Apex has 651 to 951, and TB has 654 to 954. I have 674 to 974. We'll see what ends up happening for price prediction close for the day today, but this is not meant as financial advice. It is simply four apes trying to stay sharp on where we think price is moving to on a daily basis. Short exempt volume coming in at 307.6 thousand shares yesterday, which is definitely elevated from what we've been seeing. Utilization at 59.73%, which was an increase. And day-over-day price increase, we were up 2.91% yesterday, so that's looking really good. Max pain remains $7.50 going into today. Uh-oh. Did I drop out and come back in all of a sudden?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That was weird. Oh, they took the couches? Nice. All right. Sorry. we dumped some couches outside. Let's see here. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Currently, we have 57.83% going through off exchange, and EDGX at 14.22. Wow, that's actually really high. 72.05% is what that what the total value comes out to, when I would only expect to see about 54%. So we're about 18.05% higher than what we would normally see. That should be price improvement, and instead is going through off exchanges, which diminishes the amount of price improvement that we should be seeing. So there's a lot of suppression going on right now. CHX volume for the day today is at 0 shares. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 650. Institutional ownership this morning went up to 154.364 million. That is still the same value, no change. Taking a look at options, highest amount of option volume so far for the day today on calls is sitting at a strike price of there it is. Okay, $8. That's where it was yesterday. We currently have 4.8 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day today. Puts, highest amount of puts is at a $7.50 strike. An hour ago there was, currently there's 1,000 contracts. That's the same as what it was yesterday in regards to what the strike price was with the most amount of volume. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $7.50 and $8 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at Ortex. So far for the day-to-day borrowed shares, we have approximately 153,000 shares. Oh, excuse me. That's going to, if anything, that's going to slightly raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 11.21%. We have cost per minute 1.04, average is 1.04, and max is 14.39. Utilization as of right now is sitting at 59.73, an increase from 56.29 yesterday. On loan amount, increasing back up again from 26.36 million to 27.25, was an increase of 890,000 shares on loan. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 11.01 to 11.18, which means that Ortex is estimating about 336,000 shares in short interest, and that's depending on how many shares go on loan per day. Usually dictates what's going to happen to the on loan average age per day. With almost 1 million new shares and new loans, I would expect it to go down or trade sideways, one of the two. Or not trade sideways, but trend sideways. It did slightly go down from 8.22 to 7.96, and security lending volume day over day decreasing from 8.22 million to 5.71 million. Taking a look at MMRI, it is dropping. We saw, I think I want to say it was like 200 or 307 or 305, 307, somewhere around there yesterday. Currently at 298.31. It was 301.7 earlier this morning. Orders by Fidelity customers this morning. AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list. GME is on this list. I do not see AMC. Yep, AMC is not on the list. GME is second to last on here, where they're 29th out of 30. 66.95% buys to 33.05% sell ratio. Looking pretty dang good right now on those percentages. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $7.01. Currently, they're showing, looks like we had a return in shares up to 1.7, and then they borrowed 850,000. Is that right? 16. Yeah. 850,000 shares here, and then have done nothing but return since. So let me plug that into what they've borrowed so far. Let's see here.
Pump it.
2.75 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Seems awfully high. The day's been right around normally somewhere between like 1.8 to 2.3 or something, but 2.75 is quite a few borrowed in a day. It does look like they have started returning shares back into the ETFs this morning, and fees are at 1.5%. Currently, there's 109.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 20.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 47.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 5.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. Taking a look at markets right now, Nasdaq is up 1.18. Dow Jones is up 0.27. S&P 500 is up 0.64. We have 3,965 advancers to 2,009 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently. Give me 1 second. I gotta try something real quick here. It just seems odd. I feel like those are the same numbers we ended on yesterday. It's kind of odd. Big bank movers this morning. I'm only going to read off the ones that are plus or minus 2.75% or greater. FRC is down 11.51. Silvergate down. Actually, never mind. Silvergate. PacWest is up 2.96. Western Alliance is up 3.25. Zion is up 3.74. And that's it. Those are the biggest of the bank movers. Ethereum Classic is showing down 0.37 and trending down. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.2 but trending up. Oil is down 1.58 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.33 to 0.38 and trending up. And the SPY is up 0.61 and consolidating. VIX is currently down 8.71% and is just broken below 16 at 1583, down quite a bit here. VBR is up 0.31. And remember, guys, we're going to see the more volatility that we see in the VIX leading up to, could potentially lead up to something big happening. For example, if we go back to, let's go back to pre-COVID. Look at some of the candles that we have here in this time frame and here, where there's a little bit of volatility, but not a whole lot. compared to some of these candles that are in here where it's like pretty massively swinging all over the place and skipping and jumping all over before it ultimately breaks upwards. So there's an initial pump up above 16, a fall back down below 16, and then the final takeoff. Is a very, very common trend that we see just prior to a failure in the marketplace. So, and here we are with that first initial pump up above 16. Why is this at 15.99? I have no. Okay, look, I didn't even do anything to change to 16. Initial pump up to just above 16, up to 1971. Fall back down. We may see this break just below 16 one last time, and then the final takeoff might be where we're heading towards. I'm not specifically saying that's exactly what's going to happen. The pump above here was up to 19.99 before falling back down. That was before the COVID crash. And then we can go back to 2008 and take a look there as well and see what that looked like. The initial pump up above went to about 21.25, came falling back down and actually trended below 16 for a hot little while, started trending up and then really started taking off. In 2008. Now, it didn't really pump up all that high. Actually, you know what? This may not be. Oh, here it is right here. It actually traded between 16 and 35 for a little bit before it actually really, really took off, which is going to be right here. So, yeah, it retested 16 several times before having the big takeoff in 2008, and I don't know if I can do this on the daily going back to 2000, but let me see if I can. Maybe not. Oh, I can. Was I just looking? Oh, here it is. Just before the .com bubble, this didn't really get all that high. VIX didn't get real super high, and it never actually broke below 16 at all prior to the .com bubble. But you can see there's definitely some more volatility that occurred just before the actual takeoff. Lots and lots of volatility. Volatility in your volatility index is not a good thing. It's just not. It's inherently bad. VBR up 0.33 for the day-to-day and trending up. VB is up 0.62 and starting to consolidate. Tesla is up 2.85, trending up. Amazon is up 1.68 and starting to trend a little bit down here. I would still call it consolidation, though, at this time until it breaks a trend. Cinemark is up 1.1% and trending up. Doge is up 0.42 and looks like it wants to try to break a downtrend, but it hasn't yet. Bitcoin is down 0.85 and definitely looks like it wants to break a downtrend, but is I would still call it a downtrend currently. GME is up 0.59 and trending slightly down. HYMC is up 2.34, consolidating. NCMI is up 1.12 and starting to have a slight trend up. Hood is up 1.7 and trending up. And AMC is up 5.46 and trending up. We're currently at $8.23. We did break past 8.14. A retest of 8.43 is a very strong possibility. Currently we have, let's see here. $1.9 million more outflow than inflow. 5.13 million shares traded so far. I'm kind of surprised that we're not on the list here. This is actually really, really shocking. So I'm going to tell you right now, guys. This means that institutions are pumping are actually doing the movement right now. So we didn't even make the top 30 list for most heavily traded orders in the stock market, right? But yet here we have 5.13 million shares traded by, 48 minutes into the trading day, which puts us on a pace for 41.68 million shares for the day-to-day. And, of course, it's always a much larger number in the morning, but we're used to seeing like 30, 35 by this time in the morning. So we're seeing more volume than usual but it's not coming from retail. So it's kind of an interesting thing to kind of observe. This is coming from somebody else. Somebody's force buying. And you can see that they're suppressing price. Elon would probably, I don't know. On a 4-hour chart, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure, with a divergence on the vortex indicator, a strong divergence on the vortex indicator, with an RSI of 59.17, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure, with a strong divergence of those. Well, I shouldn't say strong, because the buying pressure is not up high. But it's certainly way higher than the selling pressure, and RSI is at 71.35, signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 58.02, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 65.41, after having had multiple overbought periods of time. So, yeah. Ichimoto. Ichimoto on a 1-hour cloud. We have lagging line above price line, we have conversion above base, and we have price breaking through the red cloud. The cloud's only 2 days, suggesting only a 2-day period of time of upwards trending momentum, which could be defined by part of yesterday and today, which means that leading into Monday, we may see some downwards pressure, depending on where we finish the day out today. But as it stands right now, this is a very strong buy signal, especially if the next hour of trading is the candle's fully above the cloud here. It should signal for some strong potential swing trader buying pressure. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line above price line, and conversions getting about ready to cross base, and the next 4-hour candle, provided that the price is over $8.20, should be above the cloud, which would also be another very, very strong buy signal. Yeah, that's all I got. I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. You know what else was another takeaway from me? Thank you. It's funny because I was just going to kind of comment on this. The respect that Roaring Kitty got wasn't until a later date. He was actually very heavily discredited by quite a few in his comment section. And I know we have our occasional shills that show up in here, but for the most part, though, a lot of people are very, very respectful. And I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you. If you are one of those people who are respectful in the chat, thank you so much for being a respectful participant in the chat. If you want to say negative things about me, you're more than welcome to. The moderators have free reign in choosing what they are going to silence and what they're not going to silence. But I will never ever. You're welcome to say what you want to say about me. It doesn't really matter.
Sticks and a bullshit flag. You got everybody scared of you. I ain't fucking scared of you. They're all just scared. That's what it comes down to. A bunch of pussies and milk toast. You don't scare me one little bit.
I that was just one of the things that I kind of noticed was like he didn't get a whole lot of respect. A lot of people were calling him a nerd, and I mean there was really just
a lot of hate.
Yeah, he caught a lot of hate, and
caught a lot of hate. Yeah.
I don't feel that. So if you guys want to throw me a little more hate, you're more than welcome to. It drives me stronger. I've always mentioned that hitting that downvote button on here keeps me going stronger. I love getting downvotes because who cares? Screw
like being punished.
Screw the system. I don't care about the algorithms.
As far as Roaring Kitty's concerned, I'm sure that he struggles through his tears as the tears pour down his cheek. I'm sure it's hard for him to focus his eyes on his bank statement when it comes in.
I know, right? I mean, that's the ultimate win right there. Who cares?
All that his wounded ego, his wounded ego and his low self-esteem. It's It's hard for him to get past all that when he opens up that his bank statement looks like a family Bible. It's so thick when it comes.
Oh, son of a gun.
What else is thick?
Tendies asked me if I did my inversion table and I forgot to do it last night. You caught me. Bizarro World says I'm just here for the bacon grease. it was sausage, damn it. Just like Pony Boy, Javi, always golden. Just like the golden chick. Always golden. Do you guys have golden chicks in Florida? I didn't see any.
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Okay.
Is it a restaurant chain?
Yeah, it is. It's chicken, obviously. I mean, it would be actually kind of funny if they called it golden chicken. It was burgers. That would actually be really. That would actually. That's my kind of humor. I like that kind of stuff.
Closest we come is a Golden Corral, or as my family calls it, the Petri dish.
Oh, you know what? My late father-in-law really liked that place, and I couldn't. I just cannot stand going there. The food is all bland. I feel like if you want to, you got to salt it up like big time. And I feel like I just overeat on stuff that's not really going to make me full, like good full. It's all bad full. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of a crapshoot. I used to take some of my crews there because it was all you can eat. My boys could put down some groceries, if you know what I mean. So
yeah.
Periodically I would take them there as a treat for lunch, treat everybody for lunch, and they'd put a hurting on it. But they were looking for volume, not quantity. But yeah, it's always a crapshoot whether you're getting food that was cooked at the closing time the day before or whether it was prepared. But hey, what do you want? All you can eat for $8 or whatever.
Yeah. Have you ever? They used to have a place in California called Hungry Hunters. Now that's a great, like, if you want a food buffet, that's a great place to go. I don't know if they still have them or not. It's been forever since I've been there. When it's Attendees Plus Plus says, when is the last day of Q3, please and thank you. Everybody's saying it's this Saturday, the end of the month, but I don't think that's what it is. I think the reporting dates are different. And if you look to the one of the filings that came out was the annual report to security holders. Let me just check it real quick here, but if I had to guess, they probably already have the Q3 data in here. Let me just scroll down. Nope, they don't. It's just the annual report. Never mind. Maybe. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's not. Never mind. A lot of people have been saying that it's the end of tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day. But I don't know. I feel like I've worked at a lot of different companies where the work weeks were not exactly on with the normal standard days in a year. So I don't know. Let's just assume that it's tomorrow. I probably could, a quick Google search could probably figure it out. No, not exactly, Step. So the company is having a late annual report. So it's just late. That's all. 2022. Let me see if I can pull up something here real quick. I mean, this says September 30th, so let's just go with that. Let's just go with the end of this month. I know we don't have. I think it was the 8th of November is when our quarterly Q3 numbers are coming out when we're having our meeting. So that seems like a month's worth of time to compile the data for stuff that ends by today or tomorrow. I mean, would make sense. Yeah, I would say by the end of tomorrow. By the way, I'm just going to mention this. If you have gift cards, and I forgot to do this last night, that's why I'm mentioning it to you guys. If you're going to go to the movies, use those gift cards because those actually count against AMC. The money that's on those gift cards is money that they can't account as money that they've made, and it actually shows up against them. So if you have gift cards that have money on it, use those gift cards. That will absolutely help the company because it takes it out of a negative section and puts it into the positive revenue section. So it's a double win.
I've got some KC. In fact, I've got some very old gift cards, and I don't even know if they're even on the books or not. But I did email them once, and they said the cards could be something like reinstated or something. So I don't want to be taking away.
Yeah.
But I only want to take away from the existing liability of unearned revenue, kind of thing. Yeah. I think it's the same thing like the Taylor Swift stuff, right? It's like once those performances are shown, then that counts as earned revenue, I believe.
Yeah. Once it's used, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like it's like prepaid. It's like right now all the Taylor Swift sales are kind of like gift cards, and then once those shows start happening each day, and then it converts it to redeemed and recognized revenues. I think. Which
is part of the reason why they can't include the pre-sales as part of the Q3 numbers, which a lot of people I think were hoping for, but they're not going to show up until Q4.
Yes, sir.
Tech We Love says that probably applies to AMC points as well. I used some yesterday. I got my free drink and popcorn for my birthday. Wait, yesterday was your birthday, Tech We Love? Did you not tell me it was your birthday yesterday? What the hell, man? I thought we were friends.
So is that true about the Taylor Swift stuff? And the only reason I say that is because when you purchase them, it says you can't return.
The Taylor Swift pre-order purchases are not going to show up on Q3 numbers. No.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if they would, just because that was the first time I ever saw that it was non-refundable, and it gives you like a warning sign.
Mm-hmm. Ariel says.
Yeah, but
go ahead. Sorry.
It doesn't discount the fact if she gets hit by a bolt of lightning tomorrow and it never happens, then that's a whole different animal. So they can't show that as revenue until the entire transaction is completed.
Well, it's a movie, so.
That's true. Right. It's not live, right?
Yeah, it's not live.
But they haven't recorded it yet, have they? Aren't they? Aren't they still compiling it through her concerts? Well, it's already in the can.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I thought they were still compiling it from footage from her concerts that she's engaged in now. So I learned something. Thanks for teaching me that.
Is that Era's tour actually underway?
I think it's over. I think it's over.
Oh, it's over.
I don't know. Let me check and see.
I mean, Pirate, there could be some additional things they're tacking on to it.
It does say Saturday, November 23rd. Wait a minute. It says Friday, March 17th, 2023 to Saturday, November 23rd, 2024, but I think they may be including the European portion because I know she's not touring until 2024 on the. There's no way.
Daxter saying it was recorded over 3 days in LA.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're done filming.
Thank you, Daxter.
I think the reason they're counting it as the tour ending in November 23 or 2024 is because she's doing the European portion of the tour, which I find. I think it's kind of interesting that they're doing that because they're talking about doing the sales for the movie in overseas, and if she's going to be doing the European tour and the movie's going to come out first, people are going to have an opportunity to see the creation of the and part of the it's almost like getting like a really nice preview into the concert, so you know what's coming.
Have you seen these?
That's probably why she said initially only U.S.
Have you seen these?
Yucca, welcome. Good to have you.
I'm early. I am early. I'll see you in a little bit.
Dude, that's like you're like an. Did you just roll out of bed or something? Like what the hell?
Nah. I'm waiting for my daughter. She's in the bathroom. I want to take her to school, drop her off, and then I go to the shop.
I said you probably don't get up until about 9:40 my time, which would be 7:40 your time. So I'm assuming that means that you're up earlier than 7:40.
I'm up at 6.
6?
My time.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes earlier. Like today, I got up at 4 in the morning because I had that black cat come around knocking, asking for food.
Did you give him food?
Yeah, I did. I did give him food. He won't stop, or she won't stop.
Good. I'm just kidding. Black cat.
Yeah, Sammy Boy was talking about Beyonce being next, and I must admit I've seen a little bit of the rumor machine is running well in that regard with Beyonce possibly being the next one to sign up for AMC concerts.
Well, I hope Taylor makes a good chunk off it, and it does incentivize other people to do it. So that'd be awesome.
Casey, did you hear?
Go ahead.
Oh, so sorry. No, go ahead.
Well, the only thing I was going to say, I'll be brief, is that her boyfriend's like jerseys and all that revenue went up like 4x overnight. It's crazy. Anyways, go ahead.
That wasn't brief.
No, it was shirts, man. That was all shirts, not briefs.
Did you guys hear about that letter that leaked out about the JP Morgan? The guy that was trading and giving insider info with his Xbox?
I did hear about that, and ironically, I noticed this morning that the only red bank at one point was J.P. Morgan, which is only up 0.09% right now, with all the rest of the banks doing close to, a lot better. I'll just say. Thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know.
I know.
Sorry, say that again.
I know
Yucca?
we've said it many times in many ways, but
what was Yucca saying at the end there? I missed it. Yucca?
And he's gone.
All right, sorry. He's not gonna say. All right, go ahead, Pirate.
No. Go ahead. No, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Oh, you were saying something. I couldn't hear what it
mumbled.
was. What did you?
Yeah, I started mumbling.
What's in your mouth?
What's in your mouth?
Words.
Wow.
Wait, hold on.
No.
I'm not fast at this. I'm not fast at this board stuff here. I gotta find. Oh, here we go. All right, Pirate, your turn. Go.
No, I was just going to dogpile on the conversation with Taylor Swift, and it's been said many times in many ways, but I was watching some of the mainstream media, CNBC and what have you, in the financial news, and they did a nice little segment on Taylor Swift's financial impact. What Real Rugged was alluding to before, her financial impact to the stadium ticket sales, his merchandise, just all manner of things, and how it was such a big boon and a big a windfall for that. And it's just notable that there was never a mention of anything from any of them on how it would have the same effect for us. No, again, I would just like to point out the hypocrisy as far as their bias against us.
You get nothing. You lose.
Man, that's like one of my favorite quotes ever. I love it when he says that, the Gene Wilder version of the "you get nothing." Oh my god, it like strikes me like right in the core. It's like I literally feel like he's like super angry. I don't know what he did to like kind of like get himself
Good
into
day,
that.
sir.
Yeah, to get himself into that. Like he legitimately felt like I felt like he was angry, and to see somebody, a generally happy, fun person like that, to be that angry, it gives me
out,
yeah.
Post come down.
That's
After the come down, after the meds wear off, and you're like fiending, and yeah, that's how you get into that mindset.
Yeah.
I'd like to think he was just disappointed that his hopes and dreams were that he'd pass on the legacy of his chocolate factory to a person of pure heart, and that he failed to achieve that, and that was his anger was expressed.
I don't want to make this about me and Yucca, but we are going to meet up tomorrow.
Live stream.
So if you got Yucca, I'm thinking Cheesecake Factory at 5. What are you thinking?
That works.
And that
5
way,
your
if
time?
you got,
Wait.
no,
5 your
because
time
I'll
or
be in
my time.
Your time, because I'll be in Cali.
So 5 my time.
Yeah, I'll call you when we get into town. But if you guys are playing poker, then we'll live stream to the poker.
5, 6,
Are
7.
you gonna be wearing lipstick?
7 tomorrow. I might be busy.
You can't.
I will be.
You can't
easy
wear
to
white
pick
after
out.
Labor Day.
The real Hayden and myself will be wearing Raider jerseys, so we'll be easy to find.
Okay, I just wasn't sure because I usually ask somebody to wear lipstick just to make sure that I recognize.
No.
Yucca, wear a Chargers
No.
jersey.
That would be funny.
Oh man, I'm gonna get killed out here.
Wear a Chargers jersey. What are you talking about? They're in LA now. Oh no, they're in Las Vegas. That's right, they're in Las Vegas. Damn it.
Well, we're going to be neutral territory. We'll be at Redondo, and that's still cool, right? The one on Harbor Drive.
It don't matter.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
take
what we'll meet.
Wait,
I'll take a flight out there.
did San Diego move to LA or Las Vegas? I can't
to
remember.
get him a beat down.
No, I think it would be very sweet if two different factions came together and had a dinner together, and everybody would see that and be like, you know what, we don't have to fight, we can get along.
KC's that guy that wants him to wear the Crips headband and send him into a blood neighborhood. Just see what happens.
just wear this. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. Don't worry.
You can be a peacemaker. Yeah, you can be the one. You can be the one to bring everybody together.
I'm pretty sure Raiders jersey in Inglewood is a neutral sign.
Yeah, I'll probably be wearing my work gear attire, my shirt, my polo.
You always look well dressed for work, so that doesn't sound like a threat to me.
You can't wear white after Labor Day, so I suggest a sundress. I know Hayden likes girls in sundress.
Wow.
You can, Yucca, if you can get a sundress, you can probably get away with sandals still. I don't think he'll make you wear pumps or high heels, but a sundress with some cute flats would work well.
I don't know if you can go in with sandals inside a cheesecake.
Well,
What did you say?
So Yucca is going to meet the real Hayden, which is hilarious.
Why is that hilarious?
Oh, good.
You're going to get the real story about who Hayden really is.
Oh, nice. Don't tell me anything.
No,
There's going to be
save it for the dinner.
Moment of silence through the dinner.
Yeah, you should talk now, all you can, and then have just awkward silence.
Yucca.
For sure.
Yucca, I suggest you take a page out of the Project Veritas playbook. Take one of those voice activated tape recorders with you, and bring us back some gold, man.
Yeah, well, he doesn't even know what's going to happen yet. This is kind of his trip, so.
Oh, we're gonna get high?
No.
Oh my God.
Yucca, slip him some shrooms.
No. I'm gonna spice his drink.
Yeah, spike his drink. That's a good idea.
This is the bedroom voice because I just woke up in Chicago.
You gotta turn off those swamp coolers because they make you sound a little stuffy.
Yeah.
Yeah, swamp coolers. Yeah.
They always have
Yeah,
swamp
I didn't
coolers
wanna
in
step
hotels.
outside of, it's Chicago. The last thing I was going to do was step out of the hotel room.
Mm-hmm.
This place is murder capital.
Yeah, DC ain't any better.
No, I got to go there later.
Ooh.
But yeah, I'll give you a holler when we roll into town tomorrow.
That sounds good.
And I actually could still find the DM. I didn't realize what an idiot I am on this Discord stuff.
Hey,
Gotta kill
Casey,
all that.
when the stream's not on and stuff, can you do the soundboard on your own to practice these things? Because I don't know what half these sounds are.
I think it gives
There's no one in there.
It gives a little description on them, what they are, kind of, sort of. Like, it's enough to, like, get you, like, to, you know, it kind of gives you a clue.
Yeah.
Where's my money, bitch?
You know, like, I mean, I'm sure you can figure out this one.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
You can play with it after hours. I mean, it's up all the time. You can...
Yeah, I gotta do that I gotta get as efficient as you guys.
The back of the big tramp's like Viagra. It's up all the time.
Oh, Hayden's gone.
Uh-oh. Did we lose him?
No, I'm here.
Oh.
Yucca, are you guys going to do the paper, scissors, rock to see who picks up the lunch ticket?
We're gonna send Casey the bill.
Oh, excellent.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah,
He's probably got a tab there. You can probably just put it on his tab.
Yeah, make sure you tell him.
Super chats I sent him.
Make sure you tell him Casey Shaw sent me. He said he's got it all covered. And then just walk out.
What's up, guys?
I'm gonna get up and then walk out when Hayden. I'm gonna say I'll be back, Hayden. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I won't come back.
Oh man! Oh, you would go down in history as a legend if you could pull that off, man. Nothing would be better.
Oh, that's terrible. Don't do that.
Oh, that's horrible. Yeah,
that's horrible.
Then Hayden's gonna be like, "I'll go with you."
Yucca doesn't strike me as that kind of guy.
Cheesecake Factory a bunch of times, so they know my they know my face. They'll be like, "Hey, wait a minute, aren't you that airline guy?" No, that's the other guy.
Come on, Yucca, we're pulling for you now. If you don't order the biggest steak on the menu and the most expensive entree, and then
bottle wine
dash on Hayden, I'll never look at you the same again.
Oh no! Now Hayden's gonna get suspicious. Now he's gonna be like, "Why'd you order that?"
Oh yeah, man. Come on, man.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you order.
You got some pirate in you.
It doesn't matter.
Move up there ever was.
It doesn't matter what you order now. He's going to be wondering.
Oh no! Yucca's driving down there, so I planned on buying.
What I missed? Yucca and Hayden are going on a date.
Danny, you have no room to be jealous. you have no room to talk, sir. Bud Light.
I think Fu might be jealous.
Hey,
come on!
To keep things fair and balanced, and show you that I'm not biased towards either one of you, it would serve you well when the waitress comes up. Just have her give him a child's menu. So you can hedge.
Oh no!
2 adults and 1 kid, please. The kid will be here in a bit.
Yeah. You and your son the adult menu, and when you point to Yuck and just
I'm gonna
he'll be ordering off the child's menu.
I'm gonna
just go ahead and order him the chicken fingers, chicken fingers and fries off the kid's menu.
Make sure you have a booster seat delivered. Actually, make it 2 booster seats. He needs 1 for each cheek.
Oh my god!
If I work this right,
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I work, originally I was hoping that Casey and I were going to have some barbecue in Austin that one layover. So we're going to start out with Yucca, and we're going to work our way all through the Discord, So I gotta bid these cities where everyone's at.
I don't know. It seems that you get around, Hayden.
A little slut.
Yucca.
I'm no
Yucca,
diva.
just make sure you tell the waitress it's your birthday. We know it's not, but just you get one of those free cakes too. So I have no respect for you if you don't lie and tell them it's your birthday. Make them come out and sing and clap and all of that shit.
That's what Yucca needs to say about
Pirate's
Hayden.
making you.
What's that?
That Yucca needs, like when Hayden excuses himself to use the restroom, that's what Yucca needs to do, is whisper to the. What you do, Yucca, is you whisper this to the concierge at the front. How they have, I don't know what they call those people, the greeter at the front. Yeah, the greeter at the front.
Yeah.
Make sure you tell them, say like, hey, look, just watch where I go to sit down at. The guy at that table's got a birthday. Could you let my waitress know?
Yeah, exactly. Yep, for real, man. Yeah, you want the full thing: the singing, the clapping, the hats, the candle sparklers, all that shit.
Why are you guys ruining that for me? I mean, I already have a cake. I'm thinking balloons. I'm gonna get there before he gets there. And I'm trying to find a pony.
Yucca, you should try to pay and just pull out like your Blockbuster card.
I am.
Well, no, but you tell her when you whisper it in her ear that just say, "Listen, spare no expense. Just add it to my ticket," and then you stick him with the bill, and he's got to pay for it as well.
Hey, Roaring Kitty's here. I feel like I need to ask him a question. Hold on a second here. I'm going to ask him a question that maybe only he remembers. We'll see if Roaring Kitty gets this.
All right, this should be good.
Roaring Kitty, what kind of beer is your favorite beer?
Oh, this is we get the bona fides here. We're going to find out if he's the real deal.
Impasta, or
at least if he's done his homework.
Yeah.
If he goes with Bud Light,
If he's any good at his trade craft, he'll have his backstory down. He should know at least the basics. If he's going to be an impersonator, he's got to at least know the basics.
Pro Driller says Bud Light. No, that is not his favorite beer. Well, regardless of whether
it a can.
Wasn't it a can? No, I don't.
Canned beer.
No, he was pouring them from.
I know he was.
Okay.
But the movie. Did you see the movie yet?
I did last night.
So today's trivia, right? On that movie.
No. It's Monday.
Oh, yucca.
Monday. He's getting late here. I mean, he just won't give the guy a chance. He woke up a little while ago, and he's
that guy that comes in. Yucca's that guy that comes in at noon and says, "What was the song this morning?"
He came in a little late. That's all right.
Roaring Kitty strikes me as like a Pabst Blue Ribbon type of beer guy.
You all, I think.
Is it in the movie? Do they show it in the movie? His favorite beer?
Kind of, but it's kind of. It's BS.
You guys might be able to do this, but I can't. You can click on his. You should be able to click on his icon, and then be able to go to his channel from the comment section.
He said he's responded. He said odd otter.
Nah, he only has 4 subscribers. This guy. That can't be him.
Wait. Hold on a second here.
Swisher. Come on, Swisher 3188. We didn't get a Roaring Kitty. We got a bouncing titty. That's what Tendy's put earlier.
That is the wrong answer. He prefers he prefers Belgian beers, particularly Delirium Tremens.
No, don't tell him the answer. Now we're gonna have another guy come in and act like him.
Well, we'll have a new question for him.
That's all right. That's okay.
By the way, that Delirium beer, I don't know if people know about it, but it has it looks like a Christmassy, elephant or whatever on the front. And I remember at Target, they had the beer, and it was a Christmas time after Christmas, and they had the 90% off. And I remember going up, and they would scan it and it didn't ring. It rung up full price. And I go, hey, that's a Christmas item. And they gave it to me for 90% off. I was like, I felt like I got a steal.
Oh, that's pirate shit there.
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't bad. It was my first time trying it. I liked it.
Doug, you're copying and pasting the same stuff like over and over. I don't know what the deal is, but we
He's
can't.
sick. He's got a half a bottle of NyQuil in him, probably some antihistamines and some Sudafed. And on top of that, some of his prescription meds. He's probably zooming through the atmosphere right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't send us files from your that were messaged to you through your phone.
Discord.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work that way, unfortunately. But regardless of whether or not Roaring Kitty is the right Roaring Kitty or not, it's still fun to see the name, one way or the other. It was a good movie, man.
Yep.
Good movie. I felt
imitation is the fondest form of flattery.
Oh yeah, I felt very. I'll tell you what, man. I don't ever expect that I would get summoned to be to talk before Congress at all. That's a far-fetched. I mean, somebody like AMC Bigums or somebody else like that would probably be called way sooner than I would.
Stomp on our dreams.
Yeah,
don't stomp on our dreams. Let us have our dreams.
But I'll tell you what though. I got a major frog in my throat as I was watching that scene, as I saw him preparing to have to speak. And I was just sitting there going like, holy shit. It suddenly got really real. I guess for me, it became really real at that point when at that point in the movie where he had to testify, and I was just sitting there going like, oh shit. That shit gets real quick. real quick.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't.
It's not a joke anymore.
No. The idea of going in dressed up as bananas and all that kind of bullshit, it doesn't really seem like it. It doesn't quite feel the same when you feel like you're up and in it. It changes.
So you're telling us if you have to go in front of Congress, you're not going to bring the Bob Ross doll and
I don't know I don't know, man. I don't know what
Bob Ross quote.
If I had to testify,
Casey,
you
have to bring the Bob Ross.
The bobblehead Ross has to go with me.
It has to come. Yep.
Yeah. You know what I would do is one of the things I already I have decided is that I would forcibly request that each senator or congressperson would tell me as they introduced themselves and they were going to speak to me that they would in my opening statements I would ask that they tell me what their first movie was that they ever saw, because I would want the impact. I would want the impact of them telling everybody or them remembering what it was like for them to go to their first movie. Before every single one of them comes into question, I want them to think about what it is that they saw as a child, how they had memories of movie theaters.
Casey, I revisited that. We had such a good time, fun talking about how we'd make such a circus out of going, and I reflected on the fact that you said, it's an institution and the respect for a building that has the most powerful people in the world convened in it, and I thought, he's right on that, but I took it a different direction. Do you remember the effect, how viral it went when the coal miner showed up to his kid's basketball game covered in coal dust? It was such a powerful statement that he didn't even have time to take a shower. He just came straight from work. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, but
I'm not.
It did
what
go
is that?
viral, and I thought, well, it went viral. There was a guy who he'd come out of a coal mine, and he had on his uniform, his hat with his lantern on the top, and he was covered in coal dust from head to toe, and he went straight to see his little girl play, I don't know, cheerleader or basketball or whatever. And it was an instant snapshot of the commentary of the working man who just comes straight from slaving away, literally in the coal mines and it took off. So maybe it wasn't as viral as I thought. But in keeping with that, I thought, as opposed to going in with the clownery and all that, you could just have your entourage show up in work attire. One guy dressed as a UPS driver, one guy dressed as a coal miner, one guy dressed as a construction guy with his work belt on and his hammer, in an effort to display the common man thing, not the suit and tie, not the upper level muckety mucks, just come in with each person having on, I guess, quote unquote, a costume that represented a working man. And I thought that could send a powerful message.
Yeah.
I'll walk in with a pencil and apple.
So an airline pilot could be a working man.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
absolutely.
Yes, exactly.
All
I'm
walks
just
of
saying,
life.
as a way to have an impact. As a way to have an impact visually, without turning it into the circus-like atmosphere. Although I would participate in a heartbeat in the whole circus thing, but to have the most impact, to show up like that, and
What?
If you could have half a dozen men or women show up, and it would have to be, it'd have to make it pretty obvious. You wouldn't want people to have to think too hard. They need to look at the guy and say, "Man, that guy's a coal miner." That's who they're fucking over here.
For those of you who saw the movie Dumb Money already, did you happen to remember or catch what campus the girls who were invested in GameStop went to?
No, I didn't catch that.
I'm curious.
I'd guess and say it had to be California. It'd be
Nope.
like a college campus in California. No.
Nope.
Give us a hint. Is it Ivy? Is it Ivy League?
It's
Is it Ivy League?
it's near where I live. It's very, very near where I live. It's not part of the
Texas
movie trivia
Aggies.
for Monday.
Okay. You already have your trivia?
I do. I have it
Texas
all.
A&M?
No.
Okay.
Not Texas A&M. I actually didn't catch it. My wife caught it, and I was like, "Oh shit! I didn't even realize that was." I was like, I didn't even see it.
University of Texas.
Yep, it was. It was University of Texas, UT. I was surprised. I was like, "Oh shit! No kidding."
That's cool.
I was crying during the movie. I learned some stuff that I didn't know. So.
Yep.
Really?
I had some. I definitely had some moisture around my eyes. Yeah. Yep.
Really?
Yep. Yeah. That stuff will come out later.
That's a sign of commitment.
Yeah. It is. Look at this, guys. Would you happen to know? Speaking of crying. All right.
Sold.
Yeah, that's good. It's numbers time. So let's do it. What do you guys say? Should we do this?
Game on.
All right, let's do it. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I actually already have. And let's take a look at some of the numbers here. Starting with off exchange. Give me 1 second. Still moving a couple pages around. All right. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We currently have 54.82% going through off exchange, EDGX at 15.5. The EDGX is really high today. I'm surprised. That means that there's, for those of you who don't know, that's an options exchange. So there's a lot of options being traded currently, at least volume in options being traded right now. But those numbers are about 10.32% higher than what I would expect them to be by this time of the day normally. CHX volume is 574 shares, nothing unusually large going on there. GME's CHX volume for the day today is at 652 shares, not a whole lot going through there as well. As I mentioned before, I kind of want to see those stay as low as possible for as long as possible, as that means failure to delivers are stacking. Taking a look at borrowed shares for the day today. Ortex is reporting a return of 22,000 shares so far for the day. We had 153,000 borrowed an hour ago. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop slightly to 11.18%. Cost per is at 1.04, average is 1.04, max 14.39. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.25 million shares. That's 890,000 shares less on loan today or more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated about 336,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been an $8 strike, where we had 4.8 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day. It is now a 10.7 thousand contracts and a very close runner-up on $8.50 strikes, being the highest amount of volume. On puts, highest amount of volume is an $8 strike. That's up 50 cents from an hour ago. With 1,000 contracts at 7.5, it's now 5.1 thousand contracts at 8. The market is insinuating a closing price somewhere around $8 by the end of the day today. We'll see how that ends up turning out. But currently we're looking at MMRI. MMRI earlier this morning was 298.31. It's now 298.53. Let me write that down. And yeah, so pretty close. Hasn't really changed a whole lot since the last hour. I am waiting to see a retraction on that on those numbers to potentially tell me that there may be a market failure coming. And let's see here how GME and AMC are doing on our list of most heavily traded stocks based off of orders on Fidelity. Okay, so there's a little bit of a problem on our buy side this morning with price moving up like it was. We have 43.72% buys to 56.28% sales. We're not on the buy side here on this move up that we had, which is potentially part of the reason why we may be seeing price coming back down a little bit. And then GME's got 69.65% buys to 30.35% sales. I wrote down a comment. I started to write down a comment that was in the movie, and I didn't. I was going to use it for a question. I was like, nah, it's too controversial. But it was something about along the lines of like those of you who are, if you're here to sell my stock, F you, or something along those lines. I was like, yeah, screw those guys. It was like, if you're here to make money on my stock, I think that's what it was. Screw you. Let's see here. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $7.01. Shares available to borrow showing up at 1.7 million. That has changed a little bit since they returned earlier. They did borrow another 100,000 within the last hour. So we're looking at a total of about 2.85 million shares borrowed so far for the day today, according to IBKR. ETFs are definitely being returned right now. NASDAQ is up 0.9, Dow Jones is up 0.01, S&P 500 is up 0.39. We have 3,706 advancers to 2,276 decliners. The market is less advancing now than it was an hour ago. Biggest bank movers for the day today. We have, I'm just going to read off anything in plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We have Silvergate up 4.55. PacWest is up 3.22. Western Alliance up 3.49. Let's see what else we have. Zion Bank is up 3.95. Starting to see some red banks here. JP Morgan definitely one of them. And that's about it. Those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic for the day today is up 0.68 and trending up. Actually, right now it's kind of consolidating a little bit after a trend up. The US dollar is currently down 0.17 and trending up. Oil is down 1.46 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.11 to 0.19 but trending down. SPY is up 0.39 and trending down. VIX is down 7.5 and hovering right around 16 right now and currently trending, consolidating. VBR is up 0.19 and consolidating but starting a trend down. VB is up 0.37 and trending down. Tesla is up 2.69 and consolidating with a very slight trend down right now. Amazon is up 1.93 and starting is on a trend upwards. Cinemark is up 1.29 and consolidating. Doge is up 0.74 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.6, consolidating. GME is down 0.3 and trending down. HYMC is up 3.16 and trending up. NCMI is up 1.57 and trending up. Hood is up 1.45 and consolidating. And AMC is up 1.99 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately $5 million more outflow than inflow. 9.44 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 98 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 37.56 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure that are RSI at 53.61, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.18, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.91, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 15 minutes, RSI at 42.03, which is below average. Looks like we got some news being reported for AMC. Probably nothing good. It never is. Let's see what it says here. Think about trading options or stocks, and any of these, question mark, and I don't care. I don't care. With that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Roseanne says, "Wow, the price changed quickly." It sure did. We're seeing a lot of volatility right now. Looks like Z-Wade's got some suggestions. He says, "I know Pirate laugh aloud. I was just making funnies. We don't have enough briefcases of money to influence the committee. The theatrics would be fun. Suits would be fake. The work uniform is a statement. Add a sign that says, we aren't dumb. We're middle class."
Yep, I like it. Oh.
Yeah. We do have a lot of numbers in for the day today. We've got the pending home sales, by the way, yesterday. This is a big one. Here we go. Listen up to this. I said it all backwards. They were the last previous pending home sales were up 0.9%, and they were expecting a decrease by 1% this time, and got negative 7.1. So quite a big drastic difference than what they were anticipating. Pending home sales went way down. Personal income was forecasted up 0.2. They were expecting a 0.4% increase, and they got 0.4. Personal actually, I'm gonna PC index 0.2 is what it was before. It rose to 0.4, but core PCE index was 0.2, and they were expecting a drop to they were expecting it to stay at 0.2. It dropped to 0.1. I kind of want to read this here real quick. Give me 1 second while I pull this up. The cost of goods and services rose a sharp 4%. I think I meant to say 0.04 in August. The biggest increase in 7 months. Maybe it is 4%. 4% in August, the biggest increase in 7 months, mostly because of higher gas prices, but inflation more broadly continued to slow. The increase in so-called PCE price index over the past year climbed to 3.5 from 3.4%. The government said Friday the price gauge is the Federal Reserve's preferred measure of inflation. The core PCE rate of inflation, however, rose a soft 0.1% last month. Economists polled the Wall Street Journal had forecasted a 0.2% increase. Before the report, the Dow Jones Industrial who cares? We know what's been happening with that. Never mind. There's that. And then, let's see here. Advanced U.S. trade balance in goods was down 90.9% billion, or 90.9 billion. There was no estimates. It's down 84.3 billion, which is an improvement. Advanced retail inventories. Here's an interesting number. Advanced retail inventories was last reported at 0.2%. It's now 1.1%, which means inventories are starting to build. Let me pull up this article real quick. That's never a good thing. Just in time is usually the preferred method for holding of inventory, or at least probably one of the best known methods for holding of inventory. And so when you see buildup of goods holding up in businesses, then it's usually stockpiling, and that's never a good thing for efficiency. The nation's trading deficit in goods dropped 7.3% in August to $84.3 billion, reflecting in part a decline in consumer imports such as the new iPhone. The trade gap in goods slipped from $90.9 billion in July, Census Bureau figures show. An advanced estimate of wholesale inventories, meanwhile, showed a... Wait a minute, hold on a second here. This is not what I wanted to read. This is like not at all what I wanted to read. Hold up, I clicked on the wrong one. No, I did click on the right one. They're talking about multiple issues here. Let me scroll down to see where I can find the... You know what? They don't talk about it. The report doesn't talk anything about rising inventories. Interesting. I'm not sure why they're not talking about it. Yeah, I don't know. Well, anyways, those are the numbers. Pirate, you deleted your message already. I didn't even get a chance to read what it said. You keep deleting all your stuff.
Oh, it just said no. That was the bomb. Had a little picture of a bomb emoji. It was nothing earth-shattering.
I don't think I said good morning to everybody. So Mr. E, Censored Content, Drunner, Rex, Rugged, Pirate, Hayden, Tech We Love, Thorbladed, and Yucca, good morning to you all. Hope you guys are having a good morning. Somebody,
Good morning to you, Casey.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And good afternoon.
Whatever time it may be for you.
I catch a lot of shit, KC, from from deleting all of my stuff. Drives Mrs. Pirate absolutely mad. But it's like I tell everybody, man. I'm here for the live viewers, the live participants. If they wish to avail themselves of of my genius, they need to read it in real time, or it's lost to the ages.
You don't want to go down in the history books.
Oh, I do.
Oh, okay.
I think you have more than your fair share of recorded commentary from my foolish ass.
Oh, yes. There will be...
I'm certain of it.
If there was a dumber money movie made, my hopes would be by far that something like this would happen.
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
He came through in double.
I guess
somebody else was thinking.
If that's my legacy. If that's my legacy, I'll have to live with it, I guess.
It's all of our legacies. I mean, come on, man. I got to live with the big tramps, so.
I wouldn't have it. I would. It's somewhat frightening to me that of all the wonderful adventures I've participated in, this is going to be my crowning achievement. It's a strange thing for me.
What a world we live in, that things would turn the way that they do, right? Like, I never thought I would have a Twitter account.
Yeah, I never saw it coming. Never saw it coming.
Yeah, I had no desire to have a Twitter account whatsoever. None. I don't even...
It makes me think of that saying, that popular saying of, if you want to hear God laugh, just tell him your plans.
Like that.
Yep.
Yeah. How did I not like this picture? I'm liking it. There we go. I was just looking at Frank Lehman's picture again on Twitter, and I didn't like it. Definitely got to like now.
Yeah, I like that. I think Rex posted one in Discord.
Yeah,
that was pretty funny.
That was pretty funny too. So far, the going bid is Nana for $25 for a Rex. Apparently, there's been an open bidding market for the day today, and he's been bid up to $25. We have no idea what she's getting for $25, but other than a Rex.
Just take a quiet moment and think of the confluence of events that have to the recipe that has to come together to make a relatively sane man from Ohio gather crayons and bananas and go out and find a cage to take a picture of himself pretending to be retarded behind it. I mean,
regarded.
I'm sorry, my bad. Regarded. And what world does that recipe come together? Just think of all the links in the chain that have to happen for it to end in that moment in time.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it because it's a big thumb.
It says so much, man. It says so much, man. If you can make your brain hurt if you start thinking.
It makes me think of like Italians when they do that thing where they kind of like they push their hand underneath their chin. It's like that to like normalcy.
Yeah, the fugazi. Yeah, forget about it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a hand sign. That's a hand signal for fuck you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a big F you to norms in the world around us, and just the sheer craziness of the world around us as well.
Enormous cock.
Man, there's so many things I want to say about the movie. I can't say. I want to talk about the movie, but I feel like there's plenty of people that haven't seen it yet, so it's like I don't want to say too many things. I guess we'll have some of the big spoilers coming out on Monday though, because we're definitely doing the quiz on Monday. So y'all better see the movie this weekend, or else don't listen to the back half of the live stream on Monday.
But did you feel like the movie was a little rushed? Like
I said, I left wanting more details.
Yeah.
But at the same time, though, I don't think that movie would be as good as it was if they had them. So it was the right amount.
I mean, come on. I'm sure there's stuff they added, but we know the story. Like, everyone knows, what happened. I don't think there's really any big spoilers, are there?
There was one thing in there that happened that I didn't realize that was a new thing for me, and I'm trying to remember what it was off the top of my head, and I can't think of it. It'll come to me later, I'm sure. But well, see, again, another spoiler for me, and I feel like I can't
Just
say.
say spoiler alert so people.
Spoiler alert.
Cover their ears.
Okay, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert in 5 seconds here. 5,
Ear muffs.
4, 3, 2. It'll be a 1 minute spoiler if you're listening. Okay, here we. His sister dying.
There you go.
I had no clue. I didn't know anything. I didn't even know he had a kid. Did you know that? I didn't know that. I had no clue.
No.
All right, that's
those two. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Spoiler alert gone for everybody who's listening. Those were.
That's probably what brought me to tears too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's expand on that and let's spoil the whole movie.
No, no. I put in spoiler alert over. I just put it in there. No more. But it's just kind of one of those. It's one of those things where it's like when you find out something like that, you're like, oh shit, those are the kind of details that I kind of wanted to know more about. Some of those like private details that I think are just kind of like really intimate, I guess, with the characters. But I wanted them from like a data side. So
Yeah,
Well, you can rest assured. You can rest assured he's been approached by publishers to do a book. Almost
Yeah.
certain of it. Yeah, it's just the way these things work.
Hey, Casey, have you read his
no,
his testimony?
no. I watched it.
I googled it, so you can look it up, and it has a lot of the stuff in the movie and everything.
Yeah, I watched it way long time ago.
I didn't know his friend was addicted to coke. Sorry, spoiler alert. His friend
or his
Montana.
the one in the one in the very beginning of the movie, that friend.
Yeah, and I didn't know they had a shootout.
Oh, I didn't
over the coke.
I didn't hear about that part.
Is that Scarface? Oh man, I'm sorry.
I was like, I don't know anything about what you're talking about.
Cocaine.
You know, Joe Pounce put a thing in chat that said stay for the end credits.
Oh, damn it. I didn't stay for the end credits.
Character flaws more than most. Believe me, I'm a very flawed man, but lying is not my thing. And I would be lying if I didn't tell you I have a fantasy about seeing all of these names in chat, rolling through credits. You know, just the names. If they would come out with a dumber movie that included the AMC move, and just to see all the wonderful personalities that are represented every day in chat, I would be lying if I didn't say I have a fantasy about seeing those at the end of a credit and rolling credits at the end of a movie.
They listed.
It'd be cool if you had Casey. It'd be cool if you had rolling credits at the end of your stream of everybody that showed.
I actually already have that as kind of a thought process. So yeah.
Wow. Okay.
A
spoiler alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert, man. Don't tell me how I'm supposed to end my own live stream. I've got plans.
Are you gonna put like
You're not the boss of me.
I have plans. I have plans. I don't do this for freaking 2 years and not have plans about how I'm gonna end things. You think these kind of things through a little. You have time.
So I didn't see the end credits. So on Monday, whoever sees the end credits, let us know.
Yeah, I didn't see them either. We were walking out of the movie theater. I missed
Is the happy ending part of the listed price, or do you got to tip extra for the happy ending?
That can cost you extra.
Magmillion, it was Dumb Money. Dumb Money is the movie we're talking about.
So there's no post-credit scene after Dumb Money? We don't have to stay?
No, somebody said there is. I just didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Joe Pounce said to stay for the end credits. No.
Real quickly, Billy says, Casey, does the movie focus on just the January 2021 run-up? It does primarily, yes. But it does have a little bit of the aftermath as well. And then also, I want to do a shout out to well, actually, I can't. I don't want to spoil it, but there were 2 different Reddit user file names that were given. One was the brother of Roaring Kitty, and the other one was a nurse. And believe it or not, as soon as I got home, I went and looked up the nurse's profile. The profile was created on the 26th of January in 2021. Now, in the movie, she was a Reddit user of Wall Street Bets long prior to the squeeze, which would have been obviously well before January 26, 2021. So I doubt it's her profile, but I did send a DM to that profile and said, I hold for you.
Good for you.
And then
maybe you're not as big an asshole as we always thought.
And if she files a police report, did she file a restraining order?
Did she file a restraining? No, not that I'm aware of yet.
Wondering, what is he holding? What is he holding?
These nuts.
Let's see here.
Well, it's a given that in any movie you have to make allowance for a certain amount of artistic license. I mean, it has to entertain, and even the movies that are based on fact, they say based for a reason, that You have to allow for that to occur.
Yeah, I'm surprised. One of the characters from the news that promotes. Oh man, I don't want to spoil it. Forget it.
Just say spoiler alert and give them 5 seconds.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, come on.
Oh wait, hold it. Let's put it in the chat here. Here, spoiler.
Just spoil me.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. You
By
got
the
to
way,
put the
I
time
haven't
length.
seen it,
You
but
got
I don't
to have a spoiler alert, and then you have to add a time length, and then they can mute their microphone.
Spoiler alert. Are we ready?
Yeah, but everybody make sure you hit live first on so that if you do mute and then you come back on, you're not. Well, actually, it should be okay. Never mind. Go ahead. Go.
But if they're not live, they won't know to hit live.
Right. Yeah.
I
So
didn't see Kramer in there.
he was in there for sure.
He was in there?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But not. Yeah. It was very brief though. But yeah, he was in there.
I was in the space call with the director or whatever they had yesterday, and someone said, "Hey, I wish they had Kramer saying that line, on whatever show, like, who the hell is Roaring Kitty?" That would have been funny.
Yeah.
I heard that wasn't in there.
Do you guys remember when some guy called in to the show, Kramer's? You know how he has the show, and he was clowning him. He's like, "Yeah, I just bought more at GME shares."
Yeah, there was a few of those. There was
Mad Money. That's the show.
There was no less than probably 3 or 4 of those.
All right, I'm gonna hit.
Hey, he would just get pissed.
I'm gonna hit spoiler alert, and is over. So no more spoilers.
Spoiler alert for the rest of the day.
No. That'll be Monday. Monday. You go see the movie this weekend, and you won't have to worry about spoiler alerts.
Won't have to worry about spoilers. Yeah.
So here's the deal. One of the parts that I thought was great was there was a part where somebody was going to go buy shares, and they were like trying to decide whether they were going to do it or not, and then they just did it. My wife, I think she went yeah and started clapping. I was like yes. It was really cool. I was like, it was fun. It was fun seeing her get excited about it. I was like, yeah.
Hey, C, can you reference the call legal department and ask them for the KC stream? What is the protocol for spoiler alerts? Do you have 2 weeks to see the movie before we can speak freely about it? What's the time frame before you can say, listen, you should have seen the movie by now? So
I mean, the official release weekend is supposed to be this weekend, so I don't know.
10 days afterwards, we can talk freely.
I mean, I'm doing movie trivia on Monday, and I do feel like there might be some spoiler alerts in that. So if you don't see it this weekend,
there you go.
There could be some spoiler alerts coming next week.
Keep up or be left behind.
Well, here's the spoiler alert. GME ended up squeezing.
What is this? Is this like? Are you trying to tell me the Titanic? Next thing you'll know, you're going to tell me the Titanic sunk or something, and they're making a new movie.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
See, he just told everybody GameStop went to $500 a share. Thanks, man. Thanks a lot.
Spoiler alert. GME has a new CEO.
Oh man!
Spoiler alert! That might have not been the real Titanic. Just kidding. By the way, I said director was actually the author of the book that had the space call yesterday.
Yeah,
right? I believe that's
it was. Yeah, it was the author, Ben. Did you listen to it?
I listened to maybe 45 minutes of it. So
was it the first part, last part?
I jumped in kind of late.
Late, okay.
I think it was towards the end.
How was it? Did you like it?
It was good. Yeah, the guy, he was for retail, and he, they kept telling him, hey, you should do an AMC movie and this and that. But he it's still playing out. But he was just saying how he got all the info, and it was during COVID, and it was kind of incredible that he was able to put this all together during that time. Because you couldn't really meet with people in person. So
right.
Yeah. It's almost a certainty that if our hopes are come to fruition and this thing squeezes and we see abundance of profit from it, anyone who went online in any way or fashion who was supportive or promoted this, they will be viewed and portrayed as heroes and on the right side of history. But on the outside chance, however small it is, that we are not, and they somehow or another wiggle off the hook and we lose, those very same people will be portrayed as the ones who cost people money and influence people to involve themselves in something that was a loser. So you got to give them credit for it. Anyone who's gone out on a limb here and planted their flag for all of history, they deserve any accolades that come their way because there's a certain amount of risk that comes with that. I think it's a noble thing.
You know, Roadster Guy's here, and Roadster Guy, I hope you don't mind me throwing you kind of under the bus, underneath the Tesla, so to speak. But he was a part of the first round with GME, so he was a part of that, and that's I think that's kind of cool. I know that there are people. Yeah, I know there's people among us who were a part of that, and many people who are a part of that, and that you just don't know it because they don't advertise it, but they are here listening and watching. And the only reason I throw Roadster Guy under the Tesla is because he's been open about it, and I don't think he has too much of a problem with me saying that. But it's there are people out there, and they know what's going on, and they're aware. They are very, very well aware of what's happening, and they're ready for a round 2 fight. So,
cheers to you, Roaster.
Worth noting, Roaster and a couple others, William. They're putting that we got the Battle of 801 right now, so it is like deja vu for those that have been in this play that long.
Tendies Plus Plus says, Casey, we need a Super Tramp strain on weed post Moas. Maybe we can make that happen. Tammy says, Casey, I was there on Robin Hood when they took away my buy button, fuckers. I don't think I've ever heard you swear before, Tammy, but it makes me. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. I read it out loud.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, watching the movie, I wanted to just, I was shaking my head and I was going, you bastard. I think I might have even said, you bastards, under my breath. I didn't want to yell it out, but I knew, it made me angry. I was like, you bastards. Seeing all the people that were panicking when they saw the buy button getting taken away and then not being able to see Roaring Kitty talking. And it was just, they really kind of hit retail with a 1-2 punch, kind of catching a lot of people off guard to try and get them to sell. My entry
overall
into GameStop was right after the buy. As soon as the buy button was returned is when I actually made my entry into GameStop. Sorry, go ahead, Pirate. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all good. I just my by far the best description or comparison to me is the curtain being pulled back on the Wizard of Oz. I mean, all of us remember that wonderful show as children, and how that was always revealed. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, pulling the levers, and it's just, to me, that encapsulates so very much of this entire thing. It's top of my list for memes.
Yep. Give me 1 second here. I'm looking to see if I've got any new news to announce.
We have plenty of seconds to give.
Mm, 2 hours ago, that is not part of us. 24 minutes ago, that's not part of us. This says this is a Wicked Local. Is the name of the wickedlocal.com. I'm not sure. It looks like it might be a Massachusetts kind of like Gazette or something like that along those lines. And they posted something just a little while ago here, like 5:21 a.m. this morning. They said Taylor Swift movie will be released in Massachusetts on October 13th. Tickets are going fast. It's set to be a gigantic cinema experience. The new movie from pop star Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, is set to premiere on AMC theaters in Massachusetts and around the country on October 13th. Ticket sales opened for the film earlier this month, and according to USA Today, some eager fans waited up to 20 minutes to purchase a ticket online. Shows are already sold out in many AMC theaters, according to the theater's website. Oh man, hiccups. After conquering the live music industry, the 30-year-old pop star now is boosting the flagging fortunes of the movie theater business, which has yet to recover from 1-2 punches of the coronavirus and streaming habits. The USA Today report states, John Vincent, principal owner of Wellfleet Cinemas and also a president of the United Drive-In Theater Owners Association, said his Wellfleet Cinema has 4 screens that has not sold out any of their showings yet. We are on Cape Cod, so there's a lot less people here during the winter, but we are getting some really robust advance sales on tickets, he told the Wicked Local regarding the concert film. He said his peers in the drive-in business are also seeing heavy advance sales. Oh man, that's kind of cool. Not very many places have drive-in theaters anymore, but the idea that they would have the movie concert in a drive-in theater kind of is neat. He said his peers. Oh wait. A lot of times drive-ins can fit 1,000 people or more when all is said and done. So I think a lot of people will be able to see the movie. Vincent said he added that the drive-in he runs, the Wellfleet Drive-In, will not be showing the film because it's closed for the season. Vincent expects people who do not live in Cape Cod may end up making an off-season voyage there because its cinemas will be less full than others. We are happy to have a boost in sales during what would otherwise be slower time for us, he said. I think the movie will be huge. AMC is providing people with an opportunity to rent theaters for private showings, but with only 4 screens. Vincent said he won't be doing that. Many theaters have 12 to 16 screens, so there are places that can handle that kind of demand, he explained. Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, will prove yet again that there's a sense of showmanship across the community of theater owners. Michael O'Leary, president of the CEO of the National Association of Theater Owners, told Wicked Local in a written statement this week. Movie theaters take exclusive experiences and elevate them with special in-theater events and unique food and beverage offerings to make sure that the fans have an amazing time in a communal setting. Fun options for the Taylor Swift film. According to the AMC website, those viewing the Taylor Swift movie can get an official popcorn tub to dress up the large popcorn for $14.99. Pair it with a collectible cup filled with large fountain drink for $11.99. Available only in theaters starting October 13th while supplies last. Buy tickets and take home a piece of music history, a mini poster free of charge starting October 13th. Rent an AMC theater where you can invite up to 40 guests starting October 19th. And then they list in the article here all locations in that area. Cool. It's not very often that we see some positive news for AMC, but there you have it. Stockway says, Casey, I have a question about your order movement in your app. It's not mine. It's Weeble, but and they're not my orders, but go for it. Shoot away. What you got? Casey, this just in from our field reporter covering the story. Roaring Kitty is not a cat and does not think he is a cat. That's right. That's very true. He is not a cat. Hey, Roaster guy, you keep your you just keep on driving. Don't you worry. That wasn't me telling you had to come and talk. I was just saying, I know that there's people here who were part of the original GameStop saga. Oh, Ian, stop being so salty. Let's see here. I don't think I have anything else to look up. There is, for those of you guys who are joining this morning, there are 3 new filings, SEC filings for AMC. There's a Def 14A definitive proxy statement. There was the preliminary proxy statement and then the definitive proxy statement. Usually it doesn't necessarily have to mean that there were changes, but oftentimes any changes that were made would be in the definitive proxy statement. There is also a DEF of 14A, which basically shows the voting proxy material, and then the ARS, or the annual report to security holders, which was filed for the information for 2022. Those are all new filings. I don't expect there to be... Well, I'm going to go through and read through the annual report over the weekend, but it is a long one. Clicking on it right now. It's 176 pages, so get ready for a deep dive.
Real deep like, boy.
Is it numbers time? Numbers? Oh man, not awkward at all.
That's my impression of. Have you guys seen the movie Dodgeball?
Yeah, but I don't remember that.
You can dodge a wrench. No, if you get dodge a wrench, you can
Right.
dodge a ball.
But there's the car wash scene with the guys. Remember, they're not getting any business except for that one guy with the truck.
I don't remember that.
Oh,
that's so long ago. Wait, do I need to look this up? Dodgeball car scene.
Car wash scene.
Car wash scene, yeah. Dodgeball car wash scene. All right, here we go. 58 seconds. If I talk.
Rugged, when you do your voice like that, I think of Buffalo Bill or Bob, whatever it was from Silence of the Lambs.
You can think of whatever you like.
Well.
Whoa. What are we... Whoa.
We're getting real warm now.
Wait, hold on. That's not the good part.
What am I holding on to?
Here we go. See in the back the truck? Here it goes. It's my favorite part coming up. Not there.
This is your favorite part right here?
It's coming up. Coming up.
All right, I'm going to mute you guys so I can listen to it. Hold on.
Stand by.
Hold on. I got to stop this. I got to stop this. I'm going to mute you guys here for just a second.
Okay.
All right. That way I can turn this up and you guys can hear it.
That's it, boy. Get in there nice and deep like.
Yeah, that's not good. God, this sucks.
That's like... That's not... It's... I gotta go back.
That's it, boy.
That is not even... Yeah, you're not... You're making it a deep voice sound. You gotta make it sound all... Yeah, boy. Get in there all nice. Deep like. You gotta make it like higher. You're making it sound all deep and it's like good boy. You're not doing it. It's terrible.
I can't believe I haven't seen this movie, man. That's going to go on my schedule this weekend.
No, you're supposed to go see a movie AMC.
You know I don't leave my house, man. Come on, I know you don't like mushrooms, and I don't leave my house.
Let's see. So Stockwith says, so sorry, I wanted to ask about the numbers buying and selling on the right side. If it's red, it's supposed to be selling, right? Yes. But I intend to notice on my Weeble app I am using for price, it goes down on green numbers. Okay. If it's on the bid side, that's somebody selling, that's somebody who's willing to buy for that price, right? So price goes down when it meets the bid side and it goes up for the ask side. So in other words, if somebody is on the ask side, they're willing to sell their shares for whatever price you see on the list here, right? Anybody on the bid side is willing to buy shares for whatever price is on here. So when the bid side is filled, it causes the price to go down. This is why I always mention to you guys it's so important not to have limit orders that are lower than current asking price. And the reason for that is if you put in a limit order that's lower, you're incentivizing the market to trade down to your price level to fill your order. This is so critical to understand. This is what these are. These are limit orders in here for limits that are below the amount people who are willing to buy for a lower price than what it is that is currently being shown as the current going rate. All right, it's a big thing that you need to understand, and it is very, very important. And you're starting to understand why it's so important that you slap that ask. Slapping that ask is the important part because you're buying into the higher amounts of selling price points. These are people who are willing to sell, but at higher prices.
If it's helpful for you, just imagine a room with people standing on opposite sides of the room. One side of the room is people shouting out prices that they're willing to sell for. The other side of the room is people shouting out prices they're willing to buy for. And
you don't want to be you don't want to be sitting on the side yelling, "I'm only willing to buy for $7.95," when our price is $8.01, because you're going to help drive that price down to $7.95 at some point if you're yelling and screaming $7.95 is your buy point. Sometimes
which side you want to be on.
Sometimes it's better to just be the guy that goes over and grabs the girl off the wall instead of being the person who's downbidding. I'm assuming one side of the room's guys and one side of the room's girls. Like it's a dance or something. Want to dance? Want to dance, boy?
along with that same little painting I made for you, just consider the current price that you see trading is the two people who meet in the room and meet in the middle of that room, and that's what they're currently executing their deal at.
Yep.
Everyone else outside of that is trying to either sell for a little bit higher or buy for a little bit less. But the number that you see is currently being traded price is reflective of the two people standing in the middle of the room who are actually doing the transaction, and that's where it's at that point in time. So it's an auction. It's an auction with a constantly moving price.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's obviously your money, your choice. If you want to put in limit orders for whatever you want to put it in for, then that's your choice and you do that. But just make sure that you understand that there is consequences for your actions. When you choose to buy in at a lower price than what is currently being traded at, you're purposely intending to cause the market to drive the price down to fill your order.
Okay, let me ask you about that then. Would it, on that note, Casey, so for somebody who only trades on a PFOF platform, would it be better that they just not buy at all? Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Ethically, I've struggled with what it is that in regards to this that I don't want to say, because I think that ethically it's important for me to try to remain as neutral as possible on the subject matter on that, because I
know it's a tricky thing.
Yeah, it is. It's very, very tricky because I mean you're not really. There's so much I could say here. Look, ultimately, buying pressure is buying pressure, right? Let's just say, for example, you know that you're going to buy. It's 803 right now. You put in a buy order for 803. The chances of your broker actually buying shares for 803 are slim to zero. More than likely, they're buying those shares for a price lower than that, but they're telling you bought it for 803. The thing that I want people to understand is that buying pressure is important, regardless of whether or not your broker's making money off of you or not. That is the cost of business. If you think that you can just make trades for free in this world, you don't understand that there's nothing in life for free. The air that you breathe isn't even free. The water that you drink is not free. The toilets that you piss into are not free. Nothing is free in life. It always costs something. But that the demand of buying of shares is definitely important, and is not something that should be seen as something that is not important. And so I think it's very, you walk a thin edge when you tell people like you just shouldn't buy because your orders are going to be scalped. Like that understand the ramifications of something like that, of saying something like that. Of course they're going to get scalped. Your brokers there to make money. That's what they do. That's not the point.
See, I would think like, I do agree that we keep up the buying pressure, not financial advice, but I do agree that however you do it, but
it's good to see buying pressure. I'm not saying that people need to go out or feel like they're forced. In fact, that was actually one of the things that my wife said. She said, so what you're saying, she said, so this movie is basically saying that we need to constantly go out and keep on buying. And I said, not necessarily. That's not necessarily the case, but buying pressure is important. All right. And you can't take away the idea that buying pressure is, once you start saying buying is not important, then you're essentially saying that buying doesn't cause price to move upwards, and it can cause price to move upwards.
I guess I'm thinking about it from a laziness perspective of like, oh, I just got paid Friday today, and I've already got an account set up on Robinhood or Webull or whatever, and all I need to do is just, now I'm just going to throw some money in right now, buy some shares, and be cool, because I don't want to, let's say if there's another broker like Fidelity or Public or whatever that seems to appear to be a more lit style buying platform. That's what I'm kind of going after.
Yeah. I can't. That's where I can't. That's where I have to like separate myself from making comments about that kind of stuff, because
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
I have a contrarian view, which big surprise, but I've often wondered if it hasn't been, I guess I'd say, not necessarily in our favor to overly complicate the whole process of buying for neophytes or people who are new to the movement or new to the whole phenomenon and they want to get involved in this. I've often been afraid that all the talk of you should buy, but only in a lit market and do this, and this. And I wonder sometimes if we wouldn't best be served if we kept it real simple and just said buy the stock and hold the stock, as opposed to making it seem far more complicated and more difficult. That might give them pause, because in its simplest form, the play hasn't changed. They're short, we own it, we're holding it. So I understand the whole thing about buying through lit markets and all of that, but I'm just not real sure if it isn't counterproductive in regards to encouraging new people to participate.
Yeah, the bottom line is and one of the things that excited me, and if you look at my 5 whys as to why I'm a part of this to begin with, was the idea behind what was being done originally, behind buy and hold, was the simplicity.
Exactly.
It's so easy and stupid of a plan that anybody can do it, right? And that's the beauty behind such a I'm going to use the word you just used, contrarian style of trading, contrarian to what people are used to doing, where they're constantly trying to trade the market to try and catch the tail ends of price movement. But in truly being an investor instead of being a trader in a company is and sitting and holding the stock through what seems to be insurmountable price movement. And it's when you react the way that you're not supposed to react that causes algorithms to have such a hard time dealing with that because of the simplicity of the entire process. When you start adding bells and whistles, that's when you start.
Exactly, yeah.
That's when you really start mucking up everything, because there was no bells and whistles involved in the original plan. It was just simply simply
Casey,
buy and hold.
that's kind of what I was getting at. I didn't want to step on anybody's toes, but my point was I'm speaking from personal experience on this, and it's just for me. But I'm one of those guys that I go to my inner circle, my trusted friends, people that I can feel comfortable speaking freely around. And when I go to them and say, listen, you should open an account, get yourself get your brokerage. It's real easy. And by the way, if you want to do this thing, here's what we're doing. There's already enough challenges from starting from zero. They have to go get an account. They have to link it to their bank account. They got to transfer money. They've got to overcome all of that. And you have to help them. You got to encourage them that it's worthwhile to do all that. And I just don't need to add one more step in there and say, oh, by the way, now once you get all that done, don't just buy the stock. You got to buy through a lit exchange and pay a little bit more than to ask. And again, it's counterproductive because at some point they go, yeah, I'm not doing all that. It's already a Herculean effort to go to somebody and say, look, dude, you really need to spend 2 hours and open up a TD Ameritrade account or Schwab, whatever your flavor of the week is. That's already a big thing to encourage them to do that and enlist their help. And I just think that if you can get them over those hurdles, that you don't want to make it any more difficult for them to quote unquote buy and hold. So yeah. I'm glad I didn't hurt. I hope I didn't hurt anybody's feelings by.
So Papa Mac brings up an interesting point here, and this is the one fallacy that has been brought up with the plan, is that nothing's happened. The idea that nothing's happened, that we've sat here for you said 3 years, and it's so funny because you're literally repeating the narrative of that which the shills are pushing, that nothing's happened in 3 years' time, and that's not the truth. You've seen something happen on multiple occasions. You know it can happen again. Nothing has changed. It's just the can has been continuously kicked down the road. So for you to sit there and say that they have an unlimited access to liquidity and nothing can happen is completely disingenuous from what's actually happened from the past. It's completely disingenuous. So it's just that some of the conditions that we've been under have been bad conditions and have not been the right conditions to get the squeeze cake that we needed to get. And there's multiple reasons why I could sit here and tell you why that's the case. Some of it has to do with AMC selling shares into the marketplace, dilution. Some of it's had to do with the government creating programs that allowed systems to not fail, like they did back in 2021. But the ultimate truth behind all this, Papa Mac, is that buy and hold still works. It's just that because of some other things that are put into place that cause it to cause more time. Just because it causes more time doesn't mean that it won't work. It just means that it's going to take more time. And the other thing, there's one little other key small factor that's involved in this, is that when there is dilution, and I've always referred to dilution as being the stretchiness of a balloon or the elasticity of a balloon. When you blow up a balloon that's maybe a party balloon, you expect it to get probably the size of a watermelon before it pops. When you add shares to a stock, you're increasing the elasticity size of a balloon that will blow up before it pops. Instead of it getting to a watermelon size, it's going to have to get to something that's maybe the size of half of your body before it can blow up, which means time, right? Because the more air that you pump into a balloon means time. It's going to take you longer to blow up the balloon. And essentially that's what we've seen happen. We have over almost 1.5 billion shares that have been reduced down to by a factor of 10 in the marketplace, and that's a massive balloon. It is so enormous. And the crazy thing about it is that we own it. Not just probably one time, but many times over. And the balloon hasn't popped yet. And if that's the size of the balloon that it is that we're blowing up, you can imagine what that's going to do to a system when you saw something like GME that only had 69 million shares in it. You can understand why it took so little time for GME to blow up when their total amount of shares in existence was 69 million, and we have nearly 1.5 billion that have been reduced down to about 200 million shares now. So don't be what's the word I'm looking for? Damn it. Disingenuous.
Disheartened.
Don't be disingenuous about the facts about what has happened and what you've seen to be true. And allow people who come into our community and try and tell you that nothing's happening and infinite liquidity can stop us because, infinite liquidity. That's just people who are trying to get you to disbelieve what it is that you've already seen to be true without acknowledging the rest of the facts. Sorry. I get burned out when I see...
That was what was so dangerous early in this. And I cringed every time I heard it when so many people were putting timelines on things or expectations or projections. Because I saw immediately that, what that has is a demoralizing effect. If those dates or time aren't achieved or met on time, it just it becomes a source of derision. They can use it to beat us down with it.
Right.
And I'd like to go back and say, listen, if somebody approached you 3 years ago and said, listen, give me $10,000 and in 5 years I'll give you $1 million back, I don't know any of my friends who wouldn't take that deal. But the problem is everyone initially thought this was going to be a flashbang grenade, that, hey man, look how fast it happened with GME, and we're going to ride this thing. It's all the ingredients are there. And everything was exactly the same except for the timeline. And that was, I've said it 100 times, 100 ways. That was really one of the few tools that those who wish us to do harm
to fail.
Was one of the few tools that they had was to drag it out. And that's the only drum they had. So they're going to beat that drum till they can't.
No, I know problematic. It's just when I see people pushing the same narratives that I know people are pushing that are bad narratives, it gets me fired up because it's like, don't buy into that shit. You use those common words like 3 years. We haven't even been here for 3 years yet. You're pushing out fucking shill terms like 3 years. And it's like, dude, I haven't been here for 3 years. I know you haven't because I haven't, and I've been here since the get-go. So there's no way. Don't allow people to come in and cause you to start saying the same exact narratives that everybody else says. We've been here for 2.5 years. It has not been 3 years yet. It's getting close. But it's not there yet. And so don't start saying those 3 year numbers yet. Don't allow them to allow you to start saying the things that they're saying. It's like when you have those people that come in and say, I've lost 90% of my shares. They started off with saying, I lost 90% of my shares. And as soon as they got proven wrong that you haven't lost 90% of your shares, they were like, oh, well, I lost 90% of my value. And it's like, they just keep changing the narratives to try and cause people to, push down on what it is that we're, Don't buy into that crap. Don't allow them to get into your head like that. You take control and you cause the narrative. We have the power here in the masses, and you're allowing them to tell you what to think. No. I say no. I say you tell them what's really happening. You tell them what the difference is, the successes that we have here. The positive things that are happening with AMC, the positive improvements quarter to quarter that we're seeing on AMC's revenue, all the positive things that are happening here. And you don't sit there and you don't allow them to get into your head and tell you these negative things, because that's exactly what they want you to think and to have fear and to have doubt of the future. That's what they want. And you can fall for it, or you can see the truth. You see the success from the past. Go ahead.
I do think that I do think they make it look like effortless, in the sense that there's probably a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes you know, duck, duck, go, or not duck, go, duck, duck, goose, where you know, I just think that just because there's not that price movement always, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's not a whole lot of passing the ball around behind the scenes. I think there's just a lot of stuff that we may not be seeing. But I was also looking up psychological warfare this morning, and like looking up tactics, and you know, sort of like it. You know, there is a bit of a. I think there's a bit of a stamina thing. You know, and I think that's part of the game. That's just me. I think it's just. So I think people come in here and they have questions, and there are good people that come in here, and you know, myself even at times I feel a little shilly at times, but I need that. That's why I'm here with this group, is because you know, sometimes we have to kind of pick each other up, and that's really helpful. And when we can get picked up by each other here, then we can help be better at picking other people up outside of here. So I think
it's literally like one of our only. It's one of our best assets that we have is our community. The ability to be able to rely on each other, to be able to have each other's backs, and knowing that we are there for each other is a huge, huge asset to what it is. Because I mean, you can't go through something like this alone, right? There's just no way. That's why I think this is working as well as it is because we actually do have these communities of people who can get together and say like, no, this is not. You're seeing this. Somebody's coming in and telling you this, but look at what the real details are here, right? And it really does take a community to be able to make it through something like this. Because quite honestly, I know for a fact, I wouldn't have made it through this if it wasn't for shit tons of people. Shit tons of people. I wouldn't.
Let me just add this, Casey. From the beginning of this, there's been several sayings that have taken root, not the least of which is life-changing money. Now, to me, life-changing money isn't enough money to get a new car. Life-changing money means changes the course of your life. But in the very same people who are so quick to embrace that are the ones who have an issue with it taking too long. And my question to them is, I just want to give them, put a big bear hug on them and say, how fast does it have to be? Is it not good enough that it can be life-changing money? Isn't that enough? But instead, it's like this thing of, but I want it now and I want it fast. And I'll just say in closing that, like, be careful how I say this. The few times in my life where I have made dramatic sums of money that altered the course of my personal life, not a single time was it fast. It was always a slog. It was always a long, laborious, drug-out process, and nothing is free. We have to put in the work on this thing, and the time and the patience. So it wasn't a scratch-off ticket from the beginning that we just threw our money in, and the next day we could go shopping for new houses. And so hopefully that, I don't want to come across as being ugly or mean or not sympathetic to people who are less patient. I'm just saying, you can't expect life-changing money and then, oh, by the way, I need it real quick. The world doesn't work that way.
Yeah. I wish it did, though.
Well, me too. I mean,
it would be nice if it did. I want my money. I want my money now. I mean, we even have a...
Casey, that's what...
Go ahead.
Or easy. Not just fast. They want it easy. And again, it doesn't come easy. So sometimes you got to fight and scratch and claw to get what's yours.
Where's my money, bitch?
I think so. This sort of echoes to Casey's point from earlier this morning when you said, only put in what you can put in, because if you put in a lot more, and I've probably been guilty of that, but when you put in a lot more, it wears on you sometimes more emotionally. So yeah, but I think it's just ride, just let it be, and and things are, like you say, getting better. things are getting better. Look at all this good news and everything is coming out. So I think it's when in doubt.
You had a break there. I had to play it. I was waiting for you to break off, and you didn't. You didn't have anything, so I was like, "Oh, it's way past numbers time." So I threw it in there.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Casey. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, it's
pirate.
And again, if Papa Mac is still listening, hopefully I didn't run him off here, but I think he's got thicker. I think he's got.
No, he ain't Papa Mac. Ain't going nowhere.
He's got thicker skin than that.
I get it.
And I'm not, I'm not trying to say anything bad to you, Papa Mac, and I think you know that. It's not. It's what makes me angry is that there's people out there in this community who are getting into your head, and that's what makes me angry. It's not you. It's those other people that I know who are there to try and spread fake information that's supposed to discourage us, and it makes me angry when I see that happening, and it makes me so infuriated. I want to go out and grab those people, not you, but those other people, and I want to be like, "Get the hell out of here, you bastard!" Because you're pooping on my investment, and it's not a bad investment; it's a good investment, and I believe it is. But let's do these numbers, man. Somebody play that numbers thing for me again, where I rock out to it. Or not. Oh, all right, numbers.
I could listen to all day.
Oh, that's it. That's too many. That's gone too far. Way too far. It's like that. It's the Pussycat song over and over. Here we go. All right, numbers. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX. We've got off exchange at 58.15% and EDGX at 13.27, which is actually very elevated for this time of the day. The combined total, that's about 9.42% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 755 shares, not a whole lot. CHX volume on GME is at 792 shares, also not very high. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 22,000 shares having been returned so far for the day today. It is now showing up as 808,000 shares having been returned. Let me change my numbers. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop a little to 11.02%. Cost to borrow min's at 1.04, average is 1.31, and max is at 14.39. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.25 million shares. That's 890,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. 336,000 of that was in closed or newly opened short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $8 strike with 10.7 thousand contracts. It is now currently at still an $8 strike, but 8.5 is a very close runner-up. We went from 10.7 thousand contracts an hour ago to 13.1 now. On puts, highest amount of volume was at an $8 strike an hour ago with 5.1 thousand contracts. It's now 9.5. Market suggesting an $8 close by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, we got AMC and GME were both on this list in the last hour. AMC still on the list here with a 49.42% buy to 50.58% sell ratio. We're a little bit lacking on that buy-sell ratio, and I think I saw somebody, if I'm not mistaken, in the comments section saying something about this. I'm going to scroll up just enough to see if I can find that. Oh, man, I thought I saw somebody saying something about it, and I was heated in the moment talking. Oh, here we go. Kroba says, sorry if stupid question, but when bid-ask ratio has a negative percentage, what does that mean looking at my screen? Maybe that's not what you were in reference to. Okay, I'll try to get back to that, Kroba, if I can. I'm not sure if I quite understand the question by that, but maybe you can reword it when I get back to the main screen, and I'll cover it for you. GME's, let's see if GME's on this list still. They may have fallen off due to lower volume. Yep, looks like GME fell off the list. SSR trips today at $7.01. Shares available to borrow is at 1.7 million shares. Nothing has changed really. Actually, nothing's changed in the last hour. Fees were last seen at 1.2%. Big. Actually, let me start with the indices here. Nasdaq is up 0.62. Dow Jones is down 0.16. S&P 500 is up 0.17. We have 3,497 advancers to 2,562 decliners. The market is currently more advancing than declining, but less advancing in the last hour. If that makes any sense. It's still advancing, just not as much. Banks, big bank movers for the day, plus or minus 2.75% or more of a change. Silvergate is at 4.55, PacWest up 4.12, Western Alliance up 3.85, Bank of California up 3.84, Zion Bank up 4.8, U.S. Bank Core up 2.94. We actually do have some red banks in here, even though there's so many that are up quite a bit, substantial amount for the day today. Those are the end of the big movers. Ethereum Classic is currently up 0.65 and trending slightly down with, just slightly down right now. DXY is currently down 0.16 and consolidating. Oil is down 0.11 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.03 to 0.11 and trending down. SPY is up 0.19 and starting to trend down. VIX is down 5.25 and broke above 16 and trending back up again. VBR is up 0.44 and consolidating. VB is up 0.47, consolidating. Tesla is up 2.22 and consolidating. Amazon is up 1.54 and looks like it's starting to try and make a trend up here. It's not quite broken the level of. It's getting really close to trying to break into an uptrend. It's more or less kind of consolidating. Cinemark is up 1.48 and consolidating. Doge is up 0.44 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.63 and consolidating. GME is down 0.06 and let's call it consolidating. HYMC is up 3.89, consolidating. NCMI is up 1.57 on an uptrend. Hood is up 1.34 and consolidating. And AMC is up 2.57 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today, we have approximately 5.8 million dollars more outflow than inflow, I think. No, 2.5 plus 2.3. 4.8. $4.8 million more outflow than inflow. 11.53 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after, what are we at here? 171 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 26.29 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I know earlier this morning we were on a really huge pace, and you can see that's just absolutely been tapered off by quite a bit, and is putting us almost within the 5 to 25 million volume prediction that I had for the day today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.43, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.96, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.12, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 15 minutes. RSI is at 48.35, which is pretty much average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Thank you very much. I also want to note, too, that there are people who have been here for 3 years. I know my date isn't the earliest date. I know there are people that have been here longer than I have, and that's fine. And I know for some of you guys it has been 3 years, but the majority of the people that are here and I speak for probably 98% of us, if I had to guess. There's probably 1 out of every 100, maybe 2 out of every 100 people were here prior to January 25th. Maybe 2 out of every 100. So for you guys who have been here for 3 years, that doesn't constitute people going around saying we've been here for 3 years for that 2%. A lot of people, believe it or not, actually didn't get in until March, I think, of 2021. I think the majority of the shareholders really kind of started kicking in around March of 2021. And if that's if I'm right about my estimates on majority of the buyers coming in around that time, or maybe even in late May, then we're much closer to, in my opinion, we're much closer to a 2.5 year mark or less than the 3 mark.
Hey, Casey.
Yeah.
I was wondering. I believe, according to like past filings and stuff for the quarters, that this Saturday will be the last day of the quarter. I was wondering if maybe in like a week or two or something after I already did some crunching numbers, but I'll crunch more numbers. But I was wondering if you might just entertain me for a discussion of what expectations of revenue for the quarter, because I thought it more negatively than I thought, but actually now I'm more positive, like you were saying. So yeah, I was just curious if you'd like to entertain that or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind entertaining it, but I haven't crunched any numbers at all. So I can maybe, I mean, what I would do, I've referenced retail stock on multiple occasions.
What's YouTube?
It's retail. Stock retail, maybe. I'm not sure. Shoot, dang it.
Okay.
Hold on.
He gives an estimate. He thinks.
Yeah, he's been keeping a running total here. I would check out his Twitter account because that's going to be where you're going to get the hard data that you can see. It's stock retail. Is his YouTube channel, and it's all one word. But if you go to his Twitter account, that's where you're probably more likely going to find the hard data that he's got for his breakdown on where he thinks we're at on potential earnings. And there has been nobody closer than he has been, I think, on some of the estimates. In fact, he was one of the very first few people who said we would be a positive EPS in Q2 of 2023. In fact, there was very many people who didn't think that was going to be possible, and he was right. So,
yeah. Can I just give you a little thing that?
Yeah, go for
I
it.
found out was funny.
Yeah.
Well, I just divided the revenue that AMC reports. Divided by like the box office. Well, I mean that's crude, and it's not really like representative of everything, because like there's there's international, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was just going off box office mojo numbers, and it was kind of interesting. I divided the revenue by the total box office for that quarters, different quarters and stuff, and it seems that AMC kind of like took home like 50%, like 50.2% or something usually. Give her plus like minus 0.01 or 0.02 or something, like, so basically 50% of the current box office.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I saw. I mean, I don't know, like, of course, international, but it's interesting that it was kind of consistent for the domestic, and it was, for what I did with that, it was saying that we could possibly get like currently, without the next 2 or 3 days added, $1,292,000,000 as a revenue total.
Okay.
Which That's the thing. The further discussion about that too, is I don't understand about like quarter 3 versus quarter 2 in terms of like last year there was a net loss,
Yeah.
But and then so what I'm saying is for the last 2 years the net loss.
You mean last quarter?
No, sorry. I'm actually saying is so net loss of quarter 3 for 21 and 22.
Oh, okay.
We're pretty similar.
Yeah.
They're about like the 225 million loss or whatever,
Okay.
And I'm thinking to myself like, well, if it's similar to that, then we're definitely going to be profitable. But I do, like but then you get into like quarter. There must be some expenses in quarter 2 that make the revenue total have to be higher to be profitable in a sense. I'm not sure,
Yeah, I know a lot of people were estimating, I think, something very similar to that for what we needed to break, I think. And I honestly haven't been paying attention to those numbers whatsoever. I'm kind of...
Okay.
I'm at the point right now where it's like, I mean, I don't see the need to crunch those numbers in advance. I'll see it when I see it kind of thing. And it's like, there's a lot of time for me there's only a lot of time that I can spend doing certain things. And if I'm going to sit there and crunch the same numbers that everybody else is crunching, then it's not going to leave me time to go out and figure out the things that I think are more important than, because estimating whether or not we're going to be profitable for the quarter or not doesn't change anything from what's actually going to be happening. So I don't see that as a added beneficial time of usage of time. So that's just how I see it. I know there's plenty of people out there who are making estimates, and that's why I'd be like, I'll direct you to somebody who is making an estimate, but my time is better spent
I get it.
Reading through documents and researching other things as well. So
yeah, and I was just kind of looking at it from like each person has like their own strengths, and like
absolutely.
And if I'm newer to the market, I only have so many things to go off of,
Yep.
And you know what I mean. So like I go for the things that kind of the low hanging fruit that encourages me, and I listen to other people who like yourself who know about like other things that I wasn't aware of before this,
Maynard brings up a great point too, and I was actually going to mention this to you when you were talking about your numbers, but the lawsuit, he said, did the lawsuit cut into profits last quarter? And they did. In fact, not only did they cut into the profits, but AMC actually mentioned that it would have made a big difference. At least I felt like they made a mention of it. And and so that's something to kind of count. That's something to maybe perhaps take into an account as well. The problem is that you're probably not going to know what those numbers are. You're going to have a hard time finding what those numbers are. And it's like, why I don't know. If you want to research it, go for it. But it's
cool. You're totally right. I'm glad I mentioned that to you, because then you reminded me of that. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, so there's other factors too involved that.
True. It throws a wrench in what I was saying, so that was good.
One thing I would do is if you're gonna calculate some of these numbers, and Manjit might be actually a great person to utilize as a source for help in trying to come up with perhaps some of these estimates, as she is her background is right in this field. So one thing I would also suggest too is you can take Q3 of last year and look for expenditures that might occur during Q3 that don't normally occur in Q1, Q2, and Q4, and see if there's something there that stands out in your mind when you're looking through their balance sheet to see what's there that might pop up that we could potentially see as a something that might take away from some of the revenue.
Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, I just hadn't seen with just looking at different like ratios and different things, So I get it. I'll reach out to her maybe after I like get my numbers straight and everything.
Yeah. Nana says, Casey, didn't they have insurance? Yes, but AMC ended up having problems with the insurance and are actually, I believe, in a legal battle over that insurance being paid out, which is going to cost AMC in the front running of that more money to hire a legal team to fight that battle. So up front, it's going to be costing them even more money to get the legal fees paid from the other previous legal I don't want to say problems, but legal cases that they had. So there's always going to be stuff that we just don't know about, that we're not paying attention to, that's going to cause expenditures in the company that we're just not privy to. So,
JC, one of the things that listeners might be interested to know is that that's one of the differences between a C corporation and an S corporation. Corporate structures have different tax implications. For instance, I have a friend of mine who has the ability to move profits over multiple years, whereas an S corporation that I have no choice but to reconcile the books that year. So you're right. There's a lot of different accounting things. You got to be real careful looking at any specific quarter and thinking that paints the entire picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, again, if you want to go through that exercise and spend time working on that go for it. By all means. I'm not trying to discourage you by any means on doing that. If that makes you happy to go to pour through that information.
Yeah, and you're right. This quarter is more complicated than other quarters. So.
I mean, there's a lot of side things too. I mean, development of some of the new products that they're doing research and development on, for example, wine and perhaps chocolate as well. That we don't. There's just no past history that you can actually even take from that to figure out what it's going to cost them to get there. And obviously no revenue from it, so you can't figure out, it's like impossible to figure out what it is that it's costing them right now. So for me, it's just, there's so much mystery involved in what's going on currently behind the scenes. And I'd rather just wait for the numbers to come out and look at it and be like, oh yeah, look at that. There you go. There it is. It is what it is. I mean, it's not going to change my position and what I hold, because I know they're doing well. But the question is can they turn a positive EPS greater than what they did last time, and show greater revenue earning year over year? I think that would probably be the very first thing I would just look at. I mean, just very simply, is the revenue that came in movies higher than it was last year? Yes or no?
Yep.
And if it was, that's all you need to know. That's it. Because AMC takes up majority of the profits from those from that revenue earnings that occurred during that period of time. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you for sharing, though. I appreciate you coming in and sharing the information that you have. I got to take off for break, guys. I want to hold Petro to the feet to the fire here, so to speak, on his first aid, but I'm going to have to wait until later because I got to take a break here. I'm not going to get one. I know. I want to hear this. I want to have the safety tip of the day too. Just the tip, only the tips of the safety. But I'll give him a little while to think about it, to roast. I'll see you guys back in the back of the Big Tramp in about an hour from now or thereabouts.
Whoa. She's creating a hostile environment in my pants.
I love those guys. Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit. Oh, man. Good stuff. Let me put the message on the screen for you guys. I'll be back at 12 to 10. If I come back a little late, forgive me. Sometimes it's hard for me to get the food down and feel like I had a proper sit down and relax moment before in less than 40 minutes. So I will see you guys back here in just a little bit.
First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let's take a look at the numbers for the day today. I barely got done eating. I didn't even have a chance to sit down and just relax for a minute, but whew. All right, still digesting here a little bit, so this might be a little bit more of one of those fun-filled numbers times on burps and all those other good sounds that come from me. So I'm just going to go ahead and apologize in advance. Starting with, I guess, off exchange, taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, make sure that you... If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive access to that account, that access code to get into your account, not a bad idea to set that up in case something happens to your primary. Off exchange and EDGX by this time of the day would expect us to be about 63% combined. We have 58.15% going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.27. For combined total 71.42%, or about 8.42% higher than it should be by this time of the day. That's definitely a large quantity of volume going through those exchanges that could potentially lead to more price discovery. CHX volume for the day today is at 755 shares, not a whole lot. On GME, CHX volume is 792, not a whole lot on that one either. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 808,000 shares having been returned. It is now 381,000 shares having been returned for the day today, so it's been some more borrowing going on here. It's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to rise to 11.11%. Cost per ounce at 1.04, average is 1.52. Max 14.39. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.25 million shares. That's approximately 890,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex has estimated that about 336,000 of that was in new short interest. Looking at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $8 strike, but narrowly. 8.5 was looking to take it over, but has not. As in the last hour, we went from 13.1 thousand contracts at an $8 strike to 15.4. On puts, we went from 9.5 thousand contracts to 12.4. Market really suggesting or honing in on an $8 closing price by the end of the day today. MMRI is at 301.37, which is up from 298.53 from an hour ago. It's about where it was earlier this morning around market open, I think. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. And AMC and GME both on the list. AMC finally hitting a 50-50 buy-sell ratio, with GME coming in with a 74.54% buy to 25.46% sell ratio, looking very strong there. Let's see here. Stonko Tracker says 701 for trigger price for SSR. Shares available to borrow is sitting at 1.7 million shares. That hasn't changed for quite a few hours. Looks like they did borrow. Let's see, 11 would have been 1040. I would have caught these numbers, I think. I'm not going to count it because I think I would have caught those numbers an hour ago. So 2.85 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees currently at 1.2%. NASDAQ is down 0.05. Dow Jones is down 0.64. S&P 500 is down 0.44. We've swing a swing on the market. Decliners 3,216 to 2,828 advancers. The market is definitely more down now than it was an hour ago. 28, 24. Big bank movers for the day today. We have plus or minus 2.75% of a change. Silvergate up 4.55. Western Alliance up 2.83. Zion Bank up at 3.11. Way more red banks now than there was an hour ago. Those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 0.2, trending down. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.04, but trending up. Oil is down 0.66 and starting a trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.05 to 0.15 and trending down. SPY is down 0.41 now for the day today at 426.50. 426.74. VIX is currently down 0.69 and trending up at 1729. The VIX is absolutely getting majorly volatile. Oh, excuse me. VBR is down 0.37, trending down. You'd think I'd had something to drink or something. VB is down 0.27, trending down. Tesla is up 0.99, trending down. Looks like it's trying to make a break up, though. Amazon is up 0.43, but trending down. Cinemark is up 0.49, trending down. Doge is up 0.39 and consolidating on a slight trend downwards. Bitcoin is down 0.69 and consolidating. GME is down 0.77, trending down. HYMC is up 2.82, but starting a trend down. NCMI is up 0.67 and trending down. HOOD is up 0.41, trending down, and AMC is up 2.7 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $4 million more outflow than inflow. 13.39 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. 231 minutes worth of trading have expired. Expired. We're on pace for about 22.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. Just for reference, yesterday we had about 15 million shares traded, and our volume in the pre-market was very similar. On a 4-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.43, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 59.71, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.78, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence within the last 10 minutes, RSI at 46.66, which is slightly below average. We have been all over the place this morning. It's nice to see those Bollinger Bands nice and wide, though. That's a good thing. Gives an ability to be able to run. With that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Gentlemen? Apes? Apeheads? There's no gentleman here. What am I talking about? Real quick. I'm looking through some of the things somebody was saying to me on Twitter. I guess I thought there was something I wanted to read to you. I don't see it. Nick something. Nick, what was his name? Gorelli. Nick Gorelli. Son of a gun, I can't find him. Nick Gorelli. I know his name's like Nick Gorelli. Somebody was asking me about home prices versus renting prices, and Nick Gorelli's name just popped up into my head, and I can't seem to find it. Does anybody remember? Does anybody know how to spell his name? I know I've talked about him before in the past, and I'm not sure if any of you guys have him on a list somewhere. I can't seem to find him. UPS delivery guy says, Casey, I had to start a low-fat diet. I am one grumpy dude right now. Yeah, man. I feel your pain. Any of you guys here in the back of Big Tramp know how to spell Gorelli? Nick.
When's the next appointment?
Oh, there he is. I found it. Gerli.
And you got to see it being the phone.
Hey, you got a hot mic. Hot mic.
I'll go through
Hot mic.
the sleep study and all that stuff.
Hot mic.
I don't know.
Mute. All right, he's muted. Message. Let's see here. So Nick Gorelli, let me pull up his stats because this is what they were talking about. Renting versus buying. I'm looking real quick here to find it. Any day now. Rents are dropping. Hardest hit cities include Austin, Las Vegas, and Phoenix, where rental rates are down 6% over the last year. It's weird. I swear I saw a post from him not too long ago that was in reference to renting versus buying. And I'm not seeing it. Oh, here we go. Finally found it. Took me forever. He posted this on May 22nd, so like just a few days ago. What's today? Today's the 29th. 7 days ago. This is posted right here. He's got buying versus renting in America. Cost to buy $2,700 a month versus cost to rent $1,850 a month. It seems like there's a potential chance here that a lot of people will probably be looking to rent more than buy, just because it's maybe for somebody who's just starting out in life, it'll seem like a much easier cost to absorb in regards to making it. He did put in a couple different things in here. He said the 18% mortgage rates in early 1980s saw a bubble, housing bubble then. Saw the 2008 housing bubble that brought home values down below renting rates. And then obviously what's currently going on right now. If you go to Nick's website or his Twitter account, Nick Grelly, I was trying to spell it with two L's. He's got a lot of different posts in here having to do with... I could have just pulled it up right up here. I didn't even see it. With the housing bubble currently here. Inflation-adjusted home prices in 2023 are 85% overvalued compared to their 130-year average, according to the Case-Shiller Home Price Index. So, yeah. Uh-oh. He left. Parrot left, and now I have no way of letting... Like, unless he reads his messages, he's not going to know why he got muted. Tony says, it's September, not May. In regards to what? It was one of those charts showing something from May? Did I say something? Wait, I'm so confused. Did I say May? What did I say? I don't know what I said. When did I say May? Did I say May? Oh, was his post from that far back ago? Hold on a second here. Holy shit, you're right. May 22nd. I totally thought I wasn't even looking at I was looking at the date. It didn't seem like it was that far back in his post, so I kind of assumed it was the same month. Yep, you're right. I just scrolled down again and looked at it, and sure enough, there it is. May 22nd. You're not wrong. I wonder what they look like in contrast now. Let's see if I can pull it up. I would imagine since he's got the file listed here, I could probably look it up here. Source was Zillow. Ugh, that may not be the best of sources, but what was the... So this is... Oh, I see where he... I kind of feel like I see where he got this from now. September 1st, 2023, published 4 weeks ago. But it's really interesting. The article that I'm reading to you from right here is actually stating. Let me pull it up here and show it to you. So this is as of September 1st, 2023, so the beginning of this month. And they've actually got buying versus renting in America, and it's like the same exact chart that I just showed you, just different looking. But it's got literally, in fact, it might even be the same exact numbers. Let me just check and verify. 1845, yep, 1845, 2697. This number right here at the top is a little bit different than the chart I showed you from Nick. Nick said 2654 for the top, so this is obviously a little bit higher on this chart, but the cost of rent was the same. With home prices and mortgage rates both rising, the U.S. is now witnessing the biggest numerical gap in monthly cost between owning a home and renting in over 50 years. Americans, however, have seen similar scenarios occur since the early 1980s. Let's see here. As a result, the median rent in America is approximately $1,850 per month, about 30% cheaper than the median cost to buy, standing at $2,700 per month. The gap represents the largest difference between renting and buying in U.S. history. This is mortgage applications to buy a house. It looks pretty down. Lowest demand in 20 years. Although this data looks to be 2022 data, not 2023. I'm noticing right down here at the bottom, it's not 2023 data. So some of this data is outdated. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Jay Medro says, are we back to the fight of 801? It sure looks like it, doesn't it? Pirate said his desktop was frozen. Oh, okay. Maybe when he gets it all rebooted and everything, when he gets back in there, because he won't be able to talk as long as I've got him muted. So if anybody sees him show back up in the back of the big tramp, we'll have to unmute him. Papa Mac says same for the hedgies. They're renting AMC shares versus buying. You're not wrong. Loaning of shares is definitely happening. Oh, Eric's price prediction for this morning is he did the same exact thing as Apex, 651 to 951. So you, Apex, and Eric are all disqualifying each other from an additional bonus point. I've got 674 to 974. I dropped mine down. I wanted to try and encompass anything from 1814 to 814 to 8 kind of almost 30, if I possibly could. Which I could by doing $8.24 as a closing price, because I have a feeling that will be somewhere between 814 and 830 for the close. But it might actually be an $8 price point. I don't know. It depends on whether we get that last push at the end of the day or not. I was just predicting the 8:30 price point a day too early. Maybe. We'll see. I watched that, Andrew, and all I see is just a bunch of FUD, man. I didn't think that's I think that was a worthless piece of shit interview. All you had was like 3 or 4 panelists who were sitting there like basically picking on the author for dumb money and basically calling the shareholders a bunch of bag holders. And I think that's a bunch of crap, and I'm not going to play it. They were literally sitting there picking on the guy. It was crazy. Yeah, they totally tried to triple team him, and what, some of them weren't as bad as others. It was obviously I always forget that guy's name, Ted or Joel or whatever his name is, some 3-letter name, some idiot he is. he was the worst of them. He was the bad cop. Yeah, you're right. He didn't back down. That's for sure. But I also think too, the one thing that the author said that Joe, that's it. I know it's some 3-letter word. Ted, Joe, Ben, something like that. That's the name of the author. But Ben's problem is that he was making a statement that I think was a little bit incorrect, and they just seized up. This is the really hard thing about talking about what's happening with the movement, where when you try to say that people aren't doing this to monetarily make money out of this, it's a flat out lie. I mean, it's just not true. Like, there's people who definitely want to make money on this, but for some people, it's also about something else too. It can be a dual. It is possible to have duality in an effort in what you're trying to accomplish. So, if you think that this, what we may be here doing, is going to help to fix a system, and you're going to make money along the way, that's a duality, right? You're saying like, oh, I'd like to make money, but I'd also love to fix the system too, and I'll do both all at the same time. So it is possible to be wanting to fix something that's broken. And want to make money at the same time, and I think that's a little bit of the problem with the stance that the author was taking. Was he was literally trying to suggest that, and he's not wrong, that there are people here who are just simply here to fix the system, and that's it. They don't care about the money part of it. There are people who are like that, but I would suggest that majority of the people would like to make money, and so I think when you disingenuously say that making money is not part of the deal, then you're not really fully being real about what's going on here. So and I think, and that's why they started attacking him, because as soon as they're like sharks in the water. These reporters, right? Especially when they're trying to disprove what it is that we're here for, right? And if the author's going to stand up there and say like these people aren't here for the money, they're here to screw the man over, fix the system. And it's like, and then they're like sharks. They smell the blood in the water. As soon as they hear him say something like that, they just go like, oh no, there are a bunch of bag holders right now. And then they start attacking him. And it's just like, dude, it was a hot piece of garbage. UPS delivery guy says, I feel like they talk in circles on every issue on that show and then make a sarcastic joke in the end. Yeah. Pretty much. Paul's saying 7:56 close, then rip after hours. Oh, let's see if that's pirate. Nope, that's not pirate. Hot catch. Paul says there's zero chance of seeing a new low today. We won't go below yesterday's close. Currently, options are indicating around $8 close, but I like Casey's odds of a Mahomes style comeback. TV, you know what? I love the way I love the way that Mahomes plays his football games, and sure, call me a comeback kid. Oh no! Now Yucca's gonna jump in here and say some smart aleck. I know what's coming next. Here comes Yucca. Okay, Rex is filling in for him. I like underdog stories. I really do. I like seeing guys who aren't supposed to win.
Nice segue there, Casey. I like the way you worded that.
Thanks. Appreciate that. UPS delivery guy says, what does Bob Ross have to say? I'm assuming in regards to what are we asking him in regards to what, UPS delivery guy? Let's make it specific. Tony says could be a 3-point day for you, Casey. That would be epic. I've actually done that before. There was one time where I was behind by a point, and actually I think I was behind by a point, and I got 2 points for the day to steal the win from everybody else got a price prediction wrong for the day, and that was the only scenario where I could win was if I got the price prediction right, nailed it, and they all had to get the price prediction wrong, and so it has happened before. It's rare, but it can happen. We'll see. I'm kind of feeling strongly about 814, which is why I tried to price it in, because I wanted to see 830, and I knew it was because I wanted to see 830 is why I was choosing 830. So that's why I'm trying to price in the 814 by going for the $8.24 close to include it within a 10-cent range of 814, because I have a feeling about 814. Unfortunately, everybody else picked the same price as you, though, TB. So it disqualifies you for potential price prediction tally point, even if you're within 10. UPS delivery guy says about mainstream media painting retail as bag holders. Oh, okay. Let's do it. All right. So, Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about mainstream media painting retail as bag holders? That's right. We're gonna shove squirrels up their butts. Damn it, Bobblehead Ross, you are absolutely so right every damn time. I don't understand why that's the case, but we're gonna shove squirrels up their butts. That's what he said. You heard it here first. Yeah, even for the tiebreaker, man. Even with the tiebreaker, I'd get the extra bonus point. UPS delivery guy says, I laugh out loud. I like that. Yeah, you're right. At 8:13, I wouldn't. Actually, technically speaking, it's whoever's closest for the extra price prediction tally point, extra point. So I do believe. Okay, yeah, no, you got 654. Yeah. So it would have to be 8:13 your direction. Yep. John says if you're going to see Dumb Money, then you're in for a treat. I saw it last night, man. It was good. Loved it. So, John, without doing any spoiler alerts, was there anything that you learned in the movie that? Of course, that's probably going to be a spoiler alert. I don't know. I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, what did you think? You said it was a very entertaining. I would give it I'd give it like a 7.8. I know it's so weird to just not say 8, but. Like I said, there was a few things I would have wanted a little bit more detail on a couple different things, but again, I feel like the only reason that there was a lack of that information was probably due to keeping the movie a little bit more lighthearted for people who didn't know what was going on. The general public walks into a movie theater about a stock company movie, and all you do is you show them the money that's in somebody's account, whether they're going up or they're down, and that's what most people just tend to see as being most relevant. Nobody cares about all the other numbers. SS Beef says, Casey, a couple weeks ago you mentioned October 2nd was going to be a day of significance, that we might see a little bit of a run-up this week. Can you revisit the significance of October 2nd, please? Absolutely. Going over to the other page here so I can move a screen over. One of the most common signals that I've seen from the past is on-loan average age per day dipping for a major run-up, but it has to be the bottom of a dip in order for you to tell that there's going to be a run-up, and it's really difficult for me to zoom in on this enough to where you can see it because the values are so small here in contrast. But one of the very first days that we had where we had a dip and we reached the bottom was September 7th, which meant that by the 28th we should see a significant price increase, which is within 15 business trading days essentially. which was yesterday, and there was one day where we were up almost 12%, I think, and I think that would be a pretty significant increase in price. But of course, it did come trading back down, but we did see a significant increase there, and that was several days ago. But if we take a look at this value, you can see it went up to the top here by the 11th, and then it had 1 day down, 1 day up, 1 day down, 2 days down, a day up, a day down, 2 days down, and then a day up, a day down, and then a day up, a day down. Oh, I thought there was a second one in here. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. So the 7th was the first day, because October 2nd, 1, 2, 3, it would have been the 11th. One. Maybe it wasn't this. I thought there was a secondary drop in like a dual modal drop in on loan average age per day, but there's not here. It must have not been this. There was maybe one other thing that I had seen. Give me 1 second. I'll try and see if I can find it. I thought that was it. Give me 1 second here. Let's look at... No. Might be the VIX. Oh, okay, it was the VIX. If you take a look at the VIX, one of the specific dates that I have set up for or defined as a potential run, and we've had some developing things since I've said that that have occurred that have caused the market to swing back the other direction. One of them being, I'm gonna have to wait until next Thursday to see why this would have been the case, but I need to see the federal balance sheet to see what they did exactly. But there was a very dramatic resistance to price failing in the marketplace that started occurring. As you can see here, the VIX was breaking out of this trend line, this very strong trend line that we've got here. If VIX was going to break out, I had a suggested time frame where I felt like the VIX would hit somewhere around like 10-2, 10-3. Those were the dates. So I felt like we might see like a 35, a potential breakout beyond 35 by 10-2 to 10-3-ish range, which is where the end of this box is here. And so if you look at the SPY, the last 2 trading days, you can see it here in the VIX. There was a very strong resistance above the trend line, not below it, but above the trend line. There was resistance originally, but it immediately broke through that trend line, no problem, and then received a little pushback over the last 2 or 3 trading days now. So there was something specifically happening, which I do believe is Fed related, and I'm not sure if they were buying assets. I'm not sure the specifics behind why we saw what we saw, but if you take a look, it's not very hard to see that there was a very dramatic change in direction on where the market was trading starting right around here which was 2 trading days ago, where we had within a 1 hour and 31 minute time frame, we had a volume of 31.9 million shares traded and an increase in price by 5.25 points or 1.24% on the SPY. That 1.24% in an hour and a half is what normally the market does in a day. Like that's a big move. 5.25 points in a single day is normal. Like I could see that happening. That's a very normal. That's a normal swing in one direction or the other. It's very doable. I can accept that. But to see it happen in an hour and a half, no. Retail didn't come in and just suddenly say, "Oh, hey, let's buy this dip." No, somebody came in and started pumping the market with a bunch of buys. And I quite frankly really feel like it happened twice. It didn't just happen 2 days ago towards the end of the day. It happened yesterday as well at the beginning of market open. Now, if you're the Fed, and I want you hold on a second here. Tinfoil hat time. I got to put it on because it's a tinfoil hat theory here. But my thought process is this: if you're the Fed and you know that there's a potential possibility for a government shutdown coming up, right? What do? Do you just sit there and allow the market to fail, or do you pump the market real quick with a bunch of assets being purchased prior to that, so that if the market does fail while the government's shutting down, that it kind of takes out some of the sting in advance? Albert says, laugh out loud, Jerome buying assets. Hey, after all, he is Powell's bowels, so he knows all about them assets. So just kind of keep that in mind. I think that the Fed was seeing a potential market failure starting to occur, and I think that they interjected. But we won't see it until we look at the balance sheets next week on Thursday. We can take a look at the balance sheets for this week from last week, but that's not really going to show us a whole lot of what happened, like on Wednesday or something like that. Because that's when this would have been. Wednesday, Thursday is a time frame that I think is going to show likely the biggest amount of change. There was something that also occurred back here as well, back on the 25th. But again, that probably won't be until the balance sheet coming up. So the balance sheet next week, I mean. But we can look at it and see if there's any abnormalities. Let's look, shall we? Excuse me. It is time for numbers anyways, so let's just I'm going to pull up the balance sheet here real fast. So here's the balance sheet for this not this last week, but the week before. And so whenever I'm looking at the balance sheet, in case any of y'all want the link to this, I can give you the link. This is the Federal Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System balance sheet, Federal Reserve balance sheet. So let me copy this link for you real quick here in case you guys. Pirate's saying he's here. I don't see you in the back of the. If you get to the back of the big tramp, Pirate, I can unmute you back there, but I can't until then. And then you can click on any week you want to on the sheet here. But I'm just going to look at the current one for last week's reported date. So basically, week ending on September. Oh, it does say September 27th. Okay, wait a minute. This data might actually be good for the time frame I'm looking for. Never mind. I thought this would be for last week's data, but apparently it's good up until the 7/28. So let's see how much it changed by. Change from week ending. So Pirate's in here now. I'm going to unmute him. All right, Pirate, you're unmuted now, bud. You're good. But your microphone does show it's still off, though. It's not my doing.
It's like a flip of the coin, hit or miss. So apparently I can't tell when it's on or off according to Mrs. Pirate and your need to come in and put me on mute. But thank you for protecting my privacy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, it was, you were saying some stuff and I was like, stop.
It wasn't entirely too sexy. I mean, I'm sure you'd much rather heard some bedroom talk, but it was about doctor's appointments but nonetheless, I'm embarrassed that I created more work for you. Sorry for the trouble.
No, that's all right. It's quite okay. Mortgage-backed securities. There was definitely, let me see here. There was definitely a reduction in the balance sheet on mortgage-backed securities. I have to see if this is Wednesday, week 27. Yeah, it looks like they may have purchased some mortgage-backed securities, I think, in here. Let me just make sure real quick that I got this right. 219,556. Yeah. So they purchased some mortgage-backed securities, and this is one of the methods by which I feel like we've seen the feds kind of trickle money into the marketplace through the means of mortgage-backed securities. And remember, these are millions of dollars. So this is every single one of these data points is a million. So 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 10 billion dollars in the last week spent on mortgage-backed security assets being purchased. And the reason that I say that is because the balance here is 219, and if you go back a week and look at it, it was 217 before. Let's see what else there was. Looks like they loaned out. It just says loans. And so if you go through and you look at the breakdown on the loans, there's primary credit, secondary credit, seasonal credit, paycheck protection program, liquidity facility, bank term funding program, 146 million added to that. And then we have 7.9 billion in other credit extensions. It doesn't say what other credit extensions are here. There is a footnote for this for number 7. So we can go take a look at what footnote number 7 is down here. It says includes outstanding loans to depository institutions that were subsequently placed into Federal Depository Insurance Corporation, FDIC receivership, including depository institutions established by the FDIC. The Federal Reserve Bank loans to these depository institutions are secured and by pledged collateral, and the FDIC provides repayment guarantees. So apparently, if we want to take a look at this, we can actually look and see how that compares, that 7.9 billion in the last week spent into other credit extensions. We can go to last week and see what that number looked like, just to see as a comparison. Looks like previous to that, it was a much higher number, 41.3 billion as of the week before that. And if we go back another week before that, what was it? It was only 441 million. So over the last 2 weeks, we have seen an absolute massive amount of what's being called other credit extensions, large values in other credit extensions, which has to do with depository loans. All right, let's see what else. Total factor supplying reserve funds looks like they when you total everything, reserve bank credit 23, total factor supplying reserve funds 23,422. Balance sheet had a net positive 40 billion in deposits with FR banks and other reserve balances, and U.S. Treasury general account was where most of it came from. All right, I wonder if there's a breakdown in here on the BTFP. There probably isn't. There are no commitments to buy back mortgage-backed securities currently, but yet they are, just as a note. Holy crap, this is in millions of dollars. Mortgage-backed securities held outright. Whoa. 2.4 trillion? Hold on a second. I feel like this number was a lot lower before. 2.6. I feel like I was looking at this like last year sometime, and I don't remember that number being that high. Okay, I guess it was 2.7. Looks like that's coming down a little bit. The mortgage-backed securities held outright are coming down a little bit from what they were last year, where they were around 2.7 trillion. Now they're currently sitting at 2.4, almost 2.5. Well, I think that pretty much answers my question, I think, up here, though, a little bit. I think depository institutions loaned to them in the amount of 7.9 billion, and then also the 10 billion this week that was purchased in mortgage-backed securities, and then also the last week, additional 40.5 billion that were, sorry, it's not 40.5. Where is it? Oh yeah, the other credit extensions. This one right here, the 41.3. So it looks like a lot of loaning to depository banks and mortgage-backed securities being purchased. Mortgage-backed securities being purchased, I think, is a place where you could see potential like ETFs, maybe funds from assets being purchased by these mortgage-backed securities from the federal government, and I think they can take that. I think they take those purchases and take that money and wrap it into ETFs and distribute that money across the board into the marketplace. So I think that's where you would see where you see some of the money coming from. Although I don't feel like $10 billion was necessarily enough to cause the market to move the way that it did. But in total, between that and some of these loans that are going to depository, which I don't know how those would make it back into the market, but the depository's got another 40 billion on top of that 10 billion. net settlements, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure why they would be loaning him $41 billion. These numbers are like almost desensitizing.
Big numbers, ain't they?
Yeah,
big numbers.
I know. It's like it's so desensitizing to talk about like billions of dollars just weekly, just outflows.
It's like the old joke, 10 million here and 10 million there. Before you know it, you're talking about real money.
I feel like I feel like it's when you talk about like $40 billion, just like, hey, we just forked over $40 billion in loans for the depository institutions, and it's like, wait a minute, what? Where? Why? 40 billion? What did you do? Who's getting it and why? I want to know. $40 billion seems like a lot of money. Frank says it's because the banks are insolvent. That's a cash infusion. Possibly. I mean, in order,
he might be right. Yeah.
In order for them to push order. I mean, we've been seeing unsettled amounts on a daily basis of like 1 billion per day, right? If I pull over this sheet over here on net settlements that were market on close or stock order imbalances, you got 2 billion here, 2.9 billion, 1.8, 1.7. You start adding that up, and that's like 2, 4, 6, 8. You're looking at $10 billion in a week's time right here. Probably. I don't know. Let's see. Let's get a calculator out. 0.995 plus 1.7 plus 1.8 plus 2.9 plus 2. Yeah, 9.39 billion. And you got almost $10 billion right here alone in a week's worth of net settlements that didn't go through. Now, of course, some of this is carryover, but still, it's a lot. Did I hear you say suppository institutions? Only if that's what you want to hear. All right, guys, it's time to take you over to the other screen here, and we'll take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on for the day today. All right.
Oh, to the man in the red baseball hat.
Hey, it's black now. We're in the black. I'm only going to switch back. Speaking of which,
obviously, you're not the buyer then.
Obviously, I'll switch back to the red AMKC hat if we're not in the red. If we're not in the black on the quarterly meeting in November. But for now, I'm going to stay on the AMC black hat. All right, starting with the numbers here. Off exchange by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere around 60. What are we? 1 o'clock. 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. That was loud. 58.56.
What are you doing?
58.56% going through off exchange EDGX at 12.84. The combined total 71.4%. That is approximately, what did I say, 64? Yeah. 7.4% higher than it should be by this time of the day. That is definitely high. A lot of our price discovery has melted away into off exchanges. CHX volume is 1,449 shares. That number is low. I like seeing it low right now. That means we have stacking failure to delivers. GME CHX volume for the day today, we have 792 shares. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 381,000 shares having been returned. It's now a return of 930,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 1.04, or what am I saying, 11%. Cost of borrow mins at 1.04, average is 1.52, max is 14.39. Shares on loan for the day-to-day, 27.25 million. That is approximately 890,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating about 336,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options as of an hour ago was at an $8 strike with 15.4 thousand contracts on the call side. Currently it's sitting on top. 16.6. Puts, highest amount of puts is at an $8 strike at 12.4 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's now 13.5. Market's still suggesting a closing price around $8 by the end of the day today. MMRI is at 301.22. It was 301.37 an hour ago, so it's just a tad bit down. It's just a flesh wound. Orders by Fidelity customers, both AMC and GME had made it back on the list by the in the last hour. GME and AMC are neck and neck here, still on the list. GME's got a 79.14% buy to 20.86% sell ratio. AMC has a 51.45% buy to 48.55% sell ratio. Not a very good buy sell ratio on AMC. GME's doing great. 701 is SSR trigger price for the day today. We have 1.7 million shares available to borrow. In the last hour, they have not borrowed any new shares. Fees last seen at 1.2%. Big bank movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.75% or more of a change. We have FRC down, or up rather, 5.12. Silvergate up 9.09. And that's it. There is no others. There ain't no more. Ethereum Classic is up 0.02 and trending down. DXY is down 0.02 and trending up. Oil is down anywhere, is down 1.24, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.03 to 0.15 and consolidating. And SPY is down 0.52 and trending down. VIX is up 1.21, trending up. This is kind of one of those moments right here where it's like if we don't see the federal government come in and start buying some more assets again, we might see this just blowing up again. VBR is down 0.51 and trending down. VB is down 0.38, trending down. Tesla is up 0.51, trending down. Amazon is up 0.78 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.19 and trending. It's consolidating, kind of with a slight downtrend. Doge is up 0.43, consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.89, consolidating on a slight downtrend. GME is down 2.05, trending down. HYMC is up 1.44, trending down. NCMI is down 0.67, trending down. Hood is down, or is up 0.36 and consolidating. AMC is up 1.28 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $3.8 million more outflow than inflow. 14.71 million shares traded so far for the day today after 290 minutes worth of trading puts us on a pace for about 19.78 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market on a 4-hour chart. More buying pressure than selling pressure. More selling pressure than buying pressure appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator within the next 4 hours. RSI at 51.36, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 52.59, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 49.1, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 35.01, which is below average. And with that, I'm actually going to take a break now because I didn't even really get... I know, man. I got a chance to eat earlier and then didn't have a chance to sit back and just relax. I want a chance to sit back and relax this time. So,
yo, sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was at work and the Wi-Fi like messes with my Discord, so I wasn't hearing anything. So I was cooking a few things, and then you guys finally let me start hearing you guys. And I was like, oh crap.
Hey, don't worry about it, man. It's all good. It's comedic humor. It happens.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Life is comedy. Not a problem. Don't ever let it happen again. No, I'm serious. I'm not serious. I don't care. I don't really care. It's all good, man. It's not like I'm getting paid anything, you know, so it's all good. You're not stomping on my life's work or anything.
Funny like how? Like how funny? Like I'm here to amuse you?
Yes, you are my entertainment. Just as much as I'm probably more your entertainment.
That's the Joe Pesci line from Goodfellas just before he shoots that waiter or something.
Oh, is it? How does it go again? Say it.
Yeah. What do you mean funny? Because he told him you're funny. He gave him a compliment. He said you're a funny guy. He said, and Joe Pesci said, what do you mean funny? Like funny how? I'm here to amuse you. That's what I'm here for. and I think then he shoots him in the chest.
Oh man. I don't. I sometimes I watch like those mobster stuff.
Sometimes later in the movie, he uses the exact same phraseology or the same language when he's addressing Ray Liotta, and Ray Liotta thinks he's getting ready to kill him, and it's one of the more comedic moments of the show. But there again, it's just some trivia. I'm sure all the lovers of the Goodfellas know exactly what I'm talking about. And for the rest of you who don't, go look at the movie and find out.
All I can think about is they're constantly like under a risk of getting whacked. And my mind is simply thinking the entire time, like, how in the world could you live life constantly fearing the idea that, and that's the thing, they don't fear it. Like, they don't fear the idea that somebody's going to off them. And I go like, I don't understand that kind of mentality in life to where you're like, oh, just fuck life, and I'll do whatever I do, and if it's my time, it's my time.
Similar psychology of play that many soldiers use, combat soldiers and things. They're certain that men die. They just say it won't happen to me. So it may be along the same lines. You know, they're aware it's going to happen, but it just won't be them.
But you're involved in that kind of stuff, and it's like it's going to happen to you. More than likely, it's going to happen to you.
Live by the sword.
Think about how much more they're enjoying every second because they know it might end any time.
I guess. I don't know, man. I can't live life like that. I could never live life like that, I guess. I don't know. I'm probably too paranoid of a person. Like, I'd always be watching. I'd be the person who shoots first, asks questions later. And that, which means inevitably means that I'm going to be the first person to get whacked because they're like, oh, that guy, he's got an itchy trigger finger. we gotta off that guy. Yeah, I couldn't live life like that.
So are we thinking there's going to be some after hours movement?
I don't know. Some people were suggesting that. I'm not sure why they're suggesting it, but I do know that there's been some. I think I'd have to go back and look historically, but there might be some evidence to prove that there's some aftermarket activity that does occur when you have large derivative expiration amounts that happen. So, I guess we'll see.
Guess we'll find out after your break in a few hours.
we gotta get back up here. I got what do I have here? I've got 22 cents to get back up. No, 24 cents. 26 cents to get up to where I need to get to so I can win here. So we're lagging a little bit behind even though we're up for the day today. All right, I got to go to break. I'll see you guys in a bit. Let me put up the message on the screen here. I really can't wait for the movie trivia for next week. For Dumb Money, I hope you guys see the movie. What time am I coming back? 2:10. Ugh. Alrighty, see you guys in a few.
primary control of critical vehicle function.
What? Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let me close this out. I was taking a little bit of a nap there, and I guess I must have overslept the alarm or something. Let's see here. Time to do numbers. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold your personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at around off exchange and EDGX combined around 66% by this time of the day. Currently, we have off exchange at 58.61% and EDGX at 12.68. Combined total 71.29%, or about 5.29% higher than it should be. That's pretty high. I think we've lost some price discovery today through some of our extra buy volume going through those exchanges. CHX volume is at 1,858 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. CHX volume for GME is at 792 shares. Nothing unusually large on that one. Ortex was reporting 930,000 shares having been borrowed, or returned rather, I should say, as of an hour ago. Now showing up at 925,000 shares having been returned. It's pretty close to the same number. This is going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float 11%. Cost per min at 1.04, average 1.62, and max 14.39 shares on loan for the day today is at 27.25 million shares. That's approximately 890,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 336,000 of that was in closed or new short interest rather. Taking a look at off exchange. What am I saying? Off exchange. I'm so tired. I'm tired. I'm still tired, hon. Taking a look at options. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of buy volume was at $8 strike, and it's now it went from 16.6 thousand contracts to 18.3. Highest amount of put volume as of an hour ago is also at an $8 strike. There was 13.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 15.6. Margaret suggesting a closing price around $8 by the end of the day today. MMRI is at 302.08. It was 301.22 an hour ago. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME were both on the list towards the bottom an hour ago, and GME's moved up the list here with an 81.34% buy to 18.66% sell ratio, which is looking really, really good. However, AMC's buy-sell ratio has improved since earlier this morning, and is now at 54.83 to buy for buys and 45.17% for sales. It's improved, but it's still not within that 60 to 40 range that I'd like to see by the end of a day. SSR trigger price is at $7.01. It does appear that they've borrowed at least 100,000 more shares in the last hour. Fees are 1.2% for borrowing of shares. The extra 100,000 shares borrowed, according to IBKR, is now putting us at about 2.95 million shares borrowed for the day today. Biggest of the bank movers for the day, plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We have FRC up 5.12%. Western Alliance up 3.01. Zion's pretty close. 2.77, 2.83% up. And that's it. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is up 0.66 and trending up. DXY is down 0.08 and consolidating. Oil is down 1.35, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.16 to 0.28 and trending down. And SPY down 0.11 and trending up now. VIX is down 0.58 and consolidating. VBR is down 0.14 and trending up. VB is breaking even and trending up. Tesla is up 1.57, trending up. Amazon is up 1.01 and trending up. Cinemark is up 1.13, trending up. Doge is up 0.78, trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.38, trending up. GME is down 1.78 and consolidating. HYMC is up 2.41 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.56, consolidating. Hood is up 1.24, consolidating, and AMC is up 2.57 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $3.8 million more outflow than inflow. 16.02 million shares traded so far for the day today after 350 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 17.85 million shares traded by the end of the day today, which is in between the 5 to 25 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure, with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 54.49, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 56.48, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 55.04, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 55.37, which is slightly above average. Most of the RSIs are looking pretty similar around that 55 range. Oh, hold on a second. With that, I'm going to head back to the back of the Big Tramp.
Let's get the party started.
Apes and Apettes, howdy. I think Tech We Love was saying he had a birthday yesterday, but he didn't bother to tell us because he probably just didn't want to be embarrassed on his birthday. But he's going to get embarrassed anyways. Cheers to, I think it was Tech We Love that said he had a birthday yesterday. Happy birthday to you, Tech We Love, and may you have much health and wealth ahead of you in this next year.
Yeah. Are you enjoying the full moon?
Was that yesterday or today?
Yeah. It's yesterday. It was massive.
Yeah, it was really, really big over here as well. That's so dumb to say. That has to be. I've said a lot of dumb things in my lifetime. I've said a lot of dumb things, but that probably had to be one of the ranked up right up there in the biggest of the dumb things. It was big over here too.
Yeah.
That almost sounds like I'm a non-flat earther.
But you are not, right? Or are you?
Yeah, no, I am a non-flat earther.
Are you in the middle?
No, I think it's just fascinating to think about that there are people out there that are convinced that the Earth is flat.
I'm in the middle.
In the middle of what?
In the middle, whether it's flat or not flat.
Yeah, but I already showed you how you can prove with your own eyes undoubtedly that Earth is round.
Casey, well, all that falls apart is because they gave us everything, including the formula to figure it out.
No.
They gave us that.
Who gave us? Who?
Who they? You know who they are.
No. You can see with your own eyes. You can see with your own eyes that
Where?
the image of Earth on the moon
I'm not.
is round.
On the moon. So were you saying we went to the moon?
No, I'm saying the shadow of Earth projected onto the moon
That's not our.
is what causes the moon phases, and you can see the curvature of Earth.
Yes. So that means
The only way that Earth, but the only way that would be possible is if the sun went onto the backside of flat Earth, and anybody who's a believer in flat Earth, that's not possible.
I bet he would like that. I bet flat Earth would like that.
Nobody believes that the sun travels onto the backside of flat Earth, so it's impossible.
I bet he does. He does.
KC, close to my home, there are two bridges, long saltwater bridges that cross over body of water that I live on, and you can sail between them. And one of the ways that we determine how far we are is when you sail far enough, you'll lose sight of the first bridge, and almost immediately you will pick up the sight of the other, and then you know you're exactly halfway there. It's kind of a cool phenomenon to see.
Yep, that proves the Earth is flat.
No, it's the opposite, you moron. It proves that the Earth is curved.
You know what? I'm gonna talk to Hayden tomorrow. We'll figure this out.
It's all flat and smooth, Yaka, just like your brain.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I'm not even. That was so quick and out of nowhere. I wasn't even ready for that.
I don't take that as you are 100% right.
I joke, Yaka. It's a joke.
I know. I know. I never take anything serious.
I know.
I mean, you'll know when I'm serious.
No. You just go ahead and you just own up to that and just say, no, I meant every word I said.
I know you don't like to take it hard. I know that.
He'll take it any way he can get it. He'll take it any way he can get it.
It's painful.
I got to stick up for Yunka here.
You like it.
We have a sticker upper.
Might be sneaky, but I'm sticking it up.
Brandon S. How's it going?
Yes.
Let's hear your sticker upper for Yucca. What you got?
So perspective has to do with what Pirate was saying, and there's plenty of videos showing that.
Oh man, I don't want to open a can of worms here.
And as far as the shadow, there's a whole understanding of that as well, which I could show you if you wanted to see one day.
Shadow. Wait. So you're saying that the shadow, you can disprove my shadow?
You're basing the phases of the moon based upon the global view of the Earth and the sun projecting a shadow.
Right.
So what if I were to show you a second theory that would debunk that?
Okay, I would love to hear it. I am not opposed to it because
hold on, just 1 second, just one brief second, if you don't mind. Who's talking? I'm making a list here. I need to know who that is. Who is this?
The tinfoil hat's on Brandon.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. You spell it. Is that with a B or is it? Okay, Brandon. I got that. Continue. Go ahead, man.
No, that's it for now. I just had to stick up for Yucca. I'll
No.
show you the information in general.
Oh, okay, all right. You're gonna send it to me.
We're gonna send you a link.
This should be live. This should be live. This should not be.
Brandon. Brandon. Okay, let me see here. Thorblade. I'm played cards with Thorblade to know long enough that he needs to be on this list. Thorblade. THO. Okay. All right, we're good. Go ahead, guys.
Damn it.
You know I love you all.
I know. That's the beauty of things.
Yeah, Tony Barber says, but flat earthers believe the sun and the moon both circle above flat earth, so earth would never cast a shadow on the moon per their model. And that's correct. You could not have moon phases that are elliptical, that create elliptical curvatures, patterns, if your sun and moon rotate over the top of the earth. It would be impossible. You can't have it.
But there is no moon. The moon is fake. There's only a sun, which is a light bulb,
Uh-huh.
and sometimes the reflection of the sun in the sea or in the ocean bounces up to the clouds or to the upper layer, because I don't know how they made it, but it's like, and that's what you see. So what you see as the moon is just a reflection of the sun. There is no moon.
So it's like a spotlight in the sky.
Exactly.
Okay.
Got it. Got
Okay.
it.
So the sun doesn't
do you-
change ever. It's literally just always constant, same pattern. Always.
So do you believe we are in a simulation?
Well, that's we're
No,
going really deep, and you could take that to many different levels. But I would have to say that probably anything could really be considered a simulation. Really.
Okay, so that means that this is a simulation, and that's why the light bulb is up there.
I mean, even if it is a simulation, it still has properties. There's still values and properties that are applied to the simulation, right? In other words,
Yes, like
another it's code,
It can be rules.
right? There's code and rules that are applied. So I could agree with that. I don't see how it violates around Earth and around Moon and around Sun and everything else that we know that revolves around something else in this entire
How do you
solar
spell
system is
preacher?
round.
Is it two E's? Do you spell preacher with two E's or P-R-E? I'm adding him to the
Casey.
list. Okay, yeah, got it.
But haven't you realized that everything is always facing
Yaka.
the same direction?
Yaka.
Like Saturn. Saturn is always
No, that's actually not true. You can see different sides on different planets all the time.
Saturn.
Yaka, let me tell you and everybody else here why it is flat. When you look at scientists doing stuff, do they put stuff on a sphere and look at it with a microscope, or do they put it like in a petri dish, which is like a flat device, and then looking at it? It makes only sense we are
It doesn't mean
on a
anything.
flat Earth, because whoever is looking at us needs us to be in a flat surface.
Okay,
You
now
know
that
what?
that actually kind of makes a little bit of sense. It can be perceived from. Oh, that's actually a really interesting question. Let me ask you this question, Yucca. Does the moon rotate on an axis?
Nope.
It actually does.
It's a disc.
No, it actually does rotate on an axis. But only from Earth's perspective do we see no movement from an axis. But if you're on any other point in space, you would see the moon rotating on an axis.
The moon is a satellite. Like a satellite.
It is.
And concave.
Yeah.
It is not like a ball.
Bob says, I am telling you, bro, we live in a bubble in a puddle of soda on the floor of a larger being's habitat, and one day that giant mop will come to clean us up. Yeah, probably.
We're in a bubble right now. He's got that right. We're definitely in a bubble, and it's gonna burst.
My question is what is the need? What is the need for people to want to believe in something other than what they can define by their own eyes and senses? And why would people need for a difference?
Because I'll tell you why, Casey. The reason why I decided to question it, because things didn't make sense. That's why.
What doesn't make sense? It makes
Yaka never makes sense.
Wait. And because it was given to us. Anything that's given to us, just like the stock market and the
Look,
rules.
you're not going to find
There is no synthetic.
you're not going to find anybody more willing to be a part of something contrarian to anything else that's being told to us or fed to us than me, right? And I absolutely want to know the truth to some of these facts, and so I will use my own knowledge and ability to be able to find things out for the truth for myself. And when I see the tests and the signs all point towards the things that are, some of these things that you're referring to as flat Earth, as being nonsensical and not even feasible unless you make up some kind of outlandish theory that to try and make it make some kind of sense. So
I think people, KC, want to know or question flat Earth, that kind of thing, because there's tons of history of people saying there's lands outside of Antarctica, right?
Right.
In the 50s, we weren't allowed to explore it anymore. So people want to know if there's lands outside of Antarctica, then the world can't be round.
So people, so what you're telling me is people desire for there to be something beyond what it is that we can see.
Right. So when our government sent Admiral Byrd there, and he said there was a continent larger than the U.S. and there was resources, like that was in the 50s. But ancient people have always said there was lands outside there. So in order for any of that to be true, then everything else has to be false.
But one of the biggest reasons for me is religiously, because in the Bible, in the first book of Genesis, like literally on the first page, it talks about not
the dome.
I guess world being flat, but yeah, a firmament, and it explains it. And so my thing is, they made everyone believe what we believe now, because if they can disprove the first page of the Bible, obviously the rest of the Bible, why would you listen to it?
Well, that's even deeper.
Well, I think that also depends a lot on what was lost in translation. I don't remember exactly what was the accurate translation, but there were some guys discussing the part of the Bible where it said that the meek will inherit the earth, and the way we see it, the meek, right? Meek. I'm assuming M-E-E-K. English is not my first language.
It's not yuccas either.
Yeah.
Meek. Is that like an animal?
Yeah. No, it's like a guy, on Discord. Meek.
Furry animal.
Yoka's like the Meeks.
The
I know
Meeks?
that family. Do you mean to tell me they're going to get everything? The Meeks, man.
They're related to meerkats, with
I knew it.
Damn minks.
During COVID, they're having zombie meats.
Yeah.
I think they were. Go on,
But
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
the thing is, it's the Bible was actually never the way we see it today. In this portion, right, that the meek will inherit the earth. It's not referring to weak people or I forget right now what it was. Basically, the Jewish version.
Flat Earth?
Yeah, no. But yeah, like a lot of the Bible is lost in translation. Having it translated over and over and revised and stuff like that, a lot of stuff has lost its meaning. So like having it in the Bible, anything that would say that it's flat, and then how many times it was retranslated or something. Because
Preacher, there are 12. I'm sorry to interrupt. There were 12 ancient civilizations that have maps all identical to each other, showing just what the Bible is talking about. Outside, before any Christian people could have ever written the Bible. So there are other civilizations who all have the same idea to what once it looked like. And I have no idea. I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm just saying there is some questions here that raise questions.
Let me ask you this question for those of you who believe in the flat Earth idea. If you can follow the North Star, which is used for, I guess, millennia in sailing, if you were to follow a point in space such as the North Star, because we know it doesn't change its orientation, it goes always north, then wouldn't you travel in a straight line?
Proving that the Earth is flat?
No, because if you sail in a flat line, you should sail in a flat Earth situation. You wouldn't hit. Say, for example, you started from North America and started sailing in a straight line. You would hit. Well, you would if you went north, if you followed north. But let's say you actually went west. Let's say you went west instead of north, consistently west, and you held a straight line west. What are you going to run into? You're going to run into Asia. And so that disproves the entire idea behind a flat Earth, because you can't have a North Star that you point towards and not go anywhere else other than north.
There is no north.
Okay. All right.
Well, on a flat Earth map, north is in the center, right, and the south is the tile circle.
But that's
of
the point.
Antarctica,
That's the
which is
point that I'm saying. If it's in the center, then if you actually followed it, you would be going into the middle of the landmass, and instead you actually hit the Antarcticas, which is not north, according to a flat Earth.
You have to, if our friend, our neighborhood friendly pilot, Hayden, takes off in his 747 jet, and he flies exactly, if he flies exactly due east, just perfectly due east, and he never stops, and he comes all the way around, and he ends up where he started from. Isn't that just proof right there that he traveled in a giant circle around the Earth?
He can't do that.
How do you explain?
No, he can't do that. He'll get shot.
Okay, I can't wait to hear this.
You can fly east to west in a circle. You can't fly north to south around the globe.
But he can't even do that because he'll get shot. He can't continue.
So wait a minute. So the other guy said that, so the Earth isn't a globe; it's a cylinder. It's like a paper towel roll.
No, it's a plate.
You can fly around it. You just can't fly from north to south.
Yeah, that's essentially what. No, that would be that actually would be that would make perfect sense what you're saying right there. If you wanted to convince me that there was any possibility, it would have to be a cylinder. That's the only way it would be possible.
Yeah, it has to be a paper towel roll. That's the only way that argument flies.
We live on a
paper towel roll.
Yeah, we live on a paper towel roll that may actually fly. That's a possibility.
The paper towel roll has to go off to infinity in both directions.
Right.
Because if it has an end to the paper towel roll, you can fly around it.
Sorry, Brandon, you were saying?
I was trying to say that no one has ever flown, right, north to south and circumnavigated the globe. No one's ever done it.
That's because it's a toilet paper roll.
Well, okay.
You'd fall through the middle. You'd fall through the middle if you did.
Brandon. But what about, like, you have videos from SpaceX where they shoot up rockets, and you can actually watch the rocket. They shoot it up into space, and they bring it back down, right? So you can kind of see the Earth from outer space. Then you also have the ISS, right? So the ISS, which is orbiting the Earth, so you can see that as well. The way I see it, and I don't know if you well, I hope you don't have too much light pollution in your area, but if you have a clear sky at night, if you pay attention, I mean, apart from the airplanes and the stars, you can see satellites, and especially now with SpaceX, you can see Starlink's satellites, which are a number of satellites going in a straight line, one after another, and you can see, usually we see like 6 or 8 or 12 around here. I don't know how it is over US, right? But you see them going in a straight line from one point in the sky to the other, and then they disappear. And if you sit and wait for them long enough, you're going to see them again, right?
So that is correct.
If it would be that it's a flat Earth let's say in a plate side, the way Yaka is saying it, how do they do it? How do they keep shooting satellites over and over from one side, landing them on the other side, and then transporting them with a train from one side to the other to reshoot them? How do they get from one side to the other?
As Obama says, we've never been past low Earth orbit, so that's where the satellites are orbiting. And to answer your first question, so there have been private rockets that have gone just as high at 120,000 miles up, or 20 miles up, 120,000 feet. And out their views, the Earth is flat. So what you're seeing in some of your pictures is a curvature lens.
You would have to.
How do you believe in an orbit? How do you believe in an orbit if you don't believe the Earth is round? Isn't the very definition of an orbit is something that moves in a circular motion? Low Earth atmosphere is just being high enough where the air is thinner. So it matters. So the Earth is flat until you get real close to it, and then it turns into a.
Well, according to them, which I don't believe I live in the Truman Show, but according to them, there's a dome, right? So, I mean, technically, if you want to say the Earth is round, the dome makes it round, right?
Thick mailing envelopes.
Okay, so if we're living in a flat Earth with a dome, that means towards the edge of the dome, let's say the height, if you let's say reach a pole up, at the edge the height is very low, right? So you should bounce into it. So where is the edge? Like, where can we go and poke with the dome with a stick so we can see? Yeah, that's where the limit is.
That's what Operation Fishbowl was trying to figure out. But like any NASA scientist has told you, and their presidents, that we have never been outside a low Earth orbit.
I've never heard that before. So
What
that means
what's the
there are
Hubble
no satellites out
What's
there,
the
right?
What's the Hubble telescope? Was that just some like freshman kids science program? Was it all fake? The Hubble telescope thing, was it?
Do you know there's never been a picture of the entire planet ever, other than a CGI picture?
That's not true.
Who am I talking to again? I got to keep my list up to date.
That's actually not true. There is pictures of the full Earth taken.
I would love to see it.
Guys, I have to say this. There's the biggest problem with the flat Earth argument is generally it comes from a position of not wanting to debate and find the truth. It comes from a position of disbelief. And so anything, it's like there's no picture that exists except a CGI one, right? Well, we can't disprove that it's a CGI one, and they're not willing to believe that maybe it's not a CGI one.
That's the thing, Brandon.
What's funny is, and this is what I've been wanting to throw in, this argument doesn't work because generally the flat Earth community doesn't believe in gravity. But if you live in a somewhat real world where gravity exists, it has already been, this is hilarious, it's already been noted that if flat Earth and gravity does exist, then even in flat Earth theory, it would collapse back into a sphere because of the pressure out on the other edges. So even in flat Earth, the Earth still has to be a sphere because of gravity. And I just thought that was funny.
It's a freaking toilet paper roll. That's the only way. It has to be. I'm convinced. I am convinced.
Free Bitcoin.
We're going to publish us. We're going to get published in like a magazine.
I'm
We're gonna be
convinced.
famous, man. I'm telling you.
Toilet paper roll it is. It's a mini toilet paper roll though, because it's not gonna. You can't have it like weird oblong on the ends. It's gotta be like more like a.
Here's the thing: it's not just flat; it's a firmament, right? So it's technically still round all the way around. Does that make sense? The land.
Toilet paper rolls are round all the way around. Yeah,
all the
yeah,
way
and
around.
but they're not really flat. They're round.
That's a
So how do you guys? How would you explain all the land that our government is admitted to that is in the Antarctica that isn't frozen? Where is this land, and why has no one seen it?
But I don't know who in the government said that. The thing is, I mean, if you have statements.
Animal Bird has not only said it live on TV, but he has shown pictures of civilizations like pyramids and statues and stuff from that endeavor that he took up to Antarctica.
Okay.
I have never.
I mean, that might be, but like, if a massive land exists or doesn't exist there, I don't think that's enough to prove or disprove the shape of the Earth. But as a question, I'm assuming you live somewhere in the northern hemisphere, right? Currently in America, like Northern America. Yeah, Northern America, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you were to go into the southern hemisphere, and well, I've never been to, well, look at the moon in southern.
America.
Yeah. But the thing is, in Australia, for example, right? If you take a picture of the moon, it's turned. You see it from the other point of view as if it's upside down, right? So if the Earth would be flat, why would a photo of the moon or a picture or you looking at the moon be inverted if you weren't on a sphere and you're basically the gravity holding you upside down, and let's say you and the people in Australia are actually standing. While you're standing, your heads are pointing opposite each other, so you see the moon from different points of view, right? But if the Earth would be flat, you would all see the same moon in the same way.
Not necessarily true. If you were standing on one side of a football field and the other side of the football field and the light was in the middle, you would see it from different angles.
Yeah, but the thing is, the moon is so far away that angle it's like way below 1 degree. It really wouldn't make that much of a difference. So
I have a quick question.
It definitely wouldn't make it look upside down, right?
I have a quick question for the flat earthers. Is the Earth spinning?
Is the
Earth what?
The flat Earth people
Spinning.
believe that you're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay. Okay, so when we get hit by asteroids, why don't we spin out of control? If
When
it's
we,
a flat
wait,
surface,
when we what?
and that impacted when asteroids hit Earth,
Uh-huh.
why don't we spin out of control?
What asteroids have
Like
hit
a
Earth?
Mass?
Yeah, it's not big enough. We haven't been hit by one. We haven't been hit by one big enough to knock us off of our trajectory.
Since the dinosaurs.
Small meteors and things won't do that.
See, I don't even believe in dinosaurs.
Yeah, I don't believe in that either. We never
Well,
got hit by them.
how do they explain something as simple as like a child's toy rocket, a $50 model rocket set with a GoPro on it, and they shoot it up, and then you can literally see the curvature of the Earth. I'm not talking about going to the moon or the Mars. A Hubble satellite doing a look back. I'm just saying, just your average everyday American kid, you know, or somebody who goes in an airplane and flies up high enough where you can literally look down and see the curvature of the horizon. How do they explain that away? I mean, there's thousands and there's hundreds and thousands of pilots who've seen it. All of them are just liars.
I've actually heard of many pilots that say it's completely flat and they don't see a curvature. I think there's pilots on both ends of the.
Oh, now we really need Hayden in here. I got to hear Hayden's take on this. Like, has he ever actually met one of these flat earther pilots before?
I'll tell you what, man. I'll put a bounty on it. I'll give you a crisp $500 if you can produce a dozen pilots who are bona fide, not lunatics, bona fide commercial pilots that tell you that the fucking Earth is flat.
I'll pay for 3.
All I'm asking in return is $100 from you if you can't get it done in 30 days.
There's a flat earther named David Weiss who will give you 3 Bitcoin in any time frame you want if you can prove the Earth is not flat.
It's been proven so many times. It's crazy. He should be poor.
It hasn't been proven.
Here's the problem.
That's an opportunity for you to make $60,000, right?
Yeah.
For some people. Here's the thing. Now you're getting into this.
All I got to do is find him the highest flight I can.
Prove it. What's it mean to prove it? If we get on an airplane and Hayden flies us and he never stops until we cross our own wake, we come all the way around the Earth, come back, then there'll be some excuse like it never happened, or he turned around and snuck back. So I mean, the whole thing is, I don't think there's any proof that you could bring to these lunatics to show them that they're wrong, because no matter what you give, they're going to fake.
Well, they're going to say, I don't believe it's fake.
Yeah, everything's fake. Everything's.
You've been programmed.
If a plane is doing 500 miles an hour and you're flying, you should be tipping your nose down to compensate for the Earth for every mile you're flying.
No.
Because if the Earth is round, it has a curve.
No.
There's a gravity.
Gravity.
You don't know anything about flying. That's not the case. It's my God.
Yeah.
You're talking about.
It's hard.
You're talking about an airplane. Got an airplane that's 300 feet long. An airplane that's 300 feet long. So you got to put that in a scale. Put that up against the scale model of how big the Earth is, and it's like putting the fucking grain of sand on a basket. Again. So you don't have the grain of sand doesn't have to tip down to maintain orbit. I mean, you have to have elevation. All you have.
If my son flies, otherwise you fly straight out.
Listen to me real quick. If my son flies at 1,000 feet off the ground, exactly 1,000 feet, and never deviates from that, he'll circumnavigate the Earth because he's following the Earth around it at 1,000 foot of altitude.
He better stay over the ocean.
Circle, so he doesn't need it. If you tip the front of the plane down, you pull up terrain. You're not going to go around the Earth.
So what you just described is flying 1,000 miles an hour on a flat surface, and he would go around the Earth. But if the surface is dropping because of a curve, you have to compensate for that.
I never said he flew on a flat surface. There's no such thing. I'm saying if you take a basketball and you suspend your finger an inch above the basketball and never deviate from that and make a circle around it, you neither tilt your finger up or down. You just rotate around the ball at a of 1 inch away from the ball. So an airplane can fly around the world without tipping its nose down. You tip your nose down when you want to give up altitude and land. So the argument's the exact opposite of what whoever told you this.
The thing is,
I would say you prove the other side of the argument with that, right? If you're looking at a basketball and you start flying straight out, you're going to go past the ball and no longer be around the ball. You have to point down to follow the circumference of the ball.
Brandon, did you ever throw a ball or a rock in your life? Did you?
Is that a real?
No.
Yes,
He,
it is.
yeah.
Yes, it is.
He has. Of course he has. So what happens to it? What happens to it?
Did it keep on going, or did it make a curve and fall down back on the earth?
So I can't throw a ball far enough to compensate for the curve of the planet.
All right, but no, you're on the right track though. So let's say you added wings to it, and what would you need to do to a stick to change the altitude of it so it could stay, provided that, let's say for example, that it had enough power that you could throw it around the earth, that it would maintain altitude so that it wouldn't ever fall down into the ground. You would have to tilt the stick which direction to keep it going straight and not falling towards the earth. At what point would you have to, which way would that stick have to be tilted to maintain altitude?
If I were to just point in one direction and shoot in that one direction and not change my altitude, I would shoot off into space.
That's how a rocket launches. That's what a rocket launch is. It's just shooting up into space.
It doesn't. It curves.
If you lay a 3-foot
Here's a great question. Here's a great question for you.
Edges of the stick hang out past the ball. I mean, it does.
Here's a great question for you. If the Earth was vacuum and you could shoot a bullet straight up into the air, would it come back down and hit you straight in the head? If you could shoot it perfectly straight up?
No. Say that again?
No.
Could you shoot a bullet directly straight up in the air in a vacuum? So I'm suggesting no wind variance whatsoever. Could you shoot a bullet straight up into the air and have it come back down and hit you exactly in the head? The answer is no.
Am I on
You have a rotating object that you're on, and you can't get yourself with the bullet. You can't.
If I can like half a minute, Brandon, try to look at this from a 2D perspective, not 3D. 2D perspective. You're, let's say, in a NASCAR race. It's a complete circle, right? It's not like an oval. It's a circle, right? You're driving that car, let's say, 200 miles an hour, right? There's a certain angle that you need to keep so that you keep on going on the track, right? You take that turn a bit too tight, you go into the left wall. You just basically crash on the downside, right? You take that turn a bit too wide, you go up, and you just smash in the wall on the other side. So do you understand the same way in a three-dimensional thing? You need to give it just enough angle that you stay in the middle of the track and you keep the direction where you want to keep going. You tip it in the way you were asking previously. You tip it down too much or into the corner too much, you're gonna crash. You tip it up too much, you're gonna fly off into the rails and again crash. So the same as with flying a plane, same as with driving in a turn. You need to give it just enough angle so that the car goes where you want it to go. I don't know, I hope that makes some sense.
Like back
with the greater the speed, right? Greater the drop. That's the theory that NASA.
I'm giving Brandon the last minute here. I'm gonna give Brandon the last minute because I gotta end the live stream, but I'm gonna give him the last say because you guys can still continue on with the conversation afterwards. But I'm gonna let him have the last say here. Go ahead, Brandon.
Who knows if the Earth is flat or round? I'm just saying there's some compelling math to say that it's greater than what you think it is.
Guys,
based on everything they've shown me.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate the awesome debate. I love debating. I love especially masters of debating, and
Get in there, boy.
that's right.
My initials are BS, by the way. BS.
That's my son's initials. Those are great initials. So, thank you guys so much for the topic. I loved everything that we've talked about, and keep it friendly in here, guys.
This is unacceptable.
I will be back.
I don't know how you expect
I
us
will
to sleep.
I will
tonight. Not
you
knowing
can
if these people are serious. I need to know right now if any of these people are in any way serious.
welcome to my welcome. Welcome to my world, Pirate. This is why I'm so fascinated with the idea that this is a thing, because it's fascinating. But I gotta leave, guys. I gotta go. I appreciate everything, all the debating and everything. Take care, guys. You have a wonderful weekend. Okay. Later. I'll be right back after I end the live stream. I love all you guys, especially you guys in the comments section who are throwing information in here with the things that you think are funny too. I have been reading them. So, but as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. So, upon saying that, eat, sleep, drink. Have a wonderful weekend. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too, and for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie, because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good weekend, have a great weekend. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Operation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Sitting hard and lonely, deep in dark despair, thinking one thought only, where is she? Tell me where. And if she says to you, she don't love me, just give her my message, tell her of my plea, and I know, well, if she had me back again, well, I would never make her sad. I got a heart full of soul. And I know if she had me back again, well, I would never make her sad. I got a heart full of soul. She's been gone such a long time, longer than I can bear. But if she says she wants me, tell her that I'll be there. And if she says to you, she don't love me, just give her my message, tell her of my plea. And I know, well, if she had me back again, well, I would never make her sad. I got a heart full of soul. When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is buy and hold. There will be shells who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be chills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the nights get colder, you're needing that shoulder. The Ape's got your back. We got each other all.